Chapter 1 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shirley Anderson. Shirley by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 1. Levitical. Of late years an abundant shower of curates has fallen upon the north of England. They lie very thick on the hills. Every parish has one or more of them. They are young enough to be very active, and ought to be doing a great deal of good. But not of late years are we about to speak. We are going back to the beginning of this century. Late years, present years, are dusty, sunburnt, hot, arid. We will evade the noon, forget it in siesta, pass the midday in slumber, and dream of dawn. If you think from this prelude that anything like a romance is preparing for you, reader, you were never more mistaken. Do you anticipate sentiment and poetry and reverie? Do you expect passion and stimulus and melodrama? Calm your expectations. Reduce them to a lowly standard. Something real, cool, solid lies before you. Something unromantic, as a Monday morning, when all who have work wake with the consciousness that they must rise and betake themselves thereto. It is not positively affirmed that you shall not have the taste of the exciting, perhaps towards the middle and close of the meal, but it is resolved that the first dish set upon the table shall be one that a Catholic, ay, even an Anglo-Catholic, might eat on Good Friday in Passion Week. It shall be cold lentils and vinegar without oil. It shall be unleavened bread with bitter herbs, and no roast lamb. Of late years, I say, an abundant shower of curates has fallen upon the north of England, but in 1811–12 that affluent rain had not descended. Curates were scarce then. There was no pastoral aid, no additional curate society to stretch a helping hand to worn-out old rectors and incumbents, and give them the wherewithal to pay a vigorous young colleague from Oxford or Cambridge. The present successors of the apostles, disciples of Dr. Pusey, and tools of the propaganda, were at that time being hatched under cradle blankets, or undergoing regeneration by nursery baptism, in wash-hand basins. You could not have guessed by looking at any one of them that the Italian eye and double frills of its net cap surrounded the brows of a preordained, specially sanctified successor of St. Paul, St. Peter, or St. John. Nor could you have foreseen, in the folds of its long nightgown, the white surplice in which it was hereafter cruelly to exorcise the souls of its parishioners, and strangely to nonplus its old-fashioned vicar by flourishing aloft in a pulpit the shirt-like raiment which had never before waved higher than the reading-desk. Yet even in those days of scarcity there were curates. The precious plant was rare, but it might be found. A certain favoured district in the West Riding of Yorkshire could boast 3 rods of Arran blossoming within a circuit of 20 miles. You shall see them, reader. Step into this neat garden-house on the skirts of Winbury. Walk forward into the little parlour. There they are at dinner. Allow me to introduce them to you. Mr. Don, curate of Winbury. Mr. Malone, curate of Briarfield. Mr. Sweeting, curate of Nunneley. These are Mr. Don's lodgings, being the habitation of one John Gale, a small clothier. Mr. Don has kindly invited his brethren to regale with him. You and I will join the party, see what is to be seen, and hear what is to be heard. At present, however, they are only eating, and while they eat, we will talk aside. These gentlemen are in the bloom of youth. They possess all the activity of that interesting age, an activity which their moping old vicars would fain turn into the channel of their pastoral duties, often expressing a wish to see it expended in a diligent superintendence of the school, and in frequent visits to the sick of their respective parishes. But the youthful Levites feel this to be dull work. They prefer lavishing their energies on a course of proceeding which, though to other eyes it may appear more heavy with ennui, more cursed with monotony, than the toil of the weaver at his loom, seems to yield them an unfailing supply of enjoyment and occupation. I allude to a rushing backwards and forwards amongst themselves, to and from their respective lodgings, not a round, but a triangle of visits, which they keep up all the year through, in winter, spring, summer, and autumn. Season and weather make no difference. With unintelligible zeal, they dare snow and hail, wind and rain, mire and dust, to go and dine, or drink tea, or sup with one another. What attracts them it would be difficult to say. It is not friendship, for whenever they meet they quarrel. It is not religion. The thing is never named amongst them. Theology they may discuss occasionally, but piety never. It is not the love of eating and drinking. Each might have as good a joint and pudding, tea as potent, and toast as succulent as his own lodgings, as is served to him at his brother's. Mrs. Gale, Mrs. Hogg, and Mrs. Whip, their respective landladies, affirm that it is just for naught else but to give folk trouble. By folk, the good ladies of course mean themselves, for indeed they are kept in a continual fry by this system of mutual invasion. Mr. Don and his guests, as I have said, are at dinner. Mrs. Gale waits on them, but a spark of the hot kitchen fire is in her eye. She considers that the privilege of inviting a friend to a meal occasionally, without additional charge, a privilege included in the terms on which she lets her lodgings, has been quite sufficiently exercised of late. The present week is yet but at Thursday, and on Monday Mr. Malone, the curate of Briarfield, came to breakfast and stayed for dinner. On Tuesday Mr. Malone and Mr. Sweeting of Nunneley came to tea, remained to supper, occupied the spare bed, and favoured her with their company to breakfast on Wednesday morning. And now, on Thursday, they are both here at dinner, and she's almost certain they will stay all night. Sine trop, she would say, if she could speak French. Mr. Sweeting is mincing the slice of roast beef on his plate, and complaining that it is very tough. Mr. Don says the beer is flat. Ay, that is the worst of it. If they would only be civil, Mrs. Gale wouldn't mind it so much. If they would only seem satisfied with what they get, she wouldn't care. But these young parsons is so high and so scornful they set everybody beneath their fit. They treat her with less than civility, just because she doesn't keep a servant, but does the work of the house herself, as her mother did afore her. Then they are always speaking against Yorkshire ways and Yorkshire folk, and by that very token Mrs. Gale does not believe one of them to be a real gentleman, or come of gentle kin. The old parsons is worth the old lump of the college lads. They know what belongs to good manners, and is kind to high and low. More bread, cries Mr. Malone, in a tone which, though prolonged but to utter 2 syllables, proclaims him at once a native of the land of shamrocks and potatoes. Mrs. Gale hates Mr. Malone more than either of the other 2, but she fears him also, for he is a tall, strongly built personage, with real Irish arms and legs, and a face as genuinely national. Not the Milesian face, not Daniel O'Connell's style, but the high-featured North American Indian sort of visage, which belongs to a certain class of the Irish gentry, and has a petrified and proud look, better suited to the owner of an estate of slaves than to the landlord of a free peasantry. Mr. Malone's father termed himself a gentleman. He was poor and in debt, and besottedly arrogant, and his son was like him. Mrs. Gale offered the loaf. "Cut it, woman," said her guest, and the woman cut it accordingly. Had she followed her inclinations, she would have cut the parson also. Her Yorkshire soul revolted absolutely from his manner of command. The curates had good appetites, and though the beef was tough, they ate a great deal of it. They swallowed, too, a tolerable allowance of the flat beer, while a dish of Yorkshire pudding and 2 tureens of vegetables disappeared like leaves before locusts. The cheese, too, received distinguished marks of their attention, and a spice cake, which followed by way of dessert, vanished like a vision, and was no more found. Its elegy was chanted in the kitchen by Abraham, Mrs. Gale's son and heir, a youth of 6 summers. He had reckoned upon the reversion thereof, and when his mother brought down the empty platter, he lifted up his voice and wept sore. The curates, meantime, sat and sipped their wine, a liquor of unpretending vintage, moderately enjoyed. Mr. Malone, indeed, would much rather have had whisky, but Mr. Don, being an Englishman, did not keep the beverage. While they sipped they argued, not on politics, nor on philosophy, nor on literature. These topics were now, as ever, totally without interest for them, not even on theology, practical or doctrinal, but on minute points of ecclesiastical discipline, frivolities which seemed as empty as bubbles to all save themselves. Mr. Malone, who contrived to secure 2 glasses of wine, when his brethren contented themselves with 1, waxed by degrees hilarious after his own fashion. That is, he grew a little insolent, said rude things in a hectoring tone, and laughed clamorously at his own brilliancy. Each of his companions became in turn his butt. Malone had a stock of jokes at their service, which he was accustomed to serve out regularly on convivial occasions like the present, seldom vying his wit, for which, indeed, there was no necessity, as he never appeared to consider himself monotonous, and did not at all care what others thought. Mr. Don he had favoured with hints about his extreme meagreness, allusions to his turned-up nose, cutting sarcasms on a certain threadbare chocolate surtout which that gentleman was accustomed to sport whenever it rained or seemed likely to rain, and criticisms on a choice set of Cockney phrases and modes of pronunciation, Mr. Don's own property, and certainly deserving of remark for the elegance and finish they communicated to his style. Mr. Sweeting was bantered about his stature. He was a little man, a mere boy in height and breadth, compared with the athletic Malone, rallied on his musical accomplishments. He played the flute and sang hymns like a seraph, some young ladies of his parish thought, sneered at as the lady's pet, teased about his mamma and sisters, for whom poor Mr. Sweeting had some lingering regard, and of whom he was foolish enough, now and then, to speak in the presence of the priestly Paddy, from whose anatomy the bowels of natural affection had somehow been omitted. The victims met these attacks, each in his own way. Mr. Don with a stilted self-complacency and a half-sullen phlegm, the sole props of his otherwise somewhat rickety dignity. Mr. Sweeting with the indifference of a light, easy disposition, which never professed to have any dignity to maintain. When Malone's raillery became rather too offensive, which it soon did, they joined in an attempt to turn the tables on him by asking him how many boys had shouted "Irish Peter" after him as he came along the road that day. Malone's name was Peter, the Reverend Peter Augustus Malone. Requesting to be informed whether it was the mode in Ireland for clergymen to carry loaded pistols in their pockets and a shillelagh in their hands when they made pastoral visits, inquiring the signification of such words as vele, thirum, helum, storum. So Mr. Malone invariably pronounced veil, firm, helm, and storm, and employing such other methods of retaliation as the innate refinement of their minds suggested. This, of course, would not do. Malone, being neither good-natured nor phlegmatic, was presently in a towering passion. He vociferated, gesticulated. Don and Sweeting laughed. He reviled them as Saxons and snobs at the very pitch of his high Celtic voice. They taunted him with being the native of a conquered land. He menaced rebellion in the name of his country, vented bitter hatred against English rule. They spoke of rags, beggary, and pestilence. The little parlour was in an uproar. You might have thought a duel must follow such virulent abuse. It seemed a wonder that Mr. and Mrs. Gale did not take alarm at the noise, and send for a constable to keep the peace. But they were accustomed to such demonstrations. They well knew that the curates never dined or took tea together without a little exercise of the sort, and were quite easy as to the consequences, knowing that these clerical quarrels were as harmless as they were noisy, that they resulted in nothing, and that, on whatever terms the curates might part to-night, they would be sure to meet the best friends in the world to-morrow morning. As the worthy pair were sitting by their kitchen fire, listening to the repeated and sonorous contact of Malone's fist with the mahogany plane of the parlour table, and to the consequent start and jingle of the decanters and glasses following each assault, to the mocking laughter of the allied English disputants, and the stuttering declamation of the isolated Hibernian, As they thus sat, a foot was heard on the outer doorstep, and the knocker quivered to a sharp appeal. Mr. Gale went and opened. "Whom have you upstairs in the parlour?" asked a voice, a rather remarkable voice, nasal in tone, abrupt in utterance. "Oh, Mr. Helstone, is it you, sir? I could hardly see for the darkness. It is so soon dark now. Will you walk in, sir?" "I want to know first whether it is worth my while walking in. Whom have you upstairs?" "The curate, sir." "What, all of them?" "Yes, sir." "Been dining here?" "Yes, sir." "That will do." With these words a person entered, a middle-aged man in black. He walked across the kitchen to an inner door, opened it, inclined his head forward, and stood listening. There was something to listen to, for the noise above was just then louder than ever. "Hey!" he ejaculated to himself. Then turning to Mr. Gale, "Have you often this sort of work?" Mr. Gale had been a churchwarden, and was indulgent to the clergy. "They're young, you know, sir," he said deprecatingly. "Young, they want caning. Bad boys, bad boys. And if you were a dissenter, John Gale, instead of being a good churchman, they'd do the like. They'd expose themselves. But I'll—" By way of finish to this sentence, he passed through the inner door, drew it after him, and mounted the stair. Again he listened a few minutes, when he arrived at the upper room. Making entrance without warning, he stood before the curates. And they were silent, they were transfixed, and so was the invader. He, a personage short of stature, but straight of port, and bearing on broad shoulders a hawk's head, beak, and eye, the whole surmounted by a Rehoboam or shovel hat, which he did not seem to think it necessary to lift or remove before the presence in which he then stood. He folded his arms on his chest, and surveyed his young friends, if friends they were, much at his leisure. "What?" he began, delivering his words in a voice no longer nasal, but deep, more than deep, a voice made purposely hollow and cavernous. "What? Has the miracle of Pentecost been renewed? Have the cloven tongues come down again? Where are they? The sound fills the house just now. I heard the 17 languages in full action, Parthians and Medes and Elamites, the dwellers of Mesopotamia, and in Judea, and Cappadocia, in Pontus and Asia, Phrygia and Pamphylia, in Egypt and in the parts of Libya about Cyrene, strangers of Rome, Jews and proselytes, Cretes and Arabians, every one must have had its representative in this room 2 minutes since." "I beg your pardon, Mr. Helstone," began Mr. Don. "Take a seat, pray, sir. Have a glass of wine?" His civilities received no answer. The falcon in the black coat proceeded, "What do I talk about the gift of tongues? Tongues indeed! I mistook the chapter, and book, and testament, gospel for law, Acts for Genesis, the city of Jerusalem for the plain of Shinar. It was no gift, but the confusion of tongues which has gabbled me deaf as a post. You apostles! What, you 3? Certainly not. 3 presumptuous Babylonish masons, neither more nor less." "I assure you, sir, we were only having a little chat together over a glass of wine after a friendly dinner, settling the dissenters." "Oh, settling the dissenters, were you? Was Malone settling the dissenters? It sounded to me much more like settling his co-apostles. You were quarrelling together, making almost as much noise, you 3 alone, as Moses Baraclough, the preaching tailor, and all his hearers are making in the Methodist chapel down yonder, where they are in the thick of a revival. I know whose fault it is. It is yours, Malone." "Mine, sir?" "Yours, sir. Don and Sweeting were quiet before you came, and would be quiet if you were gone. I wish when you crossed the Channel you had left your Irish habits behind you. Dublin students' ways won't do here. The proceedings which might pass unnoticed in a wild bog and mountain district of Connaught will, in a decent English parish, bring disgrace on those who indulge in them, and, what is far worse, on the sacred institution of which they are merely the humble appendages." There was a certain dignity in the little elderly gentleman's manner of rebuking these youths, though it was not, perhaps, quite the dignity most appropriate to the occasion. Mr. Helstone, standing straight as a ramrod, looking keen as a kite, presented, despite his clerical hat, black coat, and gaiters, more the air of a veteran officer, chiding his subalterns, than of a venerable priest exhorting his sons in the faith. Gospel mildness, apostolic benignity, never seemed to have breathed their influence over that keen brown visage, but firmness had fixed the features, and sagacity had carved her own lines about them. "I met Supplehoe," he continued, "plodding through the mud this wet night, going to preach at Milldean opposition shop. As I told you, I heard Barraclough bellowing in the midst of a conventicle like a possessed bull, and I find you, gentlemen, tarrying over your half-pint of muddy port wine, and scolding like angry old women. No wonder Supplehoe should have dipped 16 adult converts in one day, which he did a fortnight since. No wonder Barraclough, scamp and hypocrite as he is, should attract all the weaver girls in their flowers and ribbons, to witness how much harder are his knuckles than the wooden brim of his tub. As little wonder that you, when you are left to yourselves, without your rectors, myself and Hall and Boltby, to back you, should too often perform the holy service of our church to bare walls, and read your bit of dry discourse to the clerk, and the organist, and the beadle. But enough of the subject. I came to see Malone. I have an errand unto thee, O captain." "What is it?" inquired Malone discontentedly. "There can be no funeral to take at this time of day." "Have you any arms about you?" "Arms, sir? Yes, and legs." And he advanced the mighty members. "Bah! Weapons, I mean." "I have the pistols you gave me yourself. I never part with them. I lay them ready cocked in a chair by my bedside at night. I have my blackthorn." "Very good. Will you go to Hollow's Mill?" "What is stirring at Hollow's Mill?" "Nothing as yet, nor perhaps will be, but Moore is alone there. He has sent all the workmen he can trust to Stillborough. There are only 2 women left about the place. It would be a nice opportunity for any of his well-wishers to pay him a visit, if they knew how straight the path was made before them." "I am none of his well-wishers, sir. I don't care for him." "So, Malone, you are afraid." "You know me better than that. If I really thought there was a chance of a row, I would go. But Moore is a strange, shy man, whom I never pretend to understand, and for the sake of his sweet company only, I would not stir a step." "But there is a chance of a row, if a positive riot does not take place, of which indeed I see no signs. Yet it is unlikely that this night will pass quite tranquilly. You know Moore has resolved to have new machinery, and he expects 2 wagon-loads of frames and shears from Stillborough this evening. Scott, the overlooker, and a few picked men are gone to fetch them." "They will bring them in safely and quietly enough, sir." "Moore says so, and affirms he wanted nobody. Someone, however, he must have, if it were only to bear evidence in case anything should happen. I call him very careless. He sits up in the counting-house, with the shutters unclosed. He goes out here and there after dark, wanders right up the hollow, down Fieldhead Lane, among the plantations, just as if he were the darling of the neighbourhood, or, being as he is detestation for a charmed life, as they say in tale books. He takes no warning from the fate of Pearson, nor from that of Armitage. Shot, one in his own house, and the other on the moor." "But he should take warning, sir, and use precautions too," interposed Mr. Sweeting. "And I think he would if he heard what I heard the other day." "What did you hear, Davy?" "You know Mike Hartley, sir? The antinomian weaver?" "Yes." "When Mike has been drinking for a few weeks together, he generally winds up by a visit to the nunnery vicarage, to tell Mr. Hall a piece of his mind about his sermons, to denounce the horrible tendency of his doctrine of works, and warn him that he and all his hearers are sitting in outer darkness." "Well, that has nothing to do with Moore. Besides being an antinomian, he is a violent Jacobin and leveller, sir. I know, when he is very drunk, his mind is always running on the regicide. Mike is not unacquainted with history, and it is rich to hear him going over the list of tyrants of whom, as he says, the revenger of blood has obtained satisfaction. The fellow exults strangely in murder done on crowned heads, or on any head for political purposes. The fellow exults strangely in murder done on crowned heads, or on any head for political reasons. I have already heard it hinted that he seems to have a queer hankering after Moore. Is that what you allude to, Sweeting?" "You use the proper term, sir. Mr. Hall thinks Mike has no personal hatred of Moore. Mike says he even likes to talk to him and run after him, but he has a hankering that Moore should be made an example of. He was extolling him to Mr. Hall the other day as the mill owner with the most brains in Yorkshire, and for that reason he affirms Moore should be chosen as a sacrifice, an oblation of a sweet Saviour. Is Mike Hartley in his right mind, do you think, sir? Inquired Sweeting simply. Can't tell, Davy. He may be crazed, or he may only be crafty, or perhaps a little of both. He talks of seeing visions, sir. Aye, he is a very Ezekiel or Daniel for visions. He came just when I was going to bed last Friday night to describe one that had been revealed to him in Nunneley Park that afternoon. Tell it, sir. What was it? Urged Sweeting. Davy, thou hast an enormous organ of wonder in thy cranium. Malone, you see, has none. Neither murders nor visions interest him. See what a big vacant Saf he looks at the moment. Saf? Who was Saf, sir? I thought you would not know. You may find out it is biblical. I know nothing more of him than his name and his race, but from a boy upwards I have always attached a personality to Saf. Depend on it, he was honest, heavy, and luckless. He met his end at Gob by the hand of Sibbachai. But the vision, sir. Davy, thou shalt hear. Don is biting his nails and Malone yawning, so I will tell it but to thee. Mike is out of work, like many others, unfortunately. Mr. Graham, Sir Philip Nunneley's steward, gave him a job about the Priory. According to his accountant, Mike was busy hedging rather late in the afternoon, but before dark, when he heard what he thought was a band in the distance, bugles, fifes, and the sound of a trumpet, it came from the forest, and he wondered that there should be music there. He looked up. All amongst the trees he saw moving objects, red like poppies, or white like May blossom. The wood was full of them. They poured out and filled the park. He then perceived they were soldiers, thousands and tens of thousands, but they made no more noise than a swarm of midges on a summer evening. They formed in order, he affirmed, and marched, regiment after regiment, across the park. He followed them to Nunneley Common. The music still played soft and distant. On the common he watched them go through a number of evolutions. A man clothed in scarlet stood in the centre and directed them. They extended, he declared, over 50 acres. They were in sight half an hour, then they marched away quite silently. The whole time he heard neither voice nor tread, nothing but the faint music playing a solemn march. Where did they go, sir? Towards Briarfield. Mike followed them. They seemed passing Fieldhead, when a column of smoke, such as might be vomited by a park of artillery, spread noiseless over the fields, the road, the common, and roiled, he said, blue and dim, to his very feet. As it cleared away, he looked again for the soldiers, but they were vanished. He saw them no more. Mike, like a wise Daniel as he is, not only rehearsed the vision, but gave the interpretation thereof. It signifies, he intimated, bloodshed and civil conflict. Do you credit it, sir? Asked Sweeting. Do you, Davy? But come, Malone, why are you not off? I am rather surprised, sir, that you did not stay with Moore yourself. You like this kind of thing. So I should have done, had I not unfortunately happened to engage Boltby to sup with me on his way home from the Bible Society meeting at Nunneley. I promised to send you as my substitute, for which, by the by, he did not thank me. He would much rather have had me than you, Peter. Should there be any real need of help, I shall join you. The mill bell will give warning. Meantime go, unless, suddenly turning to Messrs. Sweeting and Donn, unless Davy Sweeting or Joseph Donn prefers going. What do you say, gentlemen? The commission is an honourable one, not without the seasoning of a little real peril, for the country is in a queer state, as you all know, and Moore and his mill and his machinery are held in sufficient odium. There are chivalric sentiments, there is a high-beating courage under those waistcoats of yours, I doubt not. Perhaps I am too partial to my favourite Peter. Little David shall be the champion, or spotless Joseph. Malone, you are but a great floundering Saul after all, good only to lend your armour. Out with your firearms, fetch your shillelagh. It is there in the corner. With a significant grin, Malone produced his pistols, offering one to each of his brethren. They were not readily seized upon. With graceful modesty, each gentleman retired a step from the presented weapon. I never touched them. I never did touch anything of the kind, said Mr. Donn. I am almost a stranger to Mr. Moore, murmured Sweeting. If you never touched a pistol, try the feel of it now, great satrap of Egypt. As to the little minstrel, he probably prefers encountering the Philistines with no other weapon than his flute. Get their hats, Peter.
They'll both of 'em go."
"No, sir, no, Mr. Helstone. My mother wouldn't like it," pleaded Sweeting.
"And I make it a rule never to get mixed up in affairs of the kind," observed Don. Helstone smiled sardonically. Malone laughed a hoarse laugh. He then replaced his arms, took his hat and cudgel, and saying that he never felt more in tune for a shindy in his life, and that he wished a score of greasy cloth dresses might beat at Moor Quarter that night, he made his exit, clearing the stairs at a stride or two, and making the house shake with the bang of the front door behind him. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2, Part 1 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shirley by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 2, Part 1. The Wagons. The evening was pitch dark. Star and moon were quenched in grey rain clouds. Grey they would have been by day. By night they looked sable. Malone was not a man given to close observation of nature. Her changes passed, for the most part, unnoticed by him. He could walk miles on the most varying April day and never see the beautiful dallying of earth and heaven, never mark when a sunbeam kissed the hilltops, making them smile clear in green light, or when a shower wept over them, hiding their crests with the low-hanging, dishevelled tresses of a cloud. He did not therefore care to contrast the sky as it now appeared, a muffled, streaming vault, all black, save where, toward the east, the furnaces of Stillborough ironworks threw a tremulous lurid shimmer on the horizon, with the same sky on an unclouded frosty night. He did not trouble himself to ask where the constellations and the planets were gone, or to regret the black-blue serenity of the air-ocean which those white islets stud, and which another ocean, of heavier and denser element, now rolled below and concealed. He just doggedly pursued his way, leaning a little forward as he walked, and wearing his hat on the back of his head, as his Irish manner was. Tramp, tramp, he went along the causeway, where the road boasted the privilege of such an accommodation. Splash, splash through the mire-filled cart-ruts, where the flags were exchanged for soft mud. He looked but for certain landmarks: the spire of Briarfield Church, farther on the lights at Red House. This was an inn, and when he reached it the glow of a fire through a half-curtained window, a vision of glasses on a round table and of revellers on an oaken settle, had nearly drawn aside the curate from its course. He thought longingly of a tumbler of whisky and water. In a strange place he would instantly have realized the dream, but the company assembled in that kitchen were Mr. Helstone's own parishioners. They all knew him. He sighed and passed on. The high road was now to be quitted, as the remaining distance to Hollow's Mill might be considerably reduced by a short cut across fields. These fields were level and monotonous. Malone took a direct course through them, jumping hedge and wall. He passed but one building here, and that seemed large and hall-like, though irregular. You could see a high gable, then a long front, then a low gable, then a thick lofty stack of chimneys. There were some trees behind it. It was dark, not a candle shone from any window. It was absolutely still, the rain running from the eaves, and the rather wild but very low whistle of the wind round the chimneys and through the boughs were the sole sounds in the neighbourhood. This building passed, the fields, hitherto flat, declined in a rapid descent. Evidently a vale lay below, through which you could hear the water run. One light glimmered in the depth. For that beacon Malone steered. He came to a little white house. You could see it was white, even through this dense darkness, and knocked at the door. A fresh-faced servant opened it. By the candle she held was revealed a narrow passage terminating in a narrow stair. 2 doors covered with crimson baize, a strip of crimson carpet down the steps, contrasted with light-coloured walls and a white floor, made the interior look clean and fresh. "Mr. Moore is at home, I suppose?" "Yes, sir, but he is not in." "Not in? Where is he, then?" "At the mill, in the counting-house." Here one of the crimson doors opened. "Are the wagons come, Sarah?" asked a female voice, and a female head at the same time was apparent. It might not be the head of a goddess. Indeed, a screw of curl-paper on each side of the temples quite forbade that supposition, but neither was it the head of a gorgon. Yet Malone seemed to take it in the latter light. Big as he was, he shrank bashfully back into the rain at the view thereof, and saying, "I'll go to him," hurried in seeming trepidation down a short lane, across an obscure yard, towards a huge black mill. The work hours were over, the hands were gone. The machinery was at rest, the mill shut up. Malone walked round it, and somewhere in its great sooty flank he found another chink of light. He knocked at another door, using for the purpose the thick end of his shillelagh, with which he beat a rousing tattoo. A key turned, the door unclosed. "Is it Joe Scott? What news of the wagons, Joe?" "No, it's myself. Mr. Helstone would send me." "Oh, Mr. Malone." The voice in uttering this name had the slightest possible cadence of disappointment. After a moment's pause it continued, politely but a little formally: "I beg you will come in, Mr. Malone. I regret extremely Mr. Helstone should have thought it necessary to trouble you so far. There was no necessity, I told him so, and on such a night. But walk forwards." Through a dark apartment, of aspect undistinguishable, Malone followed the speaker into a light, bright room within. Very light and bright, indeed, it seemed to the eyes which, for the last hour, had been striving to penetrate the double darkness of night and fog. But except for its excellent fire, and for a lamp of elegant design and vivid lustre burning on a table, it was a very plain place. The boarded floor was carpetless. The 3 or 4 stiff-backed, green-painted chairs seemed once to have furnished the kitchen of some farmhouse. A desk of strong, solid formation, the table aforesaid, and some framed sheets on the stone-coloured walls, bearing plans for building, for gardening, and designs of machinery, etc., completed the furniture of the place. Plain as it was, it seemed to satisfy Malone, who, when he had removed and hung up his wet surtout and hat, drew one of the rheumatic-looking chairs to the hearth, and set his knees almost within the bars of the red grate. "Comfortable quarters you have here, Mr. Moore, and all snug to yourself." "Yes, but my sister would be glad to see you, if you would prefer stepping into the house." "Oh, no. The ladies are best alone. I never was a ladies' man. You don't mistake me for my friend Sweeting, do you, Mr. Moore?" "Sweeting? Which of them is that? The gentleman in the chocolate overcoat, or the little gentleman?" "The little one. He of Nunneley, the cavalier of the Misses Sykes, with the whole 6 of whom he's in love. Ha, ha!" "Better be generally in love with all, than especially with one, I should think, in that quarter." "But he is especially in love with one besides, for when I and Dunn urged him to make a choice amongst the fair bevy, he named— which do you think?" With a queer quiet smile Mr. Moore replied: "Dora, of course, or Harriet." "Ha! You've an excellent guess. But what made you hit on those 2? "Because they are the tallest, the handsomest, and Dora, at least, is the stoutest. And as your friend Mr. Sweeting is but a little slight figure, I concluded that, according to a frequent rule in such cases, he preferred his contrast." "You're right, Dora it is. But he has no chance, has he, Mr. Moore?" "What has Mr. Sweeting beside his curacy?" This question seemed to tickle Malone amazingly. He laughed for full 3 minutes before he answered it. "What has Sweeting? Why, David has his harp, or flute, which comes to the same thing. He has a sort of pinchbeck watch, ditto ring, ditto eyeglass. That's what he has." "How would he propose to keep Miss Sykes in gowns only?" "Ha! Excellent! I'll ask him that next time I see him. I'll roast him for his presumption. But no doubt he expects old Christopher Sykes would do something handsome. He is rich, is he not? They live in a large house." "Sykes carries on an extensive concern." "Therefore he must be wealthy, eh?" "Therefore he must have plenty to do with his wealth, and in these times would be about as likely to think of drawing money from the business to give dowries to his daughters as I should be to dream of pulling down the cottage there, and constructing on its ruins a house as large as Fieldhead." "Do you know what I heard, Moore, the other day?" "No. Perhaps that I was about to effect some such change. Your Briarfield gossips are capable of saying that, or sillier things." "That you were going to take Fieldhead on a lease? I thought it looked a dismal place, by the by, to-night, as I passed it, and that it was your intention to settle a Miss Sykes there as mistress. To be married, in short. Ha, ha, ha! Now which is it? Dora, I'm sure. You said she was the handsomest." "I wonder how often it has been settled that I was to be married since I came to Briarfield. They have assigned me every marriageable single woman by turns in the district. Now it was the 2 Mrs. Wynns, first the dark, then the light one, Now the red-haired Miss Armitage, then the mature Anne Pierson. At present you throw on my shoulders all the tribe of the Mrs. Sykes. On what grounds this gossip rests, God knows. I visit now here, I seek female society about as assiduously as you do, Mr. Malone. If ever I go to Winbury, it is only to give Sykes or Pearsons a call in their counting-house, where our discussions are on other topics than matrimony, and our thoughts are occupied with other things than courtships, establishments, dowries. The cloth we can't sell, the hands we can't employ, the mills we can't run, the perverse course of events generally, which we cannot alter, fill our hearts, I take it, pretty well at present, to the tolerably complete exclusion of such figments as love-making, etc. I go along with you completely, Moore. If there is one notion I hate more than another, it is that of marriage. I mean marriage in the vulgar, weak sense, as a mere matter of sentiment. Two beggarly fools agreeing to unite their indigence by some fantastic tie of feeling. Humbug! But an advantageous connection, such as can be formed in consonance with dignity of views and permanency of solid interests, is not so bad, eh? No, responded Moore in an absent manner. The subject seemed to have no interest for him. He did not pursue it. After sitting for some time gazing at the fire with a preoccupied air, he suddenly turned his head. "Hark!" said he. "Did you hear wheels?" Rising, he went to the window, opened it, and listened. He soon closed it. "It is only the sound of the wind rising," he remarked, "and the rivulet a little swollen, rushing down the hollow. I expected those wagons at 6. It's near 9 now." "Seriously, do you suppose that the putting up of this new machinery will bring you into danger?" inquired Malone. "Helston seems to think it will." "I only wish the machines, the frames, were safe here, and lodged within the walls of this mill. Once put up, I defy the frame breakers. Let them only pay me a visit and take the consequences. My mill is my castle." "One despises such low scoundrels," observed Malone, in a profound vein of reflection. "I almost wish a party would call upon you tonight, but the road seemed extremely quiet as I came along. I saw nothing astir." "You came by the Red House?" "Yes." "There would be nothing on that road. It is in the direction of Stillborough the risk lies." "And you think there is risk?" "What these fellows have done to others they may do to me. There is only this difference: most of the manufacturers seem paralyzed when they are attacked. Sykes, for instance, when his dressing shop was set on fire and burned to the ground, when the cloth was torn from his tenters and left in shreds in the field, took no steps to discover or punish the miscreants. He gave up as tamely as a rabbit under the jaws of a ferret. Now I, if I know myself, should stand by my trade, my mill, and my machinery. Helston says these 3 are your gods, that the orders in council are with you another name for the 7 deadly sins, that Castlereagh is your Antichrist, and the war party his legions. Yes, I abhor all these things, because they ruin me, they stand in my way. I cannot get on. I cannot execute my plans because of them. I see myself baffled at every turn by their untoward effects." "But you are rich and thriving, Moore." "I am very rich in cloth I cannot sell. You should step into my warehouse yonder, and observe how it is piled to the roof with pieces. Rokes and Pearson are in the same condition. America used to be their market, but the orders in council have cut that off." Malone did not seem prepared to carry on briskly a conversation of this sort. He began to knock the heels of his boots together, and to yawn. "And then to think," continued Mr. Moore, who seemed too much taken up with the current of his own thoughts to note the symptoms of his guest's ennui, "to think that these ridiculous gossips of Winbury and Briarfield will keep pestering one about getting married, as if there was nothing to be done in life but to pay attention, as they say, to some young lady, and then to go to church with her, and then to start out a bridal tour, and then to run through a round of visits, and then, I suppose, to be having a family. Oh, que le diable emporte!" He broke off the aspiration into which he was launching with a certain energy, and added, more calmly, "I believe women talk and think only of these things, and they naturally fancy men's minds similarly occupied." Of course," assented Malone. "But never mind them." And he whistled, looking impatiently round, and seemed to feel a great want of something. This time Moore caught, and, it appeared, comprehended his demonstrations. "Mr. Malone," said he, "you must require refreshment after your wet walk. I forget hospitality." "Not at all," rejoined Malone, but he looked as if the right nail was at last hit on the head, nevertheless. Moore rose and opened a cupboard. "It's my fancy," said he, "to have every convenience within myself, and not to be dependent on the femininity in the cottage yonder for every mouthful I eat or every drop I drink. I often spend the evening and sup here alone, and sleep with Joe Scott in the mill. Sometimes I am my own watchman. I require little sleep, and it pleases me on a fine night to wander for an hour or two with my musket about the hollow. Mr. Malone, can you cook a mutton chop?" "Try me. I've done it hundreds of times at college." "There's the dishful, then, and there's the gridiron. Turn them quickly. You know the secret of keeping the juices in." "Never fear me. You shall see. And a knife and fork, please." The curate turned up his coat cuffs, and applied himself to the cookery with vigour. The manufacturer placed on the table plates, a loaf of bread, a black bottle, and 2 tumblers. He then produced a small copper kettle, still from the same well-stored recess, his cupboard, filled it with water from a large stone jar in a corner, set it on the fire beside the hissing gridiron, got lemons, sugar, and a small china punch-bowl. But while he was brewing the punch, a tap at the door called him away. "Is it you, Sarah?" "Yes, sir. Will you come to supper, please, sir?" "No, I shall not be in tonight. I shall sleep at the mill. So lock the doors and tell your mistress to go to bed." He returned. "You have your household in proper order," observed Malone approvingly, as with his fine face ruddy as the embers over which he bent, he assiduously turned the mutton chops. "You are not under petticoat government like poor Sweeting, a man, whew, how the fat spits, it has burnt my hand, destined to be ruled by women. Oh, you and I, Moore, there's a fine brown one for you, and full of gravy. You and I will have no grey mares in our stables when we marry." "I don't know. I never think about it. If the grey mare is handsome and tractable, why not?" "The chops are done. Is the punch brewed?" "There's a glassful. Taste it. When Joe Scott and his minions return, they shall have a share of this, provided they bring home the frames intact." End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shirley, by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 2, Part 2. The Wagons. Malone waxed very exultant over the supper. He laughed aloud at trifles, made bad jokes and applauded them himself, and in short grew unmeaningly noisy. His host, on the contrary, remained quiet as before. It is time, reader, that you should have some idea of the appearance of this same host. I must endeavour to sketch him as he sits at the table. He is what you would probably call, at first view, rather a strange-looking man, for he is thin, dark, sallow, very foreign of aspect, with shadowy hair carelessly streaking his forehead. It appears that he spends but little time at his toilet, or he would arrange it with more taste. He seems unconscious that his features are fine, that they have a southern symmetry, clearness, regularity in their chiselling. Nor does the spectator become aware of this advantage till he has examined him well, for an anxious countenance and a hollow, somewhat haggard outline of face disturb the idea of beauty with one of care. His eyes are large and grave and grey. Their expression is intent and meditative, rather searching than soft, rather thoughtful than genial. When he parts his lips in a smile, his physiognomy is agreeable. Not that it is frank or cheerful even then, but you feel the influence of a certain sedate charm, suggestive, whether truly or delusively, of a considerate, perhaps a kind nature, of feelings that may wear well at home, patient, forbearing, possibly faithful feelings. He is still young, not more than 30. His stature is tall, his figure slender. His manner of speaking displeases. He has an outlandish accent, which, notwithstanding a studied carelessness of pronunciation and diction, grates on a British, and especially on a Yorkshire ear. Mr. Moore, indeed, was but half a Briton, and scarcely that. He came of a foreign ancestry by the mother's side, and was himself born and partly reared on foreign soil. A hybrid in nature, it is probable he had a hybrid's feeling on many points, patriotism for one. It is likely that he was unapt to attach himself to parties, to sects, even to climes and customs. It is not impossible that he had a tendency to isolate his individual person from any community amidst which his lot might temporarily happen to be thrown, and that he felt it to be his best wisdom to push the interests of Robert Gerard Moore to the exclusion of philanthropic considerations for general interests, with which he regarded the said Gerald Moore as in a great measure disconnected. Trade was Mr. Moore's hereditary calling. The Gerards of Antwerp had been merchants for 2 centuries back. Once they had been wealthy merchants, but the uncertainties, the involvements of business had come upon them. Disastrous speculations had loosened by degrees the foundations of their credit. The house had stood on a tottering base for a dozen years, and at last, in the shock of the French Revolution, it had rushed down to a total ruin. In its fall was involved the English and Yorkshire firm of Moore, closely connected with the Antwerp house, and of which one of the partners, resident in Antwerp, Robert Moore, had married Hortense Gerard, with the prospect of his bride inheriting her father Constantine Gerard's share in the business. She inherited, as we have seen, but as share the liabilities of the firm, and these liabilities, though duly set aside by a composition with creditors, some said her son Robert accepted, in his turn, as a legacy, and that he aspired one day to discharge them, and to rebuild the fallen house of Gerard and Moore on a scale at least equal to its former greatness. It was even supposed that he took by-past circumstances much to heart, and if a childhood passed at the side of a saturnine mother, under foreboding of coming evil, and a manhood drenched and blighted by the pitiless descent of the storm, could painfully impress the mind, his probably was impressed in no golden characters. If, however, he had a great end of restoration in view, it was not in his power to employ great means for its attainment. He was obliged to be content with the day of small things. When he came to Yorkshire, he, whose ancestors had owned the warehouses in this seaport and factories in that inland town, had possessed their town house and their country seat, saw no way open to him but to rent a cloth mill in an out-of-the-way nook in an out-of-the-way district, to take a cottage joining it for his residence, and to add to his possessions, as pasture for his horse and space for his cloth tenters, a few acres of the steep, rugged land that lined the hollow through which his mill stream brawled. All this he held at a somewhat high rent, for these war times were hard and everything was dear, of the trustees of the Fieldhead estate, then the property of a miner. At the time this history commences, Robert Moore had lived but 2 years in the district, during which period he had at least proved himself possessed of the quality of activity. The dingy cottage was converted into a neat, tasteful residence. Of part of the rough land he had made garden ground, which he cultivated with singular, even with Flemish, exactness and care. As to the mill, which was an old structure, and fitted up with old machinery, now became inefficient and out of date, he had from the first evinced the strongest contempt for all its arrangements and appointments. His aim had been to effect a radical reform, which he had executed as fast as his very limited capital would allow, and the narrowness of that capital, and consequent check on its progress, was a restraint which galled his spirit sorely. Moore ever wanted to push on. Forward was the device stamped upon his soul, but poverty curbed him. Sometimes, figuratively, he foamed at the mouth when the reins were drawn very tight. In this state of feeling, it is not to be expected that he would deliberate much as to whether his advance was or was not prejudicial to others. Not being a native, nor for any length of time a resident of the neighbourhood, he did not sufficiently care when the new inventions threw the old work-people out of employ. He never asked himself where those to whom he no longer paid weekly wages found daily bread. And in this negligence he only resembled thousands besides, on whom the starving poor of Yorkshire seemed to have a closer claim. The period of which I write was an overshadowed one in British history, and especially in the history of the northern provinces. War was then at its height. Europe was all involved therein. England, if not weary, was worn with long resistance. Yes, and half her people were weary too, and cried out for peace on any terms. National honour became a mere empty name, of no value in the eyes of many, because their sight was dim with famine, and for a morsel of meat they would have sold their birthright. The orders in council, provoked by Napoleon's Milan and Berlin decrees, and forbidding neutral powers to trade with France, had, by offending America, cut off the principal market of the Yorkshire woollen trade, and brought it consequently to the verge of ruin. Minor foreign markets were glutted and received no more. The Brazils, Portugal, Sicily, were all overstocked by nearly 2 years' consumption. At this crisis certain inventions in machinery were introduced into the staple manufactures of the north, which, greatly reducing the number of hands necessary to be employed, threw thousands out of work, and left them without legitimate means of sustaining life. A bad harvest supervened. Distress reached its climax. Endurance, over-goaded, stretched the hand of fraternity to sedition. The throes of a sort of moral earthquake were felt heaving under the hills of the northern counties. But, as is usual in such cases, nobody took much notice when a food riot broke out in a manufacturing town, when a gig mill was burned to the ground, or a manufacturer's house was attacked, the furniture thrown into the streets, and the family forced to flee for their lives. Some local measures were or were not taken by the local magistracy. A ringleader was detected, or more frequently suffered to elude detection. Newspaper paragraphs were written on the subject, and there the thing stopped. As to the sufferers, whose sole inheritance was labour, and who had lost that inheritance, who could not get work, and consequently could not get wages, and consequently could not get bread, they were left to suffer on, perhaps inevitably left. It would not do to stop the progress of invention, to damage science by discouraging its improvements. The war could not be terminated, efficient relief could not be raised. There was no help then. So the unemployed underwent their destiny, ate the bread and drank the waters of affliction. Misery generates hate. These sufferers hated the machines which they believed took their bread from them. They hated the buildings which contained those machines. They hated the manufacturers who owned those buildings. In the parish of Briarfield, with which we have at present to do, Hollow's Mill was the place held most abominable. Gerard Moore, in this double character of semi-foreigner and thoroughgoing progressist, the man most abominated. And it perhaps rather agreed with Moore's temperament than otherwise to be generally hated, especially when he believed the thing for which he was hated a right and expedient thing. And it was with a sense of warlike excitement he, on this night, sat in his counting-house waiting the arrival of his frame-laden wagons. Malone's coming and company were, it may be, most unwelcome to him. He would have preferred sitting alone, for he liked a silent, sombre, unsafe solitude. His watchman's musket would have been company enough for him. The full-flowing beck in the den would have delivered continuously the discourse most genial to his ear. With the queerest look in the world had the manufacturer for some 10 minutes been watching the Irish curate, as the latter made free with a punch, when suddenly that steady grey eye changed, as if another vision came between it and Malone. Moore raised his hand. "Chut!" he said in a French fashion, as Malone made a noise with his glass. He listened a moment, then rose, put his hat on, and went out at the counting-house door. The night was still, dark and stagnant. The water yet rushed on full and fast, its flow almost seemed a flood in the utter silence. Moore's ear, however, caught another sound very distant, but yet dissimilar, broken and rugged. In short, a sound of heavy wheels crunching a stony road. He returned to the counting-house and lit a lantern, with which he walked down to the mill-yard and proceeded to open the gates. The big wagons were coming on. The dray horses' huge hoofs were heard splashing in the mud and water. Moore hailed them. "Hey, Joe Scott! Is all right?" Probably Joe Scott was yet at too great distance to hear the inquiry. He did not answer it. "Is all right, I say?" again asked Moore, with the elephant-like leader's nose almost touched to his. Someone jumped out from the foremost wagon into the road. The voice cried aloud, Aye, divil, all's right. We've smashed 'em." And there was a run. The wagons stood still. They were now deserted. "Joe Scott?" No Joe Scott answered. "Murgatroyd! Higgins! Sykes!" No reply. Mr. Moore lifted his lantern and looked into the vehicles. There was neither man nor machinery. They were empty and abandoned. Now Mr. Moore loved his machinery. He had risked the last of his capital on the purchase of these frames and shears, which tonight had been expected. Speculations most important to his interest depended on the results to be wrought by them. Where were they? The words, "We've smashed 'em," rang in his ears. How did the catastrophe affect him? By the light of the lantern he held were his features visible, relaxing to a singular smile, the smile the man of determined spirit wears when he reaches a juncture in his life where this determined spirit is to feel a demand on its strength, when the strain is to be made, and the faculty must bear or break. Yet he remained silent, and even motionless, for at the instant he neither knew what to say nor what to do. He placed the lantern on the ground, and stood with his arms folded, gazing down and reflecting. An impatient trampling of one of the horses made him presently look up. His eye in the moment caught the gleam of something white attached to the part of the harness. Examined by the light of the lantern, this proved to be a folded paper, a billet. It bore no address without. Within was the superscription, "To the Devil of Hollow's Mill." We will not copy the rest of the orthography, which was very peculiar, but translated into legible English. It ran thus: "Your hellish machinery shivered to smash on Silver Moor, and your men are lying bound hand and foot in a ditch by the roadside." Take this as a warning from men that are starving, and have starving wives and children to go home to when they have done this deed. If you get new machines, or if you otherwise go on as you have done, you shall hear from us again. Beware! Hear from you again? Yes, I'll hear from you again, and you shall hear from me. I'll speak to you directly. On Stilborough Moor you shall hear from me in a moment. Having led the wagons within the gates, he hastened towards the cottage. Opening the door, he spoke a few words quickly but quietly to two females who ran to meet him in the passage. He calmed the seeming alarm of one by a brief palliative account of what had taken place. To the other he said, "Go into the mill, Sarah. There is the key, and ring the mill bell as loud as you can. Afterwards you will get another lantern and help me to light up the front." Returning to his horses, he unharnessed, fed, and stabled them with equal speed and care, pausing occasionally, while so occupied, as if to listen for the mill bells. It clanged out presently, with irregular but loud and alarming din. The hurried, agitated peal seemed more urgent than if the summons had been steadily given by a practised hand. On that still night, at that unusual hour, it was heard a long way round. The guests in the kitchen of the Red House were startled by the clamour, and declaring that there must be somewhat more nor common to do at Hollow's Mill, they called for lanterns and hurried to the spot in a body. And scarcely had they thronged into the yard with their gleaming lights, when the tramp of horses was heard, and a little man in a shovel hat, sitting erect on the back of a shaggy pony, rode lightly in, followed by an aide de camp mounted on a larger steed. Mr. Moore, meantime, after stabling his dray horses, had saddled his hackney, and with the aid of Sarah the servant, lit up his mill, whose wide and long front now glared one great illumination, throwing a sufficient light on the yard to obviate all fear of confusion arising from obscurity. Already a deep hum of voices became audible. Mr. Malone had at length issued from the counting-house, previously taking the precaution to dip his head and face in the stone-water jar, and this precaution, together with a sudden alarm, had nearly restored him to the possession of those senses which the punch had partially scattered. He stood with his hat on the back of his head, and his shillelagh grasped in his dexter fist, answering much at random the questions of the newly arrived party from the Red House. Mr. Moore now appeared, and was immediately confronted by the shovel hat and his shaggy pony. "Well, Moore, what is your business with us?" "I thought you would want us tonight, me and Hedmond here," patting his pony's neck, "and Tom and his charger. When I heard your mill bell I could sit still no longer, so I left Boltby to finish his supper alone. But where is the enemy? I do not see a mask or a smutted face present, and there is not a pane of glass broken in your windows. Have you had an attack, or do you expect one?" "Oh, not at all. I have neither had one nor expect one," answered Moore coolly. "I only ordered the bell to be rung because I want 2 or 3 neighbours to stay here in the hollow, while I and a couple or so more go over to Stilborough Moor." "To Stilborough Moor? What to do? To meet the wagons?" "The wagons are come home an hour ago." "Then all's right. What more would you have?" "They came home empty, and Joe Scott and company are left on the moor, and so are the frames. Read that scrawl." Mr. Helstone received and perused the documents, of which the contents had before been given. "Humph! They've only served you as they serve others. But, however, the poor fellows in the ditch will be expecting help with some impatience. This is a wet night for such a berth. I and Tom will go with you. Malone may stay behind and take care of the mill. What is the matter with him? His eyes seem starting out of his head." "He has been eating a mutton chop." "Indeed. Peter Augustus, be on your guard. Eat no more mutton chops tonight. You are left here in command of these premises. An honourable post." "Is anybody to stay with me?" "As many of the present assemblage as choose. My lads, how many of you will remain here, and how many will go a little way with me and Mr. Moore on the Silver Road, to meet some of the men who have been waylaid and assaulted by frame breakers?" The small number of 3 volunteered to go. The rest preferred staying behind. As Mr. Moore mounted his horse, the rector asked him in a low voice whether he had locked up the mutton chops, so that Peter Augustus could not get at them. The manufacturer nodded an affirmative, and the rescue party set out. End of Chapter 2, Part 2.
Chapter number 3 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Stig. On the 8th of March 2010 in Copenhagen, Denmark. Shirley by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 3. Mr. York. Cheerfulness, it would appear, is a matter which depends fully as much on the state of things within as on the state of things without and around us. I make this trite remark because I happen to know that Messrs. Helstone and Moore trotted forth from the Milliard Gate at the head of their very small company in the best possible spirits. When a ray from a lantern, the 3 pedestrians of the party carried each one, fell on Mr. Moore's face, you could see an unusual, because a lively spark dancing in his eyes, and a new-found vivacity mantling on his dark physiognomy. And when the rector's visage was illuminated, his hard features were revealed again, and ashine with glee. Yet a drizzling night, a somewhat perilous expedition, you would think were not circumstances calculated to enliven those exposed to the wet and engaged in the adventure. If any member or members of the crew who had been at work on Stilborough Moor had caught a view of this party, they would have had great pleasure in shooting either of the leaders from behind a wall, and the leaders knew this, and the fact is, being both men of steely nerves and steady beating hearts, were elate with the knowledge. I am aware, reader, and you need not remind me, that it is a dreadful thing for a parson to be warlike. I am aware that he should be a man of peace. I have some faint outline of an idea of what a clergyman's mission is amongst mankind, and I remember distinctly whose servant he is, whose message he delivers, whose example he should follow. Yet, with all this, if you are a parson-hater, you need not expect me to go along with you every step of your dismal, downward-tending, unchristian road. You need not expect me to join in your deep anathemas, at once so narrow and so sweeping, to your prisoner's rancour, so intense and so absurd, against the cloth, to lift up my eyes and hands with a supple hope, or to inflate my lungs with a barrel-claw, in horror and denunciation of the diabolical rector of Briarfield. He was not diabolical at all. The evil simply was, he had missed his vocation. He should have been a soldier, if circumstances had made him a priest. For the rest, he was a conscientious, hard-headed, hard-handed, brave, stern, implacable, faithful little man, a man almost without sympathy, ungentle, prejudiced, and rigid, but a man true to principle, honourable, sagacious, and sincere. It seems to me, reader, that you cannot always cut out men to fit their profession, and that you ought not to curse them because their professions sometimes hang from them ungracefully. Nor will I curse Helstone, clerical Cossack as he was. Yet he was cursed, and by many of his own parishioners, as by others he was adored, which is the frequent fate of men who show partiality in friendship and bitterness in enmity, who are equally attached to principles and adhering to prejudices. Helstone and Moore being both in excellent spirits, and united for the prison in one cause, you would expect that, as they rode side by side, they would converse amicably. Oh no! These 2 men, of hard, rebellious natures, both rarely came into contact, but they chafed each other's moods. Their frequent bone of contention was the war. Helstone was a high Tory, there were Tories in those days, and Moore was a bitter Whig, a Whig at least, as far as opposition to the war party was concerned, that being the question which affected his own interest, and only on that question did he profess any British politics at all. He liked to infuriate Helstone by declaring his belief in the invincibility of Bonaparte, by taunting England and Europe with the impotence of their efforts to withstand him, and by coolly advancing the opinion that it was as well to yield to him soon as late, since he must in the end crush every antagonist and reign supreme. Helstone could not bear these sentiments. It was only on the consideration of Moore being a sort of outcast and alien, and having but half measure of British blood to temper the foreign gall which corroded his veins, that he brought himself to listen to them without indulging the wish he felt to cane the speaker. Another thing, too, somewhat allayed his disgust, namely, a fellow feeling for the dogged turn with which these opinions were asserted, and a respect for the consistency of Moore's private contumacy. As the party turned into the Stilborough Road, they met what little wind there was. The rain dashed in their faces. Moore had been fretting his companion previously, and now, braced up by the raw breeze, and perhaps irritated by the sharp drizzle, he began to goad him. "Does your peninsular news please you still?" he asked. "What do you mean?" was the surly demand of the rector. "I mean, have you still faith in that Baal of a Lord Wellington?" "And what do you mean now?" "Do you still believe that this wooden-faced and pebble-hearted idol of England has power to send fire down from heaven to consume the French holocaust you want to offer up?" "I believe Wellington will flog Bonaparte's marshals into the sea the day it pleases him to lift his arm." "But, my dear sir, you can't be serious in what you say. Bonaparte's marshals are great men who act under the guidance of an omnipotent master spirit. Your Wellington is the most humdrum of commonplace martinets, whose slow, mechanical movements are further cramped by an ignorant home government. Wellington is the soul of England. Wellington is the right champion of a good cause, the fit representative of a powerful, a resolute, a sensible, and an honest nation. Your good cause, as far as I understand it, is simply the restoration of that filthy, feeble Ferdinand to a throne which he disgraced. Your fit representative of an honest people is a dull-witted drover acting for a duller-witted farmer, and against these are arrayed victorious supremacy and invincible genius. Against legitimacy is arrayed usurpation, against modest, single-minded, righteous, and brave resistance to encroachment is arrayed boastful, double-tongued, selfish, and treacherous ambition to possess. God defends the right. God often defends the powerful. What? I suppose the handful of Israelites standing dry-souled on the Asiatic side of the Red Sea was more powerful than the host of the Egyptians drawn up on the African side. Were they more numerous? Were they better appointed? Were they more mighty in a word, huh? Don't speak, or you'll tell a lie. More, you know you will. They were a poor, overwrought band of bondsmen. Tyrants had oppressed them through 400 years. A feeble mixture of women and children diluted their thin ranks. Their masters, who roared to follow them through the divided flood, were a set of pampered Ethiops, about as strong and brutal as the lions of Libya. They were armed, horsed, and charioted. The poor Hebrew wanderers were afoot. Few of them, it is likely, had better weapons than their shepherds' crooks or their masons' building tools. The meek and mighty leader himself had only his rod. But bethink you, Robert Moore, right was with them. The God of battles was on their side. Crime and the lost archangel generaled the ranks of Pharaoh, and which triumphed? We know that well. The Lord saved Israel that day out of the hand of the Egyptians, and Israel saw the Egyptians dead upon the seashore. Yea, the depths covered them, they sank to the bottom as a stone. The right hand of the Lord became glorious in power, the right hand of the Lord dashed in pieces the enemy. You are all right, only you forget the true parallel. France is Israel, and Napoleon is Moses. Europe, with her old overgorged empires and rotten dynasties, is coward Egypt. Gallant France is the 12 tribes, and the fresh and vigorous usurper, the shepherd of Horeb. I scorn to answer you. Moore accordingly answered himself. At least he subjoined to what he had just said an additional observation in a lower voice. Oh, in Italy he was as great as any Moses. He was the right thing there, fit to head and organize measures for the regeneration of nations. It puzzles me to this day how the conqueror of Lodi should have condescended to become an emperor, a vulgar, a stupid humbug, and still more how a people who had once called themselves republicans should have sunk again to the grade of mere slaves. I despise France. If England had gone as far on the march of civilization as France did, she would hardly have retreated so shamelessly. You don't mean to say that besotted imperial France is any worse than bloody republican France? Demanded Helstone fiercely. I mean to say nothing, but I can think what I please, you know, Mr. Helstone, both about France and England, and about revolutions and regicides and restorations in general, and about the divine right of kings, which you often stickle for in your sermons. and the duty of non-resistance, and the sanity of war, and—" Mr. Moore's sentence was here cut short by the rapid rolling up of a gig, and its sudden stoppage in the middle of the road. Both he and the rector had been too much occupied with the discourse to notice its approach till it was close upon them. "Now, Maister, did the wagons hit home?" demanded a voice from the vehicle. "Can that be Joe Scott?" "Aye, aye," returned another voice, for the gig contained two persons, as was seen by the glimmer of its lamp. The men with the lanterns had now fallen into the rear, or rather, the equestrians of the rescue party had outridden the pedestrians. "Aye, Mr. Moore, it's Joe Scott. I'm bringing him back to you in a bunny pickle. I found him on the top of the moor yonder, him and 3 others. What will you give me for restoring him to you?" "Why, my thanks, I believe, for I could better have afforded to lose a better man. That is you, I suppose, Mr. York, by your voice." "Aye, lad, it's me. I was coming home from Silver Market, and just as I got to the middle of the moor, and was whipping on as swift as the wind, for these, they say, are not safe times, thanks to a bad government, I heard a groan. I pulled up. Some would have whipped on faster, but I've naught to fear that I know of. I don't believe there's a lad in these parts would harm me. At least I'll give them as good as I got if they offer to do it. I said, is there aught wrong anywhere? 'Deed is there, somebody says, speaking out of the ground like. What's to do? Be sharp and tell me, I ordered. Nobbut 4 and I was licking in a ditch, says Joe, as quiet as could be. I told them more shame to him, and bid him get up and move on, or I'd lend them a lick of the gig whip, for my notion was they were all fresh. We'd ha' done that an hour sin, but we're teed wi' a bit of band, says Joe. So in a while I got down and loosed him with my penknife, and Scott would ride with me to tell him all how it happened, and the others are coming on as fast as their feet will bring them. Well, I am greatly obliged to you, Mr. York. Are you, my lad? You know you're not. However, here are the rest approaching, and here, by the Lord, is another set with lights in the pitches, like the army of Gideon. And as we've the parson with us, good evening, Mr. Helstone, we do. Mr. Helstone returned the salutation of the individual in the gig very stiffly indeed. That individual proceeded. We're 11 strong men, and there's both horses and chariots among us. If we could only fall in with some of these stout ragamuffins or frame breakers, we could win a grand victory. Where could every one be a Wellington? That would please ye, Mr. Helstone, and such paragraphs as we could contrive for the babies. Briarfield should be famous, but we's have a column and a half to silver a courier over this job as it is. I'd expect no less. And I'll promise you no less, Mr. York, for I'll write the article myself, returned the rector. To be sure, certainly, and mind ye recommend wheel that them at break the bits of frames, and teed Joe Scott's legs with band, should be home without benefit or clergy, if the hanging matter or should be, no doubt of that. If I judged them, I'd give them short shrift, cried Moore, but I mean to let them quite alone this bout, to give them rope enough, certain that in the end they will hang themselves. Let them alone, will ye, Moore? Do you promise that? Promise? No. All I mean to say is, I shall give myself no particular trouble to catch them, but if one falls in my way, you'll snap him up, of course, only you would rather they would do something worse than merely stop a wagon before you reckon with them. Well, we'll say no more on the subject at present. Here we are at my door, gentlemen, and I hope you and the men will step in. You will, none of you, be the worse of a little refreshment. Moore and Helstone opposed this proposition as unnecessary. It was, however, pressed on them so courteously, and the night, besides, was so inclement, and the gleam from the muslin-curtained windows of the house before which they had halted looked so inviting, that at length they yielded. Mr. York, after having alighted from his gig, which he left in charge of a man who issued from an outbuilding on his arrival, led the way in. It will have been remarked that Mr. York varied a little in his phraseology. Now he spoke broad Yorkshire, and anon he expressed himself in very pure English. His manner seemed liable to equal alternations. He could be polite and affable, and he could be blunt and rough. His station, then, you could not easily determine by his speech and demeanour. Perhaps the appearance of his residence may decide it. The men he recommended to take the kitchen way, saying that he would see them served with somewhat to taste presently. The gentlemen were ushered in at the front entrance. They found themselves in a matted hall, lined almost to the ceiling with pictures. Through this they were conducted to a large parlour, with a magnificent fire in the grate, the most cheerful of rooms it appeared as a whole, and when you came to examine details, the enlivening effect was not diminished. There was no splendour, but there was taste everywhere, unusual taste, the taste you would have said of a travelled man, a scholar, and a gentleman. A series of Italian views decked the walls. Each of these was a specimen of true art. A connoisseur had selected them. They were genuine and valuable. Even by candlelight the bright clear skies, the soft distances, with blue air quivering between the eye and the health, the fresh tints and well-masked lights and shadows charmed the view. The subjects were all pastoral, the scenes were all sunny. There was a guitar and some music on a sofa. There were cameos, beautiful miniatures, a set of Grecian-looking vases on the mantelpiece. There were books well arranged in 2 elegant bookcases. Mr. Yorke bade his guests be seated. He then rang for wine. To the servant who brought it he gave hospitable orders for the refreshment of the men in the kitchen. The rector remained standing. He seemed not to like his quarters. He would not touch the wine his host offered him. "Eat as you will," remarked Mr. Yorke. "I reckon you're thinking of Eastern customs, Mr. Helstone, and you'll not eat nor drink under my roof, feared we should be forced to be friends. But I'm not so particular or superstitious. You might sup the contents of that decanter, and you might give me a bottle of the best in your own cellar, and I'd hold myself free to oppose you at every turn still, in every vestry meeting and justice meeting where we encountered one another." "It is just what I should expect of you, Mr. Yorke." "Does it agree with you now, Mr. Helstone, to be riding out after rioters of a wet night at your age?" "It always agrees with me to be doing my duty, and in this case my duty is for a pleasure. To hunt down vermin is a noble occupation, fit for an archbishop." "Fit for ye at any rate. But where's the curate? He's happen gone to visit some poor body in a sick gird, or he's happen hunting down vermin in another direction." "He is doing garrison duty at Hollow's Milne." "You left him a sup of wine, I hope, Bob," turning to Mr. Moore, "to keep his courage up." He did not pause for an answer, but continued quickly, still addressing Moore, who had thrown himself into an old-fashioned chair by the fireside. "Move it, Robert! Get up, my lad! That place is mine. Take the sofa or 3 other chairs if you will, but not this. It belongs to me, and nobody else." "Why are you so particular to that chair, Mr. Yorke?" asked Moore, lazily vacating the place in obedience to orders. "My father wore for me, and that's all the answer I shall give thee, and it's as good a reason as Mr. Helstone can give for the main figure of his notions." "Moore, are you ready to go?" inquired the rector. "Nay, Robert's not ready, or rather, I'm not ready to part with him. He's an ill lad, and wants correcting." "Why, sir, what have I done?" "Made thyself enemies in every hand." "What do I care for that? What difference does it make to me whether your Yorkshire lords hate me or like me?" "Aye, there it is. The lad is a make of an alien among us. His father would never have talked you that way. Go back to Antwerp where you were born and bred, mauvaise tête." "Mauvaise tête vous-même, je ne fais que mon devoir. Quand à vous l'audace de personne, je m'en moque." "En revanche, mon garçon, nous l'audace de personne se moquerons de toi. Sois en Satan," replied Yorke, speaking with nearly as pure a French accent as Gerard Moore. C'est bon, et puisque cela m'est égal, que mes amis ne s'en inquiétez pas. Tes amis? Où sont-ils, tes amis? Je fais écho. Où sont-ils? Et je suis fort et que l'écho se lui répond. Au diable les amis. Je me souviens encore du moment où mon père et mon oncle Gérard appelleraient autour de leur ami, et Dieu sait si les amis se sont empressés d'accourir à leur secours. Tenez, Monsieur Yorke, ces mots ami méritent trop. Ne m'en parlez plus. Comme tu voudrais. And here Mr. Yorke held his peace, and while he sits leaning back in his three-cornered carved oak chair, I will snatch my opportunity to sketch the portrait of this French-speaking Yorkshire gentleman. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Rebecca State on the 8th of March 2010 in Copenhagen, Denmark.
Chapter 4 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elisa Clausen in Menlo Park, California. Shirley by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 4. Mr. York, continued. A Yorkshire gentleman he was, par excellence in every point, about 55 years old, but looking at first sight still older, for his hair was silver white. His forehead was broad, not high, his face fresh and hale. The harshness of the north was seen in his features as it was heard in his voice. Every trait was thoroughly English, not a Norman line anywhere. It was an inelegant, unclassic, unaristocratic mould of visage. Fine people would perhaps have called it vulgar. Sensible people would have termed it characteristic. Shrewd people would have delighted in it for the pith, sagacity, intelligence, the rude yet real originality marked in every lineament, latent in every furrow. But it was an indocile, a scornful, and a sarcastic face. The face of a man difficult to lead and impossible to drive. His stature was rather tall, and he was well made and wiry, and had a stately integrity of port. There was not a suspicion of the clown about him anywhere. I did not find it easy to sketch Mr. York's person, but it is more difficult to indicate his mind. If you expect to be treated to a perfection, reader, or even to a benevolent, philanthropical gentleman in him, you are mistaken. He has spoken with some sense and with some good feeling to Mr. Moore, but you are not thence to conclude that he always spoke and thought justly and kindly. Mr. York, in the first place, was without the organ of veneration, a great want, and which throws a man wrong on every point where veneration is required. Secondly, he was without the organ of comparison, a deficiency which strips a man of sympathy. And thirdly, he had too little of the organs of benevolence and ideality, which took the glory and softness from his nature, and for him diminished those divine qualities throughout the universe. The want of veneration made him intolerant to those above him, kings and nobles and priests, dynasties and parliaments and establishments with all their doings, most of their enactments, their forms, their rights, their claims, were to him an abomination, all rubbish. He found no use or pleasure in them, and believed it would be clear gain, and no damage to the world, if its high places were raised, and their occupants crushed in the fall. The want of veneration, too, made him dead at heart to the electric delight of admiring what is admirable. It dried up 1,000 pure sources of enjoyment. It withered 1,000 vivid pleasures. He was not irreligious, though a member of no sect. But his religion could not be that of one who knows how to venerate. He believed in God and heaven, but his God and heaven were those of a man in whom awe, imagination, and tenderness lack. The weakness of his powers of comparison made him inconsistent. While he professed some excellent general doctrines of mutual toleration and forbearance, he cherished towards certain classes a bigoted antipathy. He spoke of parsons and all who belonged to parsons, of lords and the appendages of lords, with a harshness, sometimes an insolence as unjust as it was insufferable. He could not place himself in the position of those he vituperated. He could not compare their errors with their temptations, their defects with their disadvantages. He could not realize the effect of such and such circumstances on himself similarly situated, and he would often express the most ferocious and tyrannical wishes regarding those who had acted, as he thought, ferociously and tyrannically. To judge by his threats, he would have employed arbitrary, even cruel means to advance the cause of freedom and equality. Equality! Yes, Mr. York talked about equality, but at heart he was a proud man, very friendly to his work people, very good to all who were beneath him, and submitted quietly to be beneath him, but haughty as Beelzebub to whomsoever the world deemed, for he deemed no man his superior. Revolt was in his blood. He could not bear control. His father, his grandfather before him, could not bear it, and his children after him never could. The want of general benevolence made him very impatient of imbecility and of all faults which grated on his strong, shrewd nature. It left no check to his cutting sarcasm. As he was not merciful, he would sometimes wound and wound again without noticing how much he hurt or caring how deep he thrust. As to the paucity of ideality in his mind, that can scarcely be called a fault. A fine ear for music, a correct eye for color and form left him the quality of taste. And who cares for imagination? Who does not think it a rather dangerous, senseless attribute akin to weakness, perhaps partaking of frenzy, a disease rather than a gift of the mind? Probably all think so but those who possess or fancy they possess it. To hear them speak, you would believe that their hearts would be cold if that elixir did not flow about them, that their eyes would be dim if that flame did not refine their vision, that they would be lonely if this strange companion abandoned them. You would suppose that it imparted some glad hope to spring, some fine charm to summer, some tranquil joy to autumn, some consolation to winter, which you do not feel. All illusion, of course, but the fanatics cling to their dream, and would not give it for gold. As Mr. Yorke did not possess poetic imagination himself, he considered it a most superfluous quality in others. Painters and musicians he could tolerate and even encourage because he could relish the results of their art. He could see the charm of a fine picture and feel the pleasure of good music. But a quiet poet, whatever force struggled, whatever fire glowed in his breast, if he could not have played the man in the counting-house or the tradesman in the peace-hall, might have lived despised and died scorned under the eyes of Hiram Yorke. And as there are many Hiram Yorkes in the world, it is well that the true poet, quiet externally though he may be, has often a truculent spirit under his placidity, and is full of shrewdness in his meekness, and can measure the whole stature of those who look down on him, and correctly ascertain the weight and value of the pursuits they disdain him for not having followed. It is happy that he can have his own bliss, his own society with his great friend and goddess Nature, quite independent of those who find little pleasure in him, and in whom he finds no pleasure at all. It is just that while the world and circumstances often turn a dark, cold side to him, and properly too, because he first turns a dark, cold, careless side to them, he should be able to maintain a festal brightness and cherishing glow in his bosom, which makes all bright and genial for him, while strangers, perhaps, deem his existence a polar winter, never gladdened by a sun. The true poet is not one whit to be pitied, and he is apt to laugh in his sleeve when any misguided sympathizer whines over his wrongs. Even when utilitarians sit in judgment on him and pronounce him and his art useless, he hears the sentence with such a hard derision, such a broad, deep, comprehensive, and merciless contempt of the unhappy Pharisees who pronounce it, that he is rather to be chidden and condoled with. These, however, are not Mr. Yorke's reflections, and it is with Mr. Yorke we have at present to do. I have told you some of his faults, reader. As to his good points, he was one of the most honourable and capable men in Yorkshire. Even those who disliked him were forced to respect him, and he was much beloved by the poor, because he was thoroughly kind and very fatherly to them. To his workmen he was considerate and cordial. When he dismissed them from an occupation, he would try to set them on to something else, or, if that was impossible, help them remove with their families to a district where work might possibly be had. It must also be remarked that if, as sometimes chanced, any individual amongst his hands showed signs of insubordination, Yorke, who, like many who abhor being controlled, knew how to control with vigor, had the secret of crushing rebellion in the germ, of eradicating it like a bad weed so that it never spread or developed within the sphere of his authority. Such being the happy state of his own affairs, he felt himself at liberty to speak with the utmost severity of those who were differently situated, to ascribe whatever was unpleasant in their position entirely to their own fault, to sever himself from the masters, and advocate freely the cause of the operatives. Mr. Yorke's family was the first and oldest in the district, and he, though not the wealthiest, was one of the most influential men. His education had been good. In his youth, before the French Revolution, he had travelled on the Continent. He was an adept in the French and Italian languages. During a 2 years' sojourn in Italy, he had collected many good paintings and tasteful rarities, with which his residence was now adorned. His manners, when he liked, were those of a finished gentleman of the old school. His conversation, when he was disposed to please, was singularly interesting and original, and if he usually expressed himself in the Yorkshire dialect, it was because he chose to do so, preferring his native Doric to a more refined vocabulary. A Yorkshire burr, he affirmed, was as much better than a Cockney's lisp as a bull's bellow than a raton's squeak. Mr. Yorke knew everyone, and was known by everyone for miles round, yet his intimate acquaintances were very few. Himself thoroughly original, he had no taste for what was ordinary. A racy, rough character, high or low, ever found acceptance with him. A refined, insipid personage, however exalted in station, was his aversion. He would spend an hour, any time, in talking freely with a shrewd workman of his own, or with some queer, sagacious old woman amongst his cottagers, when he would have grudged a moment to a commonplace fine gentleman, or to the most fashionable and elegant, if frivolous, lady. His preferences on these points he carried to an extreme, forgetting that there may be amiable and even admirable characters amongst those who cannot be original. Yet he made exceptions to his own rule. There was a certain order of mind, plain, ingenuous, neglecting refinement, almost devoid of intellectuality, and quite incapable of appreciating what was intellectual in him, but which at the same time never felt disgust at his rudeness, was not easily wounded by his sarcasm, did not closely analyze his sayings, doings, or opinions, with which he was peculiarly at ease, and consequently which he peculiarly preferred. He was lord amongst such characters. They, while submitting implicitly to his influence, never acknowledged, because they never reflected on, his superiority. They were quite tractable, therefore, without running the smallest danger of being servile, and their unthinking, easy, artless insensibility was as acceptable, because as convenient, to Mr. Yorke, as that of the chair he sat on or of the floor he trod. It will have been observed that he was not quite uncordial with Mr. Moore. He had 2 or 3 reasons for entertaining a faint partiality to that gentleman. It may sound odd, but the first of these was that Moore spoke English with a foreign, and French with a perfectly pure, accent, and that his dark thin face, with its fine though rather wasted lines, had a most anti-British and anti-Yorkshire look. These points seem frivolous, unlikely to influence a character like Yorke's, but the fact is they recalled old, perhaps pleasurable associations. They brought back his travelling, his youthful days. He had seen, amidst Italian cities and scenes, faces like Moore's. He had heard, in Parisian cafes and theatres, voices like his. He was young then, and when he looked at and listened to the alien, he seemed young again. Secondly, he had known Moore's father, and had had dealings with him. That was a more substantial, though by no means a more agreeable tie, for as his firm had been connected with Moore's in business, it had also, in some measure, been implicated in its losses. Thirdly, he had found Robert himself a sharp man of business. He saw reason to anticipate that he would, in the end, by one means or another, make money, and he respected both his resolution and acuteness, perhaps also his hardness. A fourth circumstance which drew them together was that of Mr. Yorke being one of the guardians of the miner on whose estate Hollow's Mill was situated. Consequently Moore, in the course of his alterations and improvements, had frequent occasion to consult him. As to the other guest now present in Mr. Yorke's parlour, Mr. Helston, between him and his host there existed a double antipathy, the antipathy of nature and that of circumstances. The freethinker hated the formalist, the lover of liberty detested the disciplinarian. Besides, it was said that in former years they had been rival suitors of the same lady. Mr. Yorke, as a general rule, was, when young, noted for his preference of sprightly and dashing women. A showy shape and air, a lively wit, a ready tongue, chiefly seemed to attract him. He never, however, proposed to any of these brilliant belles whose society he sought, and all at once he seriously fell in love with and eagerly wooed a girl who presented a complete contrast to those he had hitherto noticed, a girl with the face of a Madonna, a girl of living marble, stillness personified. No matter that when he spoke to her she only answered him in monosyllables, no matter that his sighs seemed unheard, that his glances were unreturned, that she never responded to his opinions, rarely smiled at his jests, paid him no respect and no attention, no matter that she seemed the opposite of everything feminine he had ever in his whole life been known to admire. For him, Mary Cave was perfect, because somehow, for some reason, no doubt he had a reason, he loved her. Mr. Helston, at that time curate of Briarfield, loved Mary too, or at any rate he fancied her. Several others admired her, for she was beautiful as a monumental angel, but the clergyman was preferred for his office's sake, that office probably investing him with some of the illusion necessary to allure the commission of matrimony, and which Miss Cave did not find in any of the young wool-staplers, her other adorers. Mr. Helston neither had nor professed to have Mr. Yorke's absorbing passion for her. He had none of the humble reverence which seemed to subdue most of her suitors. He saw her more as she really was than the rest did. He was, consequently, more master of her and himself. She accepted him at the first offer, and they were married. Nature never intended Mr. Helston to make a very good husband, especially to a quiet wife. He thought so long as a woman was silent, nothing ailed her, and she wanted nothing. If she did not complain of solitude, solitude, however continued, could not be irksome to her. If she did not talk and put herself forward, express a partiality for this and aversion to that, she had no partialities or aversions, and it was useless to consult her tastes. He made no pretense of comprehending women or comparing them with men. They were of different, probably a very inferior, order of existence. A wife could not be her husband's companion, much less his confidant, much less his stay. His wife, after a year or two, was of no great importance to him in any shape, and when she one day, as he thought suddenly, for he had scarcely noticed her decline, but as others thought gradually, took her leave of him and of life, and there was only a still, beautiful-featured mould of clay left, cold and white, in the conjugal couch, he felt his bereavement. Who shall say how little? Yet perhaps more than he seemed to feel it, for he was not a man from whom grief easily wrung tears. His dry-eyed and sober mourning scandalized an old housekeeper, and likewise a female attendant who had waited upon Mrs. Helston in her sickness, and who perhaps had had opportunities of learning more of the deceased lady's nature, of her capacity for feeling and loving, than her husband knew. They gossiped together over the corpse, related anecdotes with embellishments of her lingering decline, and its real or supposed cause. In short, they worked each other up into some indignation against the austere little man who sat examining papers in an adjoining room, unconscious of what opprobrium he was the object. Mrs. Helston was hardly under the sod when rumours began to be rife in the neighbourhood that she had died of a broken heart. These magnified quickly into reports of hard usage, and finally details of harsh treatment on the part of her husband, reports grossly untrue, but not the less eagerly received on that account. Mr. Yorke heard them, partly believed them. Already, of course, he had no friendly feeling to his successful rival. Though himself a married man now, and united to a woman who seemed a complete contrast to Mary Gave in all respects, he could not forget the great disappointment of his life, and when he heard that what would have been so precious to him had been neglected, perhaps abused by another, he conceived for that other a rooted and bitter animosity. Of the nature and strength of this animosity Mr. Helston was but half aware. He neither knew how much Yorke had loved Mary Gave, what he had felt on losing her, nor was he conscious of the calumnies concerning his treatment of her, familiar to every ear in the neighbourhood but his own. He believed political and religious differences alone separated him and Mr. Yorke. Had he known how the case really stood, he would hardly have been induced by any persuasion to cross his former rival's threshold. Mr. Yorke did not resume his lecture of Robert Moore. The conversation ere long recommenced in a more general form, though still in a somewhat disputative tone. The unquiet state of the country, the various depredations lately committed on mill property in the district, supplied abundant matter for disagreement, especially as each of the three gentlemen present differed more or less in his views on these subjects. Mr. Helston thought the masters aggrieved, the work-people unreasonable. He condemned sweepingly the widespread spirit of disaffection against constituted authorities. The growing indisposition to bear with patience evils he regarded as inevitable. The cures he prescribed were vigorous government interference, strict magisterial vigilance, when necessary, prompt military coercion. Mr. Yorke wished to know whether this interference, vigilance, and coercion would feed those who were hungry, give work to those who wanted work and whom no man would hire. He scouted the idea of inevitable evils. He said public patience was a camel, on whose back the last atom that could be born had already been laid, and that resistance was now a duty. The widespread spirit of disaffection against constituted authorities he regarded as the most promising sign of the times. The masters, he allowed, were truly aggrieved, but their main grievance had been heaped upon them by a corrupt, base, and bloody government. These were Mr. Yorke's epithets. Madmen like Pitt, demons like Castlereagh, mischievous idiots like Percival, were the tyrants, the curses of the country, the destroyers of her trade. It was their infatuated perseverance in an unjustifiable, a hopeless, a ruinous war, which had brought the nation to its present pass. It was their monstrously oppressive taxation, it was the infamous Orders in Council, the originators of which deserved impeachment and the scaffold, if ever public men did, that hung a millstone about England's neck. But where was the use of talking, he demanded. What chance was there of reason being heard in a land that was king-ridden, priest-ridden, peer-ridden, where a lunatic was the nominal monarch, an unprincipled debauchee the real ruler, where such an insult to common sense as hereditary legislators was tolerated, where such a humbug as a bench of bishops, such an arrogant abuse as pampered, persecuting, established church was endured and venerated, where a standing army was maintained, and a host of lazy parsons, and the pauper families were kept on the fat of the land. Mr. Helston, rising up and putting on his shovel hat, observed in reply, that in the course of his life he had met with 2 or 3 instances where sentiments of this sort had been very bravely maintained so long as health, strength, and the worldly prosperity had been the allies of him who professed them. But there came a time, he said, to all men, when the keepers of the house should tremble, when they should be afraid of that which is high, and fear should be in the way. And that time was the test of the advocate of anarchy and rebellion, the enemy of religion and order. Ere now, he affirmed, he had been called upon to read those prayers our church has provided for the sick by the miserable dying bed of one of her most rancorous foes. He had seen such a one, stricken with remorse, solicitous to discover a place for repentance, and unable to find any, though he sought it carefully with tears. He must forewarn Mr. Yorke that blasphemy against God and the King was a deadly sin, and that there was such a thing as judgment to come. Mr. Yorke believed fully that there was such a thing as judgment to come. If it were otherwise, it would be difficult to imagine how all the scoundrels who seemed triumphant in this world, who broke innocent hearts with impunity, abused unmerited privileges, were a scandal to honorable callings, took the bread out of the mouths of the poor, browbeat the humble, and truckled meanly to the rich and proud, were to be properly paid off in such coin as they had earned. But, he added, whenever he got low-spirited about such like goings-on and their seeming success in this mucky lump of a planet, he just reached down to old Book, pointing to a great Bible in the bookcase, opened it like at a chance, and he was sure to light up a verse blazing with a blue brimstone load that set all straight. He knew, he said, where some folk were bound for, just as well as if an angel with great white wings had come in over to doorstone and told him. Sir, said Mr. Helston, collecting all his dignity, sir, the great knowledge of man is to know himself, and the bourne whither his own steps tend. Aye, aye, you'll recollect, Mr. Helston, that ignorance was carried away from the very gates of heaven, borne through the air, and thrust in at a door in the side of the hill which led down to hell. Nor have I forgotten, Mr. Yorke, that vain confidence, not seeing the way before him, fell into a deep pit which was on purpose there made by the prince of the grounds, to catch vainglorious fools withal, and was dashed to pieces with his fall. Now, interposed Mr. Moore, who had hitherto sat a silent but amused spectator of this wordy combat, and in whose indifference to the party politics of the day, as well as to the gossip of the neighbourhood, made him an impartial, if apathetic, judge of the merits of such an encounter, you have both sufficiently blackballed each other, and proved how cordially you detest each other, and how wicked you think each other. For my part, my hate is still running in such a strong current against the fellows who have broken my frames, that I have none to spare for my private acquaintance, and still less for such a vague thing as a sect or a government. But really, gentlemen, you both seem very bad by your own showing, worse than I ever suspected you to be. I dare not stay all night with a rebel and a blasphemer like you, Yorke, and I hardly dare ride home with a cruel and tyrannical ecclesiastic like Mr. Helston. I am going, however, Mr. Moore, said the rector sternly. Come with me or not, as you please. Nay, he shall not have the choice. He shall go with you, responded Yorke. It's midnight and past. and I'll have nobody staying up in my house any longer. You mun all go." He rang the bell. "Deb," said he to the servant who answered it, "clear them folk out of the kitchen and lock the doors and be off to bed. Here's your way, gentlemen," he continued to his guests, and lighting them through the passage, he fairly put them out at his front door. They met their party hurrying out pell-mell by the back way. Their horses stood at the gate, they mounted and rode off, Moore laughing at their abrupt dismissal, Helston deeply indignant thereat. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Elisa Clausen of Menlo Park, California.
Chapter 5, Part 1 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shirley, by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 5, Part 1. Hollow's Cottage. Moore's good spirits were still with him when he rose next morning. He and Joe Scott had both spent the night in the mill, availing themselves of certain sleeping accommodations producible from recesses in the front and back counting-houses. The master, always an early riser, was up somewhat sooner even than usual. He awoke his man by singing a French song as he made his toilet. "You're not custen down, then, maister?" cried Joe. "Not a stiver, mon garçon," which means my lad. "Get up, and we'll take a turn through the mill before the hands come in, and I'll explain my future plans. We'll have the machinery yet, Joseph. You never heard of Bruce, perhaps?" "And there'n't? Yes, but I have. I read the history of Scotland, and happen to know as much on't as you, and I understand you to mean to say you'll persevere." "I do." "Is there money or you make in your country?" inquired Joe, as he folded up his temporary bed and put it away. "In my country? Which is my country? Why, France, isn't it?" "Not it, indeed. The circumstance of the French having seized Antwerp, where I was born, does not make me a Frenchman." "Holland, then?" "I am not a Dutchman. Now you're confounding Antwerp with Amsterdam." "Flanders?" "I scorn the insinuation. Joe, I a Flemish? Have I a Flemish face? Have I a Flemish face, the clumsy nose standing out, the mean forehead falling back, the pale blue eyes, a fleur de tête? Am I all body and no legs, like a Flamand? But you don't know what they're like, those Netherlanders. Joe, I'm an Anversois. My mother was an Anversoise, though she came of French lineage, which is the reason I speak French." "But your father were Yorkshire, which makes you a bit Yorkshire too. None of you may say you're kin to us, you're so keen on making brass and getting forrads." "Joe, you're an impudent dog. But I've always been accustomed to a boorish sort of insolence from my youth up. The classe ouvrière, that is, the working people in Belgium, bear themselves brutally towards their employers. And by brutally, Joe, I mean brutalement, which perhaps, when properly translated, should be roughly. We allus speak our minds in this country. Them young parsons and grand folk from London is shocked at our incivility. And we like well enough to give 'em summat to be shocked at, 'cause it's sport to us to watch 'em turn out the whites of their een, and spread out their bits of hands like as they're flayed with bogards, and then to hear 'em say, nipping off their words short, like, 'Dear, dear, what savages! How very coarse!'" "You are savages, Joe. You don't suppose you're civilized, do you?" "Middlin', maister. I reckon us manufacturing lads in North is a deal more intelligent, and knows a good deal more than the farming folk in South. Trade sharpens your wits, and them that's mechanics like me is forced to think. You know, what with looking after machinery and such like, I've gotten into that way that when I see an effect I look straight out for a cause, and I flick hold on to purpose. And then I like reading, and curious to know what them that reckons to govern us aims to do for us and with us. And there's many cutin' o' me. There's many a one among them greasy chaps that smells of oil, and among them dyers with blue and black skins that has a long head, that can tell what foil of a law is, as well as you of old York, and a deal better than a sothans like Christopher Sykes of Winbury, and great Hector Nouts like yon Irish Peter, Helstode's curate." "You think yourself a clever fellow, I know, Scott." "Aye, I'm fairish. I can tell cheese from chalk, and I'm very weel aware that I've improved such opportunities as I've had. A deal better nor summat reckons to be above me, but there's thousands o' Yorkshire that's as good as me, and at 2-3 that's better. You're a great man, you're a sublime fellow, but you're a prig, a conceited noodle with it all, Joe. You need not to think that because you've picked up a little knowledge of practical mathematics, and because you have found out some scantling of the elements of chemistry at the bottom of a dyeing vat, that therefore you're a neglected man of science, and you need not to suppose that because the course of trade does not always run smooth, and you, and such as you, are sometimes short of work and of bread, that therefore your class are martyrs, and that the whole form of government under which you live is wrong. And, moreover, you need not for a moment insinuate that the virtues have taken refuge in cottages and wholly abandoned slated houses. Let me tell you, I particularly abominate that sort of trash, because I know so well that human nature is human nature everywhere, whether under tile or thatch, and that in every specimen of human nature that breathes, vice and virtue are ever found blended, in smaller or greater proportions, and that the proportion is not determined by station. I've seen villains who were rich, and I've seen villains who were poor, and I've seen villains who were neither rich nor poor, but who had realized Agar's wish, and lived in fair and modest competency. The clock is going to strike 6. Away with you, Joe, and ring the mill bell. It was now the middle of the month of February. By 6 o'clock, therefore, dawn was just beginning to steal on night, to penetrate with a pale ray its brown obscurity, and give a demi-translucence to its opaque shadows. Pale enough that ray was on this particular morning. No colour tinged the east, no flush warmed it. To see what a heavy lid day slowly lifted, what a wan glance she flung along the hills, you would have thought the sun's fire quenched in last night's floods. The breath of this morning was chill as its aspect. A raw wind stirred the mass of night cloud, and showed, as it slowly rose, leaving a colourless, silver-gleaming ring all round the horizon, not blue sky, but a stratum of paler vapour beyond. It had ceased to rain, but the earth was sodden, and the pools and rivulets were full. The mill windows were alight, the bell still rung loud, and now the little children came running in too great a hurry, let us hope, to feel very much nipped by the inclement air. And indeed, by contrast, perhaps the morning appeared rather favourable to them than otherwise, for they had often come to their work that winter through snowstorms, through heavy rain, through hard frost. Mr. Moore stood at the entrance to watch them pass. He counted them as they went by. To those who came rather late he said a word of reprimand, which was a little more sharply repeated by Joe Scott when the lingerers reached the workrooms. Neither master nor overlooker spoke savagely. They were not savage men, either of them, though it appeared both were rigid, for they fined a delinquent who came considerably too late. Mr. Moore made him pay his penny down ere he entered, and informed him that the next repetition of the fault would cost him 2d. Rules, no doubt, are necessary in such cases, and coarse and cruel masters will make coarse and cruel rules, which at the time we treat of at least, they use sometimes to enforce tyrannically. But though I describe imperfect characters, every character in this book will be found to be more or less imperfect, my pen refusing to draw anything in the model line. I have not undertaken to handle degraded or utterly infamous ones. Child torturers, slave masters, and drivers I consign to the hands of jailers. The novelist may be excused from sullying his page with the record of their deeds. Instead, then, of harrowing up my reader's soul and delighting his organ of wonder with effective descriptions of stripes and scourgings, I am happy to be able to inform him that neither Mr. Moore nor his overlooker ever struck a child in their mill. Joe had indeed once very severely flogged a son of his own for telling a lie and persisting in it, but like his employer, he was too phlegmatic, too calm, as well as too reasonable a man, to make corporal chastisement other than the exception to his treatment of the young. Mr. Moore haunted his mill, his mill-yard, his dye-house, and his warehouse till the sickly dawn strengthened into day. The sun even rose, at least a white disk, clear, tintless, and almost chill-looking as ice, peeped over the dark crest of the hill, changed to silver the livid edge of the cloud above it, and looked solemnly down the whole length of the den, or narrow dale, to whose straight bounds we are at present limited. It was 8 o'clock. The mill lights were all extinguished. The signal was given for breakfast. The children, released for half an hour from toil, betook themselves to the little tin cans which held their coffee, and to the small baskets which contained their allowance of bread. Let us hope they have enough to eat. It would be a pity were it otherwise. And now at last Mr. Moore quitted the mill-yard and bent his steps to his dwelling-house. It was only a short distance from the factory, but the hedge and high bank on each side of the lane which conducted to it seemed to give it something of the appearance and feeling of seclusion. It was a small whitewashed place, with a green porch over the door. Scanty brown stalks showed in the garden soil near this porch, and likewise beneath the windows, stalks budless and flowerless now, but giving dim prediction of trained and blooming creepers for summer days. A grass plot and borders fronted the cottage. The borders presented only black mould yet, except where, in sheltered nooks, the first shoots of snowdrop or crocus peeped, green as emerald, from the earth. The spring was late. It had been a severe and prolonged winter. The last deep snow had but just disappeared before yesterday's rains. On the hills, indeed, white remnants of it yet gleamed, flecking the hollows and crowning the peaks. The lawn was not verdant, but bleached, as was the grass on the bank and under the hedge in the lane. 3 trees, gracefully grouped, rose beside the cottage. They were not lofty, but having no rivals near, they looked well and imposing where they grew. Such was Mr. Moore's home, a snug nest for content and contemplation, but one within which the wings of action and ambition could not long lie folded. Its air of modest comfort seemed to possess no particular attraction for its owner. Instead of entering the house at once, he fetched a spade from a little shed and began to work in the garden. For about a quarter of an hour he dug on uninterrupted. At length, however, a window opened, and a female voice called to him, "Eh bien, tu ne déjeunes pas ce matin?" The answer and the rest of the conversation was in French, but as this is an English book I shall translate it into English. "Is breakfast ready, Hortense?" "Certainly. It has been ready for half an hour." "Then I am ready too. I have a canine hunger." He threw down his spade and entered the house. The narrow passage conducted him to a small parlour, where a breakfast of coffee and bread and butter, with a somewhat un-English accompaniment of stewed pears, was spread on the table. Over these viands presided the lady who had spoken from the window. I must describe her before I go any further. She seemed a little older than Mr. Moore. Perhaps she was 35, tall and proportionately stout. She had very black hair, for the present twisted up in curl papers, a high colour in her cheeks, a small nose, a pair of little black eyes. The lower part of her face was large in proportion to the upper. Her forehead was small and rather corrugated. She had a fretful, though not an ill-natured expression of countenance. There was something in her whole appearance one felt inclined to be half provoked with and half amused at. The strangest point was her dress, a stuff petticoat with a striped cotton camisole. The petticoat was short, displaying well a pair of feet and ankles which left much to be desired in the article of symmetry. You will think I have depicted a remarkable slattern, reader. Not at all. Hortense Moore, she was Mr. Moore's sister, was a very orderly, economical person. The petticoat, camisole, and curl papers were her morning costume, in which of forenoons she had always been accustomed to go her household ways in her own country. She did not choose to adopt English fashions, because she was obliged to live in England. She adhered to her old Belgian modes, quite satisfied that there was a merit in so doing. Mademoiselle had an excellent opinion of herself, an opinion not wholly undeserved, for she possessed some good and sterling qualities, but she rather overestimated the kind and degree of these qualities, and quite left out of the account sundry little defects which accompanied them. You could never have persuaded her that she was a prejudiced and narrow-minded person, that she was too susceptible on the subject of her own dignity and importance, and too apt to take offence about trifles. Yet all this was true. However, where her claims to distinction were not opposed, and where her prejudices were not offended, she could be kind and friendly enough. To her 2 brothers, for there was another Gerard Moore besides Robert, she was very much attached. As the sole remaining representatives of their decayed family, the persons of both were almost sacred in her eyes. Of Louis, however, she knew less than of Robert. He had been sent to England when a mere boy, and had received his education at an English school. His education not being such as to adapt him for trade, perhaps, too, his natural bent not inclining him to mercantile pursuits, he had, when the blight of hereditary prospects rendered it necessary for him to push his own fortune, adopted the very arduous and very modest career of a teacher. He had been usher in a school, and was said now to tutor in a private family. Hortense, when she mentioned Louis, described him as having what she called des moyens, but as being too backward and quiet. Her praise of Robert was in a different strain, less qualified. She was very proud of him. She regarded him as the greatest man in Europe. All he said and did was remarkable to her eyes, and she expected others to behold him from the same point of view. Nothing could be more irrational, monstrous, and infamous than opposition from any quarter to Robert, unless it was opposition to herself. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shirley, by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 5, Part 2. Hollow's Cottage. Accordingly, as soon as the said Robert was seated at the breakfast table, and she had helped him to a portion of stewed pears, and cut him a good-sized Belgian tartine, she began to pour out a flood of amazement and horror at the transaction of last night, the destruction of the frames. Quelle idée, to destroy them! Quelle action honteuse! On voyait bien que les ouvriers de ce pays étaient à la fois bêtes et méchants. C'était absolument comme les domestiques anglais, les servantes sur rien d'insupportable comme cette Sarah, par exemple. She looks clean and industrious, Mr. Moore remarked. Looks? I don't know how she looks, and I do not say that she is altogether dirty or idle, mais elle est d'une insolence. She disputed with me a quarter of an hour yesterday about the cooking of the beef. She said I boiled it to rags, that English people would never be able to eat such a dish as our bouillie, that the bouillon was no better than greasy warm water, and as to the choucroute, she affirms she cannot touch it. That barrel we have in the cellar, delightfully prepared by my own hands, she termed a tub of hogwash, which means food for pigs. I am harassed with the girl, and yet I cannot part with her lest I should get her worse. You are in the same position with your workmen, pauvre cher frère. I am afraid you are not very happy in England, Hortense. It is my duty to be happy where you are, brother, but otherwise there are certainly 1,000 things which make me regret our native town. All the world here appears to me ill-bred, mal élevée. I find my habits considered ridiculous. If a girl out of your mill chances to come into the kitchen and find me in my jupon and camisole preparing dinner, for you know I cannot trust Sarah to cook a single dish, she sneers. If I accept an invitation out to tea, which I have done once or twice, I perceive I am put quite into the background. I have not that attention paid to me which decidedly is my due. Of what an excellent family are the Gérards, as we know, and the Moores also. They have a right to claim a certain respect, and to feel wounded when it is withheld from them. In Antwerp I was always treated with distinction. Here one would think that when I open my lips in company I speak English with a ridiculous accent, whereas I am quite assured that I pronounce it perfectly. Hortense, in Antwerp we were known rich. In England we were never known but poor. Precisely, and thus mercenary are mankind. Again, dear brother, last Sunday, if you recollect, was very wet. Accordingly I went to church in my neat black sabots, objects one would not indeed wear in a fashionable city, but which in the country I have ever been accustomed to use for walking in dirty roads. Believe me, as I paced up the aisle, composed and tranquil as I am always, 4 ladies and as many gentlemen laughed and hid their faces behind their prayer-books. Well, don't put on the sabots again. I told you before I thought they were not quite the thing for this country. But, brother, they are not common sabots, such as the peasantry wear. I tell you, they are sabots noirs, très propres, très convenables. At Mont and Leuze, cities not very far removed from the elegant capital of Brussels, it is very seldom that the respectable people wear anything else for walking in winter. Let anyone try to wade in the mud of the Flemish chaussée in a pair of Paris potquins, on m'en dirait des nouvelles. Never mind Mont and Leuze and the Flemish chaussée. Do at Rome as the Romans do. And as to the camisole and jupon, I am not quite sure about them either. I never see an English lady dressed in such garments. Ask Caroline Helstone. Caroline? I ask Caroline? I consult her about my dress? It is she who on all points should consult me. She is a child. She is 18, or at least 17, old enough to know all about gowns, petticoats, and chaussures. Do not spoil Caroline, I entreat you, brother. Do not make of her more consequence than she ought to be. At present she is modest and unassuming. Let us keep her so. With all my heart. Is she coming this morning? She will come at 10 as usual to take her French lesson. You don't find that she sneers at you, do you? She does not. She appreciates me better than anyone else here, but then she has more intimate opportunities of knowing me. She sees that I have education, intelligence, manner, principles, all in short which belongs to a person well-born and well-bred. Are you at all fond of her? For fond I cannot say. I am not one who is prone to take violent fancies, and consequently my friendship is the more to be depended on. I have a regard for her as my relative. Her position also inspires interest, and her conduct as my pupil has hitherto been such as rather to enhance than diminish the attachment that springs from other causes. She behaves pretty well at lessons? To me she behaves pretty well, but you are conscious, brother, that I have a manner calculated to repel over familiarity, to win esteem, and to command respect. Yet possessed of penetration, I perceive dearly that Caroline is not perfect, that there is much to be desired in her. Give me a last cup of coffee, and while I am drinking it, amuse me with an account of her faults. Dear brother, I am happy to see you eat your breakfast with relish, after the fatiguing night which you have passed. Caroline, then, is defective, but with my forming hand and almost motherly care she may improve. There is about her an occasional something, a reserve, I think, which I do not quite like, because it is not sufficiently girlish and submissive, and there are glimpses of an unsettled hurry in her nature which put me out. Yet she is usually most tranquil, too dejected and thoughtful indeed sometimes. In time, I doubt not, I shall make her uniformly sedate and decorous, without being unaccountably pensive. I ever disapprove of what is not intelligible. I don't understand your account in the least. What do you mean by unsettled hurries, for instance? An example will perhaps be the most satisfactory explanation. I sometimes, you are aware, make her read French poetry by way of practice and pronunciation. She has in the course of her lessons gone through much of Corneille and Racine in a very steady, sober spirit, such as I approve. Occasionally she showed, indeed, a degree of languor in the perusal of those esteemed authors, partaking rather of apathy than sobriety, and apathy is what I cannot tolerate in those who have the benefit of my instructions. Besides, one should not be apathetic in studying standard works. The other day I put into her hands a volume of short fugitive pieces. I sent her to the window to learn them by heart, and when I looked up I saw her turning the leaves over impatiently and curling her lip, absolutely with scorn, as she surveyed the little poems cursorily. I chid her. "Ma cousine," said she, "tout cela m'ennuie à la mort." I told her this was improper language. "Dieu!" she exclaimed. "Il n'y a donc pas deux lignes de poésie dans toute la littérature française?" I inquired what she meant. She begged my pardon with proper submission. Ere long she was still. I saw her smiling to herself over the book. She began to learn assiduously. In half an hour she came and stood before me, presented the volume, folded her hands, as I always required her to do, and commenced the repetition of that short thing by Chenier, La Jeune Captive. If you had heard the manner in which she went through this, and in which she uttered a few incoherent comments when she had done, you would have known what I meant by the phrase unsettled hurry. One would have thought Chenier was more moving than all Racine and all Corneille. You, brother, who have so much sagacity, will discern that this disproportionate preference argues an ill-regulated mind. But she is fortunate in her preceptress. I will give her a system, a method of thought, a set of opinions. I will give her the perfect control and guidance of her feelings. Be sure you do, Hortense. Here she comes. That was her shadow past the window, I believe. Ah, truly, she is too early, half an hour before her time. My child, what brings you here before I have breakfasted? This question was addressed to an individual who now entered the room, a young girl, wrapped in a winter mantle, the folds of which were gathered with some grace round an apparently slender figure. I came in haste to see how you were, Hortense, and how Robert was too. I am sure you will both be grieved by what happened last night. I did not hear till this morning. My uncle told me at breakfast. Ah, it is unspeakable. You sympathize with us? Your uncle sympathized with us? My uncle is very angry, but he was with Robert, I believe, was he not? Did he not go with you to Silvermoor? Yes, we set out in very martial style, Caroline, but the prisoners we went to rescue met us halfway. Of course nobody was hurt? Why no, only Joe Scott's wrists were a little galled with being pinioned too tightly behind his back. You were not there? You were not with the wagons when they were attacked? No, one seldom has the fortune to be present at occurrences at which one would particularly wish to assist. Where are you going this morning? I saw Murgatroyd saddling your horse in the yard. To Winbury. It is market day. Mr. Yorke is going too. I met him in his gig. Come home with him. Why? Well, two are better than one, and nobody dislikes Mr. Yorke. At least, poor people do not dislike him. Therefore he would be protection to me, who am hated? Who are misunderstood. That probably is the word. Shall you be late? Will he be late, Cousin Hortense? It is too probable. He has often much business to transact at Winbury. Have you brought your exercise book, child? Yes. What time will you return, Robert? I generally return at 7. Do you wish me to be at home earlier? Try rather to be back at 6. It is not absolutely dark at 6 now, but by 7 daylight is quite gone. And what danger is to be apprehended, Caroline, when daylight is gone? What peril do you conceive comes as the companion of darkness for me? I am not sure that I can define my fears, but we all have a certain anxiety at present about our friends. My uncle calls these times dangerous. He says, too, that mill owners are unpopular. And I, one of the most unpopular? Is not that the fact? You are reluctant to speak out plainly, but at heart you think me liable to Pearson's fate, who was shot at, not indeed from behind a hedge, but in his own house, through a staircase window as he was going to bed. Anne Pearson showed me the bullet in the chamber door, remarked Caroline gravely, as she folded her mantle and arranged it and her muff on a side table. You know, she continued, there is a hedge all the way along the road from here to Winbury, and there are the Fieldhead plantations to pass. But you will be back at 6, or before? Certainly he will, affirmed Hortense. And now, my child, prepare your lessons for repetition, while I put the peas to soak for the puree at dinner. With this direction she left the room. You suspect I have many enemies, then, Caroline, said Mr. Moore. And doubtless you know me to be destitute of friends? Not destitute, Robert. There's your sister, your brother Louis, whom I have never seen. There's Mr. Yorke, and there's my uncle besides. Of course, many more. Robert smiled. You would be puzzled to name your many more, said he. But show me your exercise book. What extreme pains you take with the writing. My sister, I suppose, exacts this care. She wants to form you in all things after the model of a Flemish schoolgirl. What life are you destined for, Caroline? What will you do with your French, drawing, and other accomplishments when they are acquired? You may well say when they are acquired, for as you are aware, till Hortense began to teach me, I knew precious little. As to the life I am destined for, I cannot tell. I suppose to keep my uncle's house till— She hesitated. Till what? Till he dies? No, how harsh to say that. I never think of his dying. He's only 55. But in short, till events offer other occupations for me. A remarkably vague prospect. Are you content with it? I used to be formerly. Children, you know, have little reflection, or rather their reflections run on ideal themes. There are moments now when I am not quite satisfied. Why? I am making no money, earning nothing. You come to the point, Lina. You too then wish to make money. I do. I should like an occupation, and if I were a boy it would not be so difficult to find one. I see such an easy, pleasant way of learning a business and making my way in life. Go on, let us hear what way. I could be apprenticed to your trade, the cloth trade. I could learn it of you, as we are distant relations. I would do the counting house work, keep the books, and write the letters, while you went to market. I know you greatly desire to be rich in order to pay your father's debts. Perhaps I could help you to get rich. Help me? You should think of yourself. I do think of myself. But must one forever think only of oneself? Of whom else do I think? Of whom else dare I think? The poor ought to have no large sympathies. It is their duty to be narrow. No, Robert. Yes, Caroline. Poverty is necessarily selfish, contracted, grovelling, anxious. Now and then a poor man's heart, when certain beams and dews visit it, may swell like the budding vegetation in yonder garden on this spring day, may feel ripe to evolve in foliage, perhaps blossom. But he must not encourage the pleasant impulse. He must invoke prudence to check it, with that frosty breath of hers, which is as nipping as any north wind. No cottage would be happy then. When I speak of poverty, I do not so much mean the natural, habitual poverty of the working man, as the embarrassed penury of the man in debt. My grubworm is always a straitened, struggling, careworn tradesman. Cherish hope, not anxiety. Certain ideas have become too fixed in your mind. It may be presumptuous to say it, but I have the impression that there is something wrong in your notions of the best means of attaining happiness, as there is in— Second hesitation. Courage, let me speak the truth. In your manner, mind I say only manner, to these Yorkshire work people. You have often wanted to tell me that, have you not? Yes, often, very often. The faults of my manner are, I think, only negative. I am not proud. What has a man in my position to be proud of? I am only taciturn, phlegmatic, and joyless. As if your living cloth-dressers were all machines, like your frames and shears. In your own house you seem different. To those of my own house I am no alien, which I am to these English clowns. I might act the benevolent with them, but acting is not my forte. I find them irrational, perverse. They hinder me when I long to hurry forward. In treating them justly, I fulfil my whole duty towards them. You don't expect them to love you, of course? Nor wish it. Ah! Said the monitress, shaking her head and heaving a deep sigh. With this ejaculation, indicative that she perceived the screw to be loose somewhere, but that it was out of her reach to set it right, she bent over her grammar, and sought the rule and exercise for that day. I suppose I am not an affectionate man, Caroline. The attachment of a very few suffices me. If you please, Robert, will you mend me a pen or two before you go? First let me rule your book, for you always contrive to draw the lines aslant. There now. And now for the pins. You like a fine one, I think? Such as you generally make for me and Hortense, not your own broad points. If I were of Lewis's calling, I might stay at home and dedicate this morning to you and your studies, whereas I must spend it in Sykes' wool warehouse. You'll be making money, more likely losing it. As he finished mending the pens, a horse, saddled and bridled, was brought up to the garden gate. There, Fred is ready for me. I must go. I'll take one look to see what the spring has done in the south border, too, first. He quitted the room and went into the garden ground behind the mill. A sweet fringe of young verdure and opening flowers, snowdrop, crocus, even primrose, bloomed in the sunshine under the hot wall of the factory. Moore plucked here and there a blossom and leaf, till he had collected a little bouquet. He returned to the parlour, pilfered a thread of silk from his sister's work-basket, tied the flowers, and laid them on Caroline's desk. "Now, good morning." "Thank you, Robert. It is pretty. It looks as it lies there, like sparkles of sunshine and blue sky. Good morning." He went to the door, stooped, opened his lips as if to speak, said nothing, and moved on. He passed through the wicket and mounted his horse. In a second he had flung himself from the saddle again, transferred the reins to Murgatroyd, and re-entered the cottage. "I forgot my gloves," he said, appearing to take something from the side table. Then, as an impromptu thought, he remarked, "You have no binding engagement at home, perhaps, Caroline?" "I never have. Some children's socks, which Mrs. Ramsden has ordered to knit for the Jew's basket, but they will keep." "Jew's basket be sold. Never was utensil better named. Anything more Jewish than it, its contents and their prices, cannot be conceived. But I see something, a very tiny curl at the corners of your lip, which tells me that you know its merits as well as I do. Forget the Jew's basket, then, and spend the day here as a change. Your uncle won't break his heart by your absence." She smiled. "No?" "The old Cossack! I dare say not," muttered Moore. "Then stay and dine with Hortense. She will be glad of your company. I shall return in good time. We will have a little reading in the evening. The moon rises at 8:30, and I will walk up to the rectory with you at 9. Do you agree?" She nodded her head, and her eyes lit up. Moore lingered yet 2 minutes. He bent over Caroline's desk and glanced at her grammar. He fingered her pen. He lifted her bouquet and played with it. His horse stamped impatient. Fred Murgatroyd hemmed and coughed at the gate, as if he wondered what in the world his master was doing. "Good morning," again said Moore, and finally vanished. Hortense, coming in 10 minutes after, found to her surprise that Caroline had not yet commenced her exercise. End of Chapter 5.
Chapter 6, Part 1 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shirley by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 6, Coriolanus. Part 1. Mademoiselle Moore had that morning a somewhat absent-minded pupil. Caroline forgot, again and again, the explanations which were given to her. However, she still bore with unclouded mood the chidings her inattention brought upon her. Sitting in the sunshine near the window, she seemed to receive with its warmth a kind influence, which made her both happy and good. Thus disposed, she looked her best, and her best was a pleasing vision. To her had not been denied the gift of beauty. It was not absolutely necessary to know her in order to like her. She was fair enough to please, even at the first view. Her shape suited her age. It was girlish, light, and pliant. Every curve was neat, every limb proportionate. Her face was expressive and gentle. Her eyes were handsome, and gifted at times with a winning beam that stole into the heart, with a language that spoke softly to the affections. Her mouth was very pretty. She had a delicate skin, and a fine flow of brown hair, which she knew how to arrange with taste. Curls became her, and she possessed them in picturesque profusion. Her style of dress announced taste in the wearer, very unobtrusive in fashion, far from costly in material, suitable in color to the fair complexion with which it contrasted, and in make to the slight form which it draped. Her present winter garb was of merino, the same soft shade of brown as her hair. The little collar round her neck lay over a pink ribbon, and was fastened with a pink knot. She wore no other decoration. So much for Caroline Helstone's appearance. As to her character or intellect, if she had any, they must speak for themselves in due time. Her connections are soon explained. She was the child of parents separated soon after her birth, in consequence of disagreement of disposition. Her mother was the half-sister of Mr. Moore's father. Thus, though there was no mixture of blood, she was in a distant sense the cousin of Robert, Louis, and Hortense. Her father was the brother of Mr. Helstone, a man of the character friends desire not to recall, after death has once settled all earthly accounts. He had rendered his wife unhappy. The reports which were known to be true concerning him had given an air of probability to those which were falsely circulated respecting his better principal brother. Caroline had never known her mother, as she was taken from her in infancy, and had not since seen her. Her father died comparatively young, and her uncle, the rector, had for some years been her sole guardian. He was not, as we are aware, much adapted, either by nature or habit, to have the charge of a young girl. He had taken little trouble about her education. Probably he would have taken none if she, finding herself neglected, had not grown anxious on her own account, and asked, every now and then, for a little attention, and for the means of acquiring such amount of knowledge as could not be dispensed with. Still, she had a depressing feeling that she was inferior, that her attainments were fewer than were usually possessed by girls of her age and station, and very glad was she to avail herself of the kind offer made by her cousin Hortense, soon after the arrival of the latter at Hollow's Mill, to teach her French and fine needlework. Mademoiselle Moore, for her part, delighted in the task, because it gave her importance. She liked to lord it a little over a docile, quick pupil. She took Caroline precisely at her own estimate, as an irregularly taught, yet an ignorant girl, and when she found that she made rapid and eager progress, it was to no talent, no application of the scholar she ascribed the improvement, but entirely to her own superior method of teaching. When she found that Caroline, unskilled in routine, had a knowledge of her own, desultory but varied, the discovery caused her no surprise, for she still imagined that from her conversation had the girl unawares gleaned these treasures. She thought, even when forced to feel that her pupil knew much on subjects whereof she knew little, the idea was not logical, but Hortense had perfect faith in it. Mademoiselle, who prided herself on possessing un esprit positif, and on entertaining a decided preference for dry studies, kept her young cousin to the same as closely as she could. She worked her unrelentingly at the grammar of the French language, assigning her as the most improving exercise she could devise the interminable analyses logiques. These analyses were by no means a source of particular pleasure to Caroline. She thought she could have learned French just as well without them, and grudged excessively the time spent in pondering over propositions principales et incidents, in deciding the incident déterminatif and the incident applicatif, and examining whether the proposition was plein, elliptique, or implicite. Sometimes she lost herself in the maze, and when so lost she would, now and then, while Hortense was rummaging her drawer upstairs, and arranging, an unaccountable occupation in which she spent a large portion of each day arranging, disarranging, rearranging, and counterarranging, carry her book to Robert in the counting-house, and get the rough place made smooth by his aid. Mr. Moore possessed a clear, tranquil brain of his own. Almost as soon as he looked at Caroline's little difficulties, they seemed to dissolve beneath his eye. In 2 minutes he would explain all. In 2 words give the key to the puzzle. She thought if Hortense would only teach like him, how much faster she might learn. Repaying him by an admiring grateful smile, rather shed at his feet than looked into his face, she would leave the mill reluctantly to go back to the cottage, and then, while she completed the exercise or worked out the sum, for Mademoiselle Moore taught her arithmetic too, she would wish nature had made her a boy instead of a girl, that she might ask Robert to let her be his clerk and sit with him in the counting-house, instead of sitting with Hortense in the parlour. Occasionally, but this happened very rarely, she spent the evening at Hollow's cottage. Sometimes during these visits Mr. Moore was away attending a market. Sometimes he was gone to Mr. Yorke's. Often he was engaged with a male visitor in another room. But sometimes, too, he was at home, disengaged, free to talk with Caroline. When this was the case, the evening hours passed on wings of light. They were gone before they were counted. There was no room in England so pleasant as that small parlour when the 3 cousins occupied it. Hortense, when she was not teaching or scolding or cooking, was far from ill-humoured. It was her custom to relax towards evening and to be kind to her young English kinswoman. There was a means, too, of rendering her delightful by inducing her to take her guitar and sing and play. She then became quite good-natured, and as she played with skill and had a well-toned voice, it was not disagreeable to listen to her. It would have been absolutely agreeable, except that her formal and self-important character modulated her strain, as it impressed her manners and moulded her countenance. Mr. Moore, released from the business yoke, was, if not lively himself, a willing spectator of Caroline's liveliness, a complacent listener to her talk, a ready respondent to her questions. He was something agreeable to sit near, to hover round, to address and look at. Sometimes he was better than this, almost animated, quite gentle and friendly. The drawback was that by the next morning he was sure to be frozen up again, and however much he seemed, in his quiet way, to enjoy these social evenings, he rarely contrived their recurrence. This circumstance puzzled the inexperienced head of his cousin. If I had a means of happiness at my command, she thought, I would employ that means often. I would keep it bright with use, and not let it lie for weeks aside till it gets rusty. Yet she was careful not to put in practice her own theory. Much as she liked an evening visit to the cottage, she never paid one unasked. Often, indeed, when pressed by Hortense to come, she refused, because Robert did not second, or but slightly seconded the request. This morning was the first time he had ever, of his own unprompted will, given her an invitation, and then he had spoken so kindly that in hearing him she had received a sense of happiness sufficient to keep her glad for the whole day. The morning passed as usual. Mademoiselle, ever breathlessly busy, spent it in bustling from kitchen to parlour, now scolding Sarah, now looking over Caroline's exercise or hearing her repetition lesson. However faultlessly these tasks were achieved, she never commended. It was a maxim with her that praise is inconsistent with a teacher's dignity, and that blame, in more or less unqualified measure, is indispensable to it. She thought incessant reprimand, severe or slight, quite necessary to the maintenance of her authority, and if no possible error was to be found in the lesson, it was the pupil's carriage or air or dress or mien which required correction. The usual affray took place about the dinner, which meal when Sarah at last brought it into the room, she almost flung upon the table with a look that expressed quite plainly, "I never dished such stuff in my life before. It's not fit for dogs." Notwithstanding Sarah's scorn, it was a savoury repast enough. The soup was a sort of puree of dried peas, which Mademoiselle had prepared amidst bitter lamentations that in this desolate country of England no haricot beans were to be had. Then came a dish of meat, nature unknown, but supposed to be miscellaneous, singularly chopped up with crumbs of bread, seasoned uniquely but not unpleasantly, and baked in a mould, a queer but by no means unpalatable dish. Greens, oddly bruised, formed the accompanying vegetable, and a pâté of fruit, conserved after a recipe devised by Madame Gérard Moore's grand-mère, and from the taste of which it appeared probable that mélasse had been substituted for sugar, completed the meat. Caroline had no objection to this Belgian cookery. Indeed, she rather liked it for a change, and it was well she did so, for had she evinced any disrelish thereof, such manifestation would have injured her and Mademoiselle's good graces forever. A positive crime might have been more easily pardoned than a symptom of distaste for the foreign comestibles. Soon after dinner, Caroline coaxed her governess cousin upstairs to dress. This manoeuvre required management. To have hinted that the jupon, camisole, and curl papers were odious objects, or indeed other than quite meritorious points, would have been a felony. Any premature attempt to urge their disappearance was therefore unwise, and would be likely to issue in the persevering wear of them during the whole day. Carefully avoiding rocks and quicksands, however, the pupil, on pretence of requiring change of scene, contrived to get the teacher aloft, and once in the bedroom she persuaded her that it was not worth while returning to it, and that she might as well make her toilet now. And while Mademoiselle delivered a solemn homily on her own surpassing merit in disregarding all frivolities of fashion, Caroline denuded her of the camisole, invested her with a decent gown, arranged her collar, hair, etc., and made her quite presentable. But Hortense would put the finishing touches herself, and these finishing touches consisted in a thick handkerchief round the throat, and a large, servant-like black apron, which spoiled everything. On no account would Mademoiselle have appeared in her own house without the thick handkerchief and the voluminous apron. The first was a positive matter of morality. It was quite improper not to wear fichu. The second was the ensign of a good housewife. She appeared to think that by means of it she somehow effected a large saving in her brother's income. She had with her own hands made and presented to Caroline similar equipments, and the only serious quarrel they had ever had, which still left a soreness in the elder cousin's soul, had arisen from the refusal of the younger one to accept of and profit by these elegant presents. "I wear a high dress into college," said Caroline, "and I should feel suffocated with a handkerchief in addition, and my short apron would do quite as well as that very long one. I would rather make no change." Yet Hortense, by dint of perseverance, would probably have compelled her to make a change, had not Mr. Moore chanced to overhear a dispute on the subject, and decided that Caroline's little aprons would suffice, and that in his opinion, as she was still but a child, she might for the present dispense with the fichu, especially as her curls were long and almost touched her shoulders. There was no appeal against Robert's opinion, therefore his sister was compelled to yield, but she disapproved entirely of the piquant neatness of Caroline's costume and the ladylike grace of her appearance. Something more solid and homely she would have considered beaucoup plus convenable. The afternoon was devoted to sewing. Mademoiselle, like most Belgian ladies, was specially skillful with her knitting. She by no means thought it waste of time to devote unnumbered hours to fine embroidery, sight-destroying lacework, marvelous netting and knitting, and above all, to most elaborate stocking mending. She would give a day to the mending of 2 holes in a stocking any time, and think her mission nobly fulfilled when she had accomplished it. It was another of Caroline's troubles to be condemned to learn this foreign style of darning, which was done stitch by stitch, so as exactly to imitate the fabric of the stocking itself. A weariful process, but considered by Hortense Gérard, and by her ancestresses before her for long generations back, as one of the first duties of woman. She herself had a needle, cotton, and a fearfully torn stocking put into her hand while she yet wore a child's cloth on her little black head. Her au fait in the darning line had been exhibited to the company ere she was 6 years old, and when she first discovered that Caroline was profoundly ignorant of this most essential of attainments, She could have wept with pity over her miserably neglected youth. No time did she lose in seeking out a hopeless pair of hose, of which the heels were entirely gone, and in setting the ignorant English girl to repair the deficiency. This task had been commenced 2 years ago, and Caroline had the stockings in her work bag yet. She did a few rows every day, by way of penance for the expiation of her sins. They were a grievous burden to her. She would much have liked to put them in the fire, and once Mr. Moore, who had observed her sitting and sighing over them, had proposed a private incremation in the counting-house. But to this proposal Caroline knew it would have been impolitic to accede. The result could only be a fresh pair of hose, probably in worse condition. She adhered, therefore, to the ills she knew. All the afternoon the two ladies sat and sewed, till the eyes and fingers, and even the spirits of one of them were weary. The sky since dinner had darkened. It had begun to rain again, to pour fast secret fears began to steal on Caroline that Robert would be persuaded by Mr. Sykes and Mr. Yorke to remain at Winbury till it cleared, and of that there appeared no present chance. 5 o'clock struck, and time stole on. Still the clouds streamed. A sighing wind whispered in the roof trees of the cottage. Day seemed already closing. The parlour fire shed on the clear hearth a glow ruddy as twilight. "It will not be fair till the moon rises," pronounced Mademoiselle Moore. "Consequently, I feel assured that my brother will not return to Lynn. Indeed, I should be sorry if he did. We will have coffee. It will be vain to wait for him." "I'm tired. May I leave my work now, cousin?" "You may, since it grows too dark to see to do it well. Fold it up, put it carefully in your bag, then step into the kitchen and desire Sarah to bring in the goûter or tea, as you call it." "But it has not yet struck 6. He may still come." "He will not, I tell you. I can calculate his movements. I understand my brother." Suspense is irksome, disappointment bitter. All the world has sometime rather felt that. Caroline, obedient to orders, passed into the kitchen. Sarah was making a dress for herself at the table. "You are to bring in coffee," said the young lady in a spiritless tone, and then she leaned her arm and head against the kitchen mantelpiece and hung listlessly over the fire. "How low you seem, miss! But it's all because your cousin keeps you so close to work. It's a shame." "Nothing of the kind, Sarah," was the brief reply. "Oh, but I know it is. You're fit to cry just this minute, for nothing else but because you've sat still the whole day. It would make a kitten dull to be mewed up so. Sarah, does your master often come home early from market when he's wet?" "Never hardly. But just today, for some reason, he's made a difference." "What do you mean?" "He's come. I'm certain I saw Murgatroyd lead his horse into the yard by the back way, when I went to get some more earth with pump 5 minutes since. He was in the counting-house of Joe Scott, I believe." "You're mistaken." "What should I be mistaken for? I know his horse, surely." "But you did not see himself?" "I heard him speak, though. He was saying something to Joe Scott about having settled all concerning ways and means. There would be a new set framed in the mill before another week passed. And about this time he will get 4 soldiers from Silver Barracks to guard the wagon." "Sarah, are you making a gown?" "Yes." "Is it a handsome one?" "Beautiful. Get the coffee ready. I'll finish cutting out that sleeve for you, and I'll give you some trimming for it. I have some narrow satin ribbon of a color that will just match it." "You're very kind, miss." "Be quick, there's a good girl. But first put your master's shoes on the hearth, who will take his boots off when he comes in. I hear him. He's coming." "Miss, you're cutting the stuff wrong." "So I am, but it's only a snip. There's no harm done." The kitchen door opened. Mr. Moore entered, very wet and cold. Caroline half turned from her dressmaking occupation, but renewed it for a moment, as if to gain a minute's tune to some purpose. Bent over the dress, her face was hidden. There was an attempt to settle her features and veil their expression, which failed. When she at last met Mr. Moore, her countenance beamed. "We had ceased to expect you. They asserted you would not come," she said. "But I promised to return soon. You expected me, I suppose?" "No, Robert. I dared not when it rained so fast. And you are wet and chilled. Change everything. If you took cold, we should blame ourselves in some measure." "I'm not wet through. My riding coat is waterproof. Dry shoes are all required." "There! The fire is pleasant after facing the cold wind and rain for a few miles." He stood on the kitchen hearth. Caroline stood beside him. Mr. Moore, while enjoying the genial glow, kept his eyes directed towards the glittering brasses on the shelf above. Chancing for an instant to look down, his glance rested on an uplifted face, flushed, smiling, happy, shaded with silky curls, lit with fine eyes. Sarah was gone into the parlour with a tray. A lecture from mistress detained her there. Moore placed his hand a moment on his young cousin's shoulder, stooped, and left a kiss on her forehead. End of Part 1.
Chapter 6, Part 2 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca State on the 22nd of February 2010. Shirley by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 6, Part 2. "Oh," said she, as if the action had unsealed her lips. "I was miserable when I thought you would not come. I am almost too happy now. Are you happy, Robert? Do you like to come home?" "I think I do. Tonight at least." "Are you certain you are not fretting about your frames and your business and the war?" "Not just now." "Are you positive you don't feel Hollow's Cottage too small for you, and narrow and dismal?" "At this moment, no." "Can you affirm that you are not bitter at heart because rich and great people forget you?" "No more questions. You are mistaken if you think I am anxious to curry favor with rich and great people. I only want means, a position, a career, which your own talent and goodness shall win you. You were made to be great. You shall be great. I wonder now, if you spoke honestly out of your heart, what recipe you would give me for acquiring this same greatness. But I know it better than you know it yourself. Would it be efficacious? Would it work? Yes. Poverty, misery, bankruptcy. Oh, life is not what you think it, Lena. But you are what I think you. I am not. You are better then? Far worse. No, far better. I know you are good. How do you know it? You look so, and I feel you are so. Where do you feel it? In my heart. Ah, you judge me with your heart, Lena. You should judge me with your head. I do, and then I am quite proud of you, Robert. You cannot tell all my thoughts about you." Mr. Moore's dark face mustard color, his lips smiled, and yet were compressed. His eyes laughed, and yet he resolutely knit his brow. "Think meanly of me, Lena," said he. "Men, in general, are a sort of scum, very different to anything of which you have an idea. I make no pretension to be better than my fellows. If you did, I should not esteem you so much. It is because you are modest that I have such confident merit." "Are you flattering me?" he demanded, turning sharply upon her and searching her face with an eye of acute penetration. "No," she said softly, laughing at his sudden quickness. She seemed to think it unnecessary to proffer any eager disavowal of the charge. "You don't care whether I think you flatter me or not?" "No." "You are so secure of your own intentions?" "I suppose so." "What are they, Caroline?" "Only to ease my mind by expressing for once part of what I think, and then to make you better satisfied with yourself." "By assuring me that my kinswoman is my sincere friend?" "'Tis so. I am your sincere friend, Robert." "And I am what chance and change shall make me, Lena." "Not my enemy, however." The answer was cut short by Sarah and her mistress entering the kitchen together in some commotion. They had been improving the time which Mr. Moore and Miss Helstone had spent in dialogue by a short dispute on the subject of café au lait, which Sarah said was the curious mess she ever saw, and the waste of God's good gift, as it was the nature of coffee to be boiled in water, and which Mademoiselle affirmed to be un breuvage royal, a thousand times too good for the mean person who objected to it. The former occupants of the kitchen now withdrew into the parlour. Before Hortense followed them thither, Caroline had only time again to question, "Not my enemy, Robert?" and Moore, Quaker-like, had replied with another query, "Could I be?" and then seating himself at the table, had settled Caroline at his side. Caroline scarcely heard Mademoiselle's explosion of wrath when she rejoined them. The long declamation about the conduite et digne de cette méchante créature sounded in her ear as confusedly at the agitated rattling of the china. Robert laughed a little at it, in very subdued sort, and then, politely and calmly, entreating his sister to be tranquil, assured her that if it would yield her any satisfaction, she should have a choice of an attendant amongst all the girls in his mill. Only he feared they would scarcely suit her, as they were most of them, he was informed, completely ignorant of household work, and pert and self-willed as Sarah was, she was perhaps no worse than the majority of the women of her class. Mademoiselle admitted the truth of this conjecture. According to her, the paysan anglais était tout insupportable. What would she not give for some bonne cuisinière anversoise, with the high cap, short petticoats, and decent sabots proper to her class? Something better, indeed, than an insolent coquette in a flounced gown, and absolutely without cap. For Sarah, it appears, did not partake the opinion of St. Paul, that it is a shame for a woman to go with her head uncovered, but holding rather a contrary doctrine, resolutely refused to imprison in linen or muslin the plentiful tresses of the yellow hair, which it was her wont to fasten up smartly with a comb behind, and on Sundays to wear curled in front. "Shall I try and get you an Antwerp girl?" asked Mr. Moore, whose tone in public was on the whole very kind in private. "Merci du cadeau," was the answer. "An Antwerp girl would not stay here 10 days, sneered at as she would be by all the young coquines in your factory." Then softening, "You are very good, dear brother. Excuse my petulance, but truly my domestic trials are severe, yet they are probably my destiny, for I recollect that our revered mother experienced similar sufferings, though she had the choice of all the best servants in Antwerp. Domestics are in all countries as spoiled and untruly said." Mr. Moore had also certain reminiscences about the trials of his revered mother. A good mother she had been to him, and he honoured her memory, but he recollected that she kept a hot kitchen of it in Antwerp, just as his faithful sister did here in England. Thus, therefore, he let the subject drop, and when the coffee service was removed, proceeded to console Hortense by fetching her music book and guitar, and having arranged the ribbon of the instrument round her neck, for quiet fraternal kindness, he knew to be all-powerful in soothing her most ruffled moods, he asked her to give him some of their mother's favourite songs. Nothing refines like affection. Family jarring vulgarizes, family union elevates. Hortense, pleased with her brother, and grateful to him, looked, as she touched her guitar, almost graceful, almost handsome. Her everyday fretful look was gone for a moment, and was replaced by a severe plein de bonté. She sang the songs he asked for, with feeling. They reminded her of a parent to whom she had been truly attached. They reminded her of her young days. She observed, too, that Caroline listened with naive interest. This augmented her good humour, and the exclamation at the close of the song, "I wish I could sing and play like Hortense," achieved the business, and rendered her charming for the evening. It is true a little lecture to Caroline followed, on the vanity of wishing and the duty of trying. As Rome, it was suggested, had not been built in a day, so neither had Mademoiselle Girard Moore's education been completed in a week, or by merely wishing to be clever. It was effort that had accomplished that great work. She was ever remarkable for her perseverance, for her industry. Her masters had remarked that it was as delightful as it was uncommon to find so much talent united with so much solidity, and so on. Once on the theme of her own merits, Mademoiselle was fluent. Cradled at last in blissful self-complacency, she took her knitting and sat down tranquil. Drawn curtains, a clear fire, a softly shining lamp, gave now to the little parlour its best, its evening charm. It is probable that the three there present felt this charm. They all looked happy. "What shall we do now, Caroline?" asked Mr. Moore, returning to his seat beside his cousin. "What shall we do, Robert?" repeated she playfully. "You decide." "Not play at chess?" "No." "Nor draught, nor backgammon?" "No, no. We both hate silent games that only keep one's hands employed, don't we?" "I believe we do." "Then shall we talk scandal?" "About whom?" Are we sufficiently interested in anybody to take a pleasure in pulling their character to pieces? A question that comes to the point. For my part, unamiable as it sounds, I must say no. And I too. But it is strange, though we want no food. Both, I mean, she hastily, in with contrition, glanced at Hortense, living person among us, so selfish we are in our happiness. Though we don't want to think of the present existing world, it would be pleasant to go back to the past, to hear people that have slept for generations, in graves that are perhaps no longer graves now, but gardens and fields, speak to us, and tell us their thoughts and impart their ideas. Who shall be the speaker? What language shall he utter? French? Your French forefathers don't speak so sweetly, nor so solemnly, nor so impressively as your English ancestors, Robert. Tonight you shall be entirely English. You shall read an English book. An old English book? Yes, an old English book, one that you like, and I'll choose a part of it that is toned quite in harmony with something in you. It shall waken your nature, fill your mind with music. It shall pass like a skilful hand over your heart and make its strings sound. Your heart is a lyre, Robert, but the lot of your life has not been a minstrel to sweep it, and it is often silent. Let glorious William come near and touch it. You will see how he will draw the English power and melody out of its chords. I must read Shakespeare? You must have his spirit before you. You must hear his voice with your mind's ear. You must take some of his soul into yours. With a view to making me better? Is it to operate like a sermon? It is to stir you, to give you new sensations. It is to make you feel your life strongly, not only your virtues, but your vicious, perverse points. Dieu, que dit-elle? Cried Hortense, who hitherto had been counting stitches in her knitting, and had not much attended to what was said, but whose ear these two strong words caught with a tweak. Never mind her, sister. Let her talk. Now just let her say anything she pleases tonight. She likes to come down hard upon your brother sometimes. It amuses me, so let her alone. Caroline, who mounted on a chair, had been rummaging the bookcase, returned with a book. Here's Shakespeare, she said, and there's Coriolanus. Now read, and discover by the feelings the reading will give you, at once, how low and how high you are. Come then, sit near me and correct when I mispronounce. I am to be the teacher then, and you my pupil. Ainsi soit-il. And Shakespeare is our science, since we are going to study. It appears so. And you are not going to be French and sceptical and sneering. You are not going to think it a sign of wisdom to refuse to admire. I don't know. If you do, Robert, I'll take Shakespeare away, and I'll shrivel up within myself, and put on my bonnet and go home. Sit down, here I begin. 1 minute, if you please, brother, interrupted Mademoiselle. When the gentleman of a family reads, the ladies should always sew. Caroline, dear child, take your embroidery. You may get 3 sprigs done tonight. Caroline looked dismayed. I can't see by lamplight, my eyes are tired, and I can't do 2 things well at once. If I sew, I cannot listen. If I listen, I cannot sew. Dis donc, quel enfantillage, began Hortense. Mr. Moore, as usual, suavely interposed. Permit her to neglect the embroidery for this evening. I wish her whole attention to be fixed on my accent, and to ensure this, she must follow the reading with her eyes. She must look at the book. He placed it between them, reposed his arm on the back of Caroline's chair, and thus began to read. The very first scene in Coriolanus came with smart relish to his intellectual palate, and still as he read he warmed. He delivered the haughty speech of Caius Marcius to the starving citizens with unction. He did not say he thought his irrational poet right, but he seemed to feel it so. Caroline looked up at him with a singular smile. There's a vicious point hit already, she said. You sympathize with that proud patrician who does not sympathize with his famished fellowmen and insults them. There, go on. He proceeded. The warlike portions did not rouse him much, he said. All that was out of date, or should be. The spirit displayed was barbarous, Yet the encounter single-handed between Marcius and Tullus Aufidius he delighted in. As he advanced, he forgot to criticize. It was evident he appreciated the power, the truth of each portion, and, stepping out of the narrow line of private prejudices, began to revel in the large picture of human nature, to feel the reality stamped upon the characters who were speaking from that page before him. He did not read the comic scenes well, and Caroline, taking the book out of his hand, read these parts for him. From her he seemed to enjoy them, and indeed she gave them with a spirit no one could have expected of her. With a pithy expression, with which she seemed gifted on the spot, and for that brave moment only. It may be remarked, in passing, that the general character of her conversation that evening, whether serious or sprightly, grave or gay, was as of something untaught, unstudied, intuitive, fitful, when once gone, no more to be reproduced as it had been than the glancing ray of the meteor, than the tints of the dew-gem, than the colour or form of the sunset cloud, than the fleeting and glittering ripple varying the flow of a rivulet. Coriolanus in glory, Coriolanus in disaster, Coriolanus banished, followed like giant shades one after the other. Before the vision of the banished man, more spirit seemed to pause. He stood on the hearth of Aufidius' hall, facing the image of greatness fallen, but greater than ever in that low estate. He saw the grim appearance, the dark face bearing command in it, the noble vessel with its tackle torn. With the revenge of Caius Marcius more perfectly sympathized. He was not scandalized by it, and again Caroline whispered, "There I see another glimpse of brotherhood in error." The march on Rome, the mother's supplication, the long resistance, the final yielding of bad passions to good, whichever must be the case in a nature worthy the epithet of noble, the rage of Aufidius at what he considered his ally's weakness, the death of Coriolanus, the final sorrow of his great enemy, all scenes made of countless truth and strength, came on in succession and carried with them in their deep, fast flow the heart and mind of reader and listener. "Now have you felt Shakespeare?" asked Caroline, some 10 minutes after her cousin had closed the book. "I think so." "And have you felt anything in Coriolanus like you?" "Perhaps I have." "Was he not faulty as well as great?" Moore nodded. "And what was his fault? What made him hated by the citizens? What caused him to be banished by his countrymen? What do you think it was?" "I ask again, whether was it pride, which out of daily fortune ever taints the happy man, whether defect of judgment, to fail in the disposing of those chances which he was lord of, or whether nature, not to be other than one thing, not moving from the cask to the cushion, but commanding peace, even with the same austerity and garb as he controlled the war?" "Well, answer yourself, Sphinx." "It was the spice of all, and you must not be proud to your work people. You must not neglect chances of soothing them, and you must not be of an inflexible nature, uttering a request as austerely as if it were a command. That is the moral you tack to the play. What put such notions into your head?" "A wish for your good, a care for your safety, dear Robert, and a fear, caused by many things which I have heard lately, that you will come to harm." "Who tells you these things?" "I hear my uncle talk about you. He praises your hard spirit, your determined cast of mind, your scorn of low enemies, your resolution not to truckle to the mob, as he says." "And would you have me truckle to them?" "No, not for the world. I never wish you to lower yourself, but somehow I cannot help thinking it unjust to include all poor working people under the general and insulting name of the mob, and continually to think of them and treat them haughtily." "You are a little democrat, Caroline. If your uncle knew, what would he say?" "I rarely talk to my uncle, as you know, and never about such things. He thinks everything but showing and cooking above women's comprehension, and out of their line." "And do you fancy you comprehend the subjects on which you advise me?" "As far as they concern you, I comprehend them. I know it would be better for you to be loved by your work people than to be hated by them, and I am sure that kindness is more likely to win their regard than pride. If you were proud and cold to me and Hortense, should we love you?" When you are cold to me, as you are sometimes, can I venture to be affectionate in return? Now, Lena, I've had my lesson both in languages and ethics, with a touch on politics. It is your turn. Hortense tells me you were much taken by a little piece of poetry you learned the other day, a piece by poor André Chénier, La Jeune Captive. Do you remember it still? I think so. Repeat it then. Take your time and mind your accent. Especially, let us have no English use. Caroline, beginning in a low, rather tremulous voice, but gaining courage as she proceeded, repeated the sweet verses of Chénier. The last 3 stanzas she rehearsed well. Mon beau voyage encore est si loin de sa fin. Je pas et de son mot qui borde le chemin. Je passais de première à peine, au banquet de la vie et peine commencé. Un instant seulement mes lèvres ont passé. La coupe en mes mains encore pleine. Je ne suis pas content, je veux voir la moisson. Comme le soleil de saison en saison, je veux achever mon ennemi. Brillante sur ma tique et l'honneur du chardon. Je ne veux lire encore que le feu du matin. Je veux achever ma journée. Moore listened at first with his eyes cast down, but soon he furtively raised them. Leaning back in his chair, he could watch Caroline without her perceiving where his gaze was fixed. Her cheek had a colour, her eyes a light, her countenance an expression. This evening, which would have made even plain features striking, but there was not the grievous defect of plainness to pardon in her case. The sunshine was not shed on rough barrenness, it fell on soft bloom. Each lineament was turned with grace. The whole aspect was pleasing. At the present moment, animated, interested, touched, she might be called beautiful. Such a face was calculated to awaken not only the calm sentiment of esteem, the distant one of admiration, but some feeling more tender, genial, intimate, friendship perhaps, affection, interest. When she had finished, she turned to Moore and met his eye. "Is that pretty well repeated?" she inquired, smiling like any happy, docile child. "I really don't know." "Why don't you know? Have you not listened?" "Yes, and looked." "You are fond of poetry, Lena?" "When I meet with real poetry, I cannot rest till I have learned it by heart, and so made partly mine." Mr. Moore now sat silent for several minutes. It struck 9 o'clock. Sarah entered, and said that Mr. Helstone's servant was come for Miss Caroline. "Then the evening is gone already," she observed, "and it will be long, I suppose, before I pass another here." Hortense had been for some time nodding over her knitting. Fallen into a doze now, she made no response to the remark. "You would have no objection to come here oftener of an evening?" inquired Robert, as he took a folded mantle from the side table, where it still lay, and carefully wrapped it round her. "I like to come here, but I have no desire to be intrusive. I am not hinting to be asked. You must understand that." "Oh, I understand thee, child. You sometimes lecture me for wishing to be rich, Lena. But if I were rich, you should live here always. At any rate, you should live with me wherever my habitation might be." "That would be pleasant, and if you were poor, ever so poor, it would still be pleasant. Good night, Robert." "I promised to walk with you up to the rectory." "I know you did, but I thought you had forgotten, and I hardly knew how to remind you, though I wished to do it. But would you like to go? It is a cold night, and as Fanny is come, there is no necessity." "Here is your mug. Don't wake Hortense. Come." The half-mile to the rectory was soon traversed. They parted in the garden without kiss, scarcely with a pressure of hand. Yet Robert sent his cousin in excited and joyously troubled. He had been singularly kind to her that day, not in phrase, compliment, profession, but in manner, in look, and in soft and friendly tones. For himself, he came home grave, almost morose. As he stood leaning on his own yard gate, musing in the watery moonlight all alone, the hushed, dark mill before him, the hill environed hollow round, he exclaimed abruptly, "This won't do! There's weakness, there's downright ruin in all this. However," he added, dropping his voice, "the frenzy is quite temporary. I know it very well. I have had it before. It will be gone tomorrow. End of chapter 6. Recording by Rebecca State on the 22nd of February 2010.
Chapter 7, Part 1 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shirley, by Charlotte Brontë. The Curates at Tea, Part 1. Caroline Helstone was just 18 years old, and at 18 the true narrative of life is yet to be commenced. Before that time we sit listening to a tale, a marvelous fiction, delightful sometimes and sad sometimes, almost always unreal. Before that time our world is heroic, its inhabitants half divine or semi-demon, its scenes are dream scenes, darker woods and stranger hills, brighter skies, more dangerous waters, sweeter flowers, more tempting fruits, wider plains, drearier deserts, sunnier fields than are found in nature, overspread our enchanted globe. What a moon we gaze on before that time! How the trembling of our hearts at her aspect bears witness to its unutterable beauty! As to our sun, it's a burning heaven, the world of gods. At that time, at 18, drawing near the confines of elusive void dreams, elf-land lies behind us, the shores of reality rise in front. These shores are yet distant. They look so blue, soft, gentle, we long to reach them. In sunshine we see a greenness beneath the azure as of spring meadows, we catch glimpses of silver lines, and imagine the roll of living waters. Could we but reach this land, we think, to hunger and thirst no more, whereas many a wilderness, and often the flood of death, or some stream of sorrow as cold and almost as black as death, is to be crossed ere true bliss can be tasted. Every joy that life gives must be earned ere it is secured, and how hardly earned, those only know who have wrestled for great prizes. The heart's blood must gem with red beads the brow of the combatant before the wreath of victory rustles over it. At 18 we are not aware of this. Hope, when she smiles on us and promises happiness tomorrow, is implicitly believed. Love, when he comes wandering like a lost angel to our door, is at once admitted, welcomed embrace. His quiver is not seen. If his arrows penetrate, their wound is like a thrill of new life. There are no fears of poison, none of the barb which no leech's hand can extract, that perilous passion, an agony ever in some of its phases, with many an agony throughout, is believed to be an unqualified good. In short, at 18 the school of experience is to be entered, and her humbling, crushing, grinding, but yet purifying and invigorating lessons are yet to be learned. Alas, experience! No other mentor has so wasted and frozen a face as yours. None wears a robe so black, none bears a rod so heavy, none with hand so inexorable draws the novice so sternly to his task, and forces him with authority so resistless to its acquirement. It is by your instructions alone that man or woman can ever find a safe track through life's wilds. Without it, how they stumble, how they stray! On what forbidden grounds do they intrude, down what dread declivities are they hurled! Caroline, having been conveyed home by Robert, had no wish to pass what remained of the evening with her uncle. The room in which he sat was very sacred ground to her. She seldom intruded on it, and tonight she kept aloof till the bell rang for prayers. Part of the evening church service was the form of worship observed in Mr. Helstone's household. He read it in his usual nasal voice, clear, loud, and monotonous. The rite over, his niece, according to her wont, stepped up to him. "Good night, uncle. Hey, you've been getting abroad all day, visiting, dining out, and what not?" "Only at the cottage." "And have you learned your lessons?" "Yes." "And made a shirt?" "Only part of one." "Well, that will do. Stick to the needle, learn shirt-making, and gown-making, and pie-crust-making, and you'll be a clever woman some day. Go to bed now. I'm busy with the pamphlet here." Presently the niece was enclosed in her small bedroom, the door bolted, her white dressing-gown assumed, her long hair loosened and falling thick, soft, and wavy to her waist. And as, resting from the task of combing it out, she leaned her cheek on her hand and fixed her eyes on the carpet, before her rose, and close around her drew, the visions we see at 18 years. Her thoughts were speaking with her, speaking pleasantly, as it seemed, for she smiled as she listened. She looked pretty meditating thus, but a brighter thing than she was in the apartment. The spirit of youthful hope. According to this flattering prophet, she was to know disappointment, to feel chill no more. She had entered on the dawn of a summer day, no false dawn, but the true spring of morning, and her sun would quickly rise. Impossible for her now to suspect that she was the sport of delusion. Her expectations seemed warranted. The foundation on which they rested appeared solid. When people fall in love, the next step is they marry, was her argument. Now, I love Robert, and I feel sure that Robert loves me. I've thought so many times before, today I felt it. When I looked up at him after repeating Chénier's poem, his eyes, what handsome eyes he has, sent the truth through my heart. Sometimes I'm afraid to speak to him, lest I should be too frank, lest I should seem forward. For I have more than once regretted bitterly overflowing, superfluous words, and feared I had said more than he expected me to say, and that he would disapprove, what he might deem my indiscretion. To-night I could have ventured to express any thought, he was so indulgent. How kind he was as we walked up the lane! He does not flatter or say foolish things. His love-making, friendship I mean, of course I don't yet account him my lover, but I hope he will be so some day, is not like what we read of in books. It's far better, original, quiet, manly, sincere. I do like him. I would be an excellent wife to him if he did marry me. I would tell him of his faults, for he has a few faults, but I would study his comfort, and cherish him, and do my best to make him happy. Now I am sure he will not be cold tomorrow. I feel almost certain that tomorrow evening he will either come here, or ask me to go there. She recommenced combing her hair, long as a mermaid's. Turning her head as she arranged it, she saw her own face and form in the glass. Such reflections are soberizing to plain people. Their own eyes are not enchanted with the image. They are confident then that the eyes of others can see in it no fascination. But the fair must naturally draw other conclusions. The picture is charming, and must charm. Caroline saw a shape, a head, that daguerreotype in that attitude, and with that expression would have been lovely. She could not choose but derive from the spectacle confirmation to her hopes. It was then, in undiminished gladness, she sought her couch. And, in undiminished gladness, she rose the next day. As she entered her uncle's breakfast-room, and with soft cheerfulness wished him good morning, even that little man of bronze himself thought, for an instant, his niece was growing a fine girl. Generally she was quiet and timid with him, very docile, but not communicative. This morning, however, she found many things to say. Slight topics alone might be discussed between them, for with a woman, a girl, Mr. Helstone would touch on no other. She had taken an early walk in the garden, and she told him what flowers were beginning to spring there. She inquired when the gardener was to come and trim the borders. She informed him that certain starlings were beginning to build their nests in the church tower. Briarfield Church was close to Briarfield Rectory. She wondered the tolling of the bells in the belfry did not scare them. Mr. Helstone opined that they were like other fools who had just paired, insensible to inconvenience just for the moment. Caroline, made perhaps a little too courageous by her temporary good spirits, here hazarded a remark of a kind she had never before ventured to make on observations dropped by her revered relative. "Uncle," said she, "whenever you speak of marriage, you speak of it scornfully. Do you think people shouldn't marry?" "It is decidedly the wisest plan to remain single, especially for women." "Are all marriages unhappy?" "Millions of marriages are unhappy. If everybody confessed the truth, perhaps all are more or less so." "You are always vexed when you are asked to come and marry a couple. Why?" "Because one does not like to act as accessory to the commission of a piece of pure folly." Mr. Helstone spoke so readily, he seemed rather glad of the opportunity to give his niece a piece of mind on his point. Emboldened by the impunity which had hitherto attended to her questions, she went a little further. "But why," said she, "should it be pure folly? If two people like each other, why shouldn't they consent to live together?" "They tire of each other. They tire of each other in a month. A yoke-fellow is not a companion. He or she is a fellow-sufferer." It was by no means naive simplicity which inspired Caroline's next remark. It was a sense of antipathy to such opinions, and of displeasure at him who held them. "One would think you had never been married, uncle. One would think you were an old bachelor." "Practically I am so." "But you have been married. Why were you so inconsistent as to marry?" "Every man is mad once or twice in his life." "So you tired of my aunt, and my aunt of you? And you were miserable together?" Mr. Helstone pushed out his cynical lip, wrinkled his brown forehead, and gave an inarticulate grunt. "Did she not suit you? Was she not good-tempered? Did you not get used to her? Were you not sorry when she died?" "Caroline," said Mr. Helstone, bringing his hand slowly down to within an inch or two of the table, and then smiting it suddenly on the mahogany, "understand this. It is vulgar and puerile to confound generals with particulars. In every case there is the rule and there are the exceptions. Your questions are stupid and babyish. Ring the bell if you have done breakfast." The breakfast was taken away, and that meal over, it was the general custom of uncle and niece to separate, and not to meet again till dinner. But to-day the niece, instead of quitting the room, went to the window-seat and sat down there. Mr. Helstone looked round uneasily once or twice, as if he wished her away, but she was gazing from the window, and did not seem to mind him, so he continued the perusal of his morning paper. A particularly interesting one it chanced to be, as new movements had just taken place in the peninsula, and certain columns of the journal were rich in long dispatches from the General Lord Wellington. He little knew, meantime, what thoughts were busy in his niece's mind, thoughts the conversation of the past half-hour had revived but not generated. Tumultuous were they now, as disturbed beeves in a hive, but it was years since they had first made their cells in her brain. She was reviewing his character, his disposition, repeating his sentiments on marriage. Many a time she had reviewed them before, and sounded the gulf between her own mind and his. And then, on the other side of the wide and deep chasm, she had seen, as she now saw another figure standing beside her uncle's, a strange shape, dim, sinister, scarcely early, the half-remembered image of her own father, James Helstone, Matthewson Helstone's brother. Rumours had reached her ear of what the father's character was. Old servants had dropped hints. She knew, too, that he was not a good man, and that he was never kind to her. She recollected, a dark recollection it was, some weeks that she had spent with him in a great town somewhere, when she had had no maid to dress her or take care of her, when she had been shut up day and night in a high garret room without a carpet, with a bare uncurtained bed and scarcely any other furniture, when he went out early every morning, and often forgot to return and give her dinner during the day, and at night, when he came back, was like a madman, furious, terrible, or, still more painful, like an idiot, imbecile, senseless. She knew she had fallen ill in this place, and that one night, when she was very sick, he had come roving into the room, and said he would kill her, for she was a burden to him. Her screams had brought aid, and from the moment she was then rescued from him, she had never seen him, except as a dead man in his coffin. That was her father. Also, she had a mother, though Mr. Helstone never spoke to her of that mother, though she could not remember having seen her, but that she was alive she knew. This mother was then the drunkard's wife, what had their marriage been? Caroline, turning from the lattice, whence she had been watching the starlings, though without seeing them, in a low voice, and with a sad, bitter tone, thus broke the silence of the room. "You term marriage miserable, I suppose, from what you saw of my father and mother's. If my mother suffered what I suffered when I was with papa, she must have had a dreadful life." Her father and mother! What had put into her head to mention her father and mother, of whom he had never, during the 12 years she had lived with them, spoken to her? That the thoughts were self-matured, that she had any recollections or speculations about her parents, he could not fancy. "Your father and mother? Who has been talking to you about them?" "Nobody. But I remember something of what papa was, and I pity mamma. Where is she?" This "where is she?" had been on Caroline's lips hundreds of times before, but till now she had never uttered it. "I hardly know," returned Mr. Helstone. "I was little acquainted with her. I have not heard from her for years, but wherever she is, she thinks nothing of you. She never inquires about you. I have reason to believe she does not wish to see you. Come, it is school time. You go to your cousin at 10, don't you? The clock has struck." Perhaps Caroline would have said more, but Fanny, coming in, informed her master that the churchwardens wanted to speak to him in the vestry. He hastened to join them, and his niece presently set out for the cottage. The road from the rectory to Hollow's Mill inclined downwards. She ran, therefore, almost all the way. Exercise, the fresh air, the thought of seeing Robert, at least of being on his premises, in his vicinage, revived her somewhat depressed spirits quickly. Arriving in sight of the white house, and within hearing of the thundering mill and its rushing watercourse, the first thing she saw was Moore at his garden gate. There he stood, in his belted holland blouse, a light cap covering his head, which undress costume suited him. He was looking down the lane, not in the direction of his cousin's approach. She stopped, withdrawing a little behind a willow, and studied his appearance. He has not his peer, she thought. He is as handsome as he is intelligent. What a keen eye he has! What clearly cut, spirited features, thin and serious, but graceful. I do like his face. I do like his aspect. I do like him so much. Better than any of those shuffling curates, for instance. Better than anybody. Bonnie Robert. She sought Bonnie Robert's presence speedily. For his part, when she challenged his sight, I believe he would have passed from before her eyes like a phantom, if he could. but being a tall fact, and no fiction, he was obliged to stand the greeting. He made it brief. It was cousin-like, brother-like, friend-like, anything but lover-like. The nameless charm of last night had left his manner. He was no longer the same man, or, at any rate, the same heart did not beat in his breast. Rude disappointment, sharp cross. At first the eager girl would not believe in the change, though she saw and felt it. It was difficult to withdraw her hand from his till he had bestowed at least something like a kind pressure. It was difficult to turn her eyes from his eyes till his looks had expressed something more and fonder than a cool welcome. A lover masculine so disappointed can speak and urge explanation. A lover feminine can say nothing. If she did, the result would be shame and anguish, inward remorse for self-treachery. Nature would brand such demonstration as a rebellion against her instincts, and would vindictively repay it afterwards by the thunderbolt of self-contempt smiting suddenly in secret. Take the matter as you find it, ask no questions, utter no remonstrances, it is your best wisdom. You expected bread, and you have got a stone. Break your teeth on it, and don't shriek because the nerves are martyrized. Do not doubt that your mental stomach, if you have such a thing, is strong as an ostrich's. The stone will digest. You held out your hand for an egg, and fate put into it a scorpion. Show no consternation. Close your fingers firmly upon the gift. Let it sting through your palm. Never mind. In time, after your hand and arm have swelled and quivered long with torture, the squeezed scorpion will die, and you will have learned the great lesson, how to endure without a sob. For the whole remnant of your life, if you survive the test, some, it is said, die under it, you will be stronger, wiser, less sensitive. This you are not aware of, perhaps, at the time, and so cannot borrow courage of that hope. Nature, however, as has been intimated, is an excellent friend in such cases, sealing the lips, interdicting utterance, commanding a placid dissimulation, a dissimulation often wearing an easy and gay mien at first, settling down to sorrow and paleness in time, and then passing away and leaving a convenient stoicism, not the less fortifying because it is half bitter. Half bitter, is that wrong? No, it should be bitter. Bitterness is strength. It is a tonic, sweet, mild force, following acute suffering you find nowhere. To talk of it is delusion. There may be apathetic exhaustion after the rack. If energy remains, it will be rather a dangerous energy, deadly when confronted with injustice.
End of The Curates at Tea, Part 1.
Chapter 7, Part 2 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shirley, by Charlotte Brontë, Chapter 7, Part 2. The Curates at Tea. Who has read the ballad of poor Mary Lee, that old Scotch ballad, written I know not in what generation, nor by what hand? Mary has been ill-used, probably in being made to believe that truth which was falsehood. She is not complaining, but she is sitting alone in the snowstorm, and you hear her thoughts. They are not the thoughts of a model heroine under her circumstances, but they are those of a deeply feeling, strongly resentful peasant girl. Anguish has driven her from the inglenook of home to the white-shrouded and icy hills. Crouched under the cold drift, she recalls every image of horror, the yellow-wined ask, the hairy adder, the old moon-bowing tyke, the ghost at Ian, the sour bullaster, the milk on the toad's back. She hates these, but whar she hates Robin a Ree. Oh, once I lived happily by yon bonny burn, the world was in love with me, but now I maun sit neath the cauld drift and mourn, and curse black Robin a Ree. Then water away, thou bitter biting blast, and sough through the scrunty tree, and smore me up in the snow full fast, and ne'er let the sun me see. Oh, never melt away, thou wreath of snow, that's so kind in graving me, but hide me from the scorn and guffaw of villains like Robin a Ree. But what has been said in the last page or two is not germane to Caroline Helston's feelings, or to the state of things between her and Robert Moore. Robert had done her no wrong. He had told her no lie. It was she that was to blame, if any one was. What bitterness her mind distilled should and would be poured on her own head. She had loved without being asked to love. A natural, sometimes an inevitable chance, but big with misery. Robert, indeed, had sometimes seemed to be fond of her, but why? Because she had made herself so pleasing to him, he could not, in spite of all his efforts, help testifying a state of feeling his judgment did not approve, nor his will sanction. He was about to withdraw decidedly from intimate communication with her, because he did not choose to have his affections inextricably entangled, nor to be drawn, despite his reason, into a marriage he believed imprudent. Now what was she to do? To give way to her feelings, or to vanquish them? To pursue him, or to turn upon herself? If she is weak, she will try the first expedient, will lose his esteem and win his aversion. If she has sense, she will be her own governor, and resolve to subdue and bring under guidance the disturbed realm of her emotions. She will determine to look on life steadily, as it is, to begin to learn its severe truths seriously, and to study its knotty problems closely, conscientiously. It appeared she had a little sense, for she quitted Robert quietly, without complaint or question, without the alteration of a muscle or the shedding of a tear, but took herself to her studies under Hortense as usual, and at dinner-time went home without lingering. When she had dined, and found herself in the rectory drawing-room alone, having left her uncle over his temperate glass of port wine, the difficulty that occurred to and embarrassed her was, how am I to get through this day? Last night she had hoped it would be spent as yesterday was, that the evening would again be passed with happiness and Robert. She had learned her mistake this morning, and yet she could not settle down, convinced that no chance would occur to recall her to Hollow's cottage, or to bring more again into her society. He had walked up after tea more than once to pass an hour with her uncle. The door-bell had rung, his voice had been heard in the passage just at twilight, when she little expected such a pleasure, and this had happened twice after he had treated her with peculiar reserve, and though he rarely talked to her in her uncle's presence, he had looked at her unrelentingly as he sat opposite her work-table during his stay. The few words he had spoken to her were comforting. His manner on bidding her good night was genial. Now he might come this evening, said false hope. She almost knew it was false hope which breathed the whisper, and yet she listened. She tried to read. Her thoughts wandered. She tried to sew. Every stitch she put in was an ennui. The occupation was insufferably tedious. She opened her desk and attempted to write a French composition. She wrote nothing but mistakes. Suddenly the door-bell sharply rang. Her heart leaped. She sprang to the drawing-room door, opened it softly, peeped out through the aperture. Fanny was admitting a visitor, a gentleman, a tall man, just the height of Robert. For 1 second she thought it was Robert. For 1 second she exulted. But the voice asking for Mr. Helston undeceived her. That voice was an Irish voice, consequently not Moore's, but the curate's, Malone's. He was ushered into the dining-room, where, doubtless, he speedily helped his rector to empty the decanters. It was a fact to be noted that at whatever house in Briarfield, Winbury, or Nunneley one curate dropped in to a meal, dinner, or tea as the case might be, another presently followed, often 2 more. Not that they gave each other the rendezvous, but they were usually all on the run at the same time, and when Dunn, for instance, sought Malone at his lodgings and found him not, he inquired whither he had posted, and having learned of the landlady his destination, hastened with all speed after him. The same causes operated in the same way with Sweeting. Thus it chanced on that afternoon that Caroline's ears were 3 times tortured with the ringing of the bell and the advent of undesired guests, for Dunn followed Malone, and Sweeting followed Dunn, and more wine was ordered up from the cellar into the dining-room, for though old Helston chid the inferior priesthood when he found them carousing, as he called it, in their own tents, yet at his hierarchical table he ever liked to treat them to a glass of his best. And through the closed doors Caroline heard their boyish laughter and the vacant cackle of their voices. Her fear was lest they should stay to tea, for she had no pleasure in making tea for that particular trio. What distinctions people draw! These 3 were men, young men, educated men, like Moore, yet for her how great the difference! Their society was a bore, his a delight. Not only was she destined to be favoured with their clerical company, but fortune was at this moment bringing her 4 other guests, lady guests, all packed in a pony phaeton now rolling somewhat heavily along the road from Winbury. An elderly lady and 3 of her buxom daughters were coming to see her in a friendly way, as the custom of that neighbourhood was. Yes, a 4th time the bell clanged. Fanny brought the present announcement to the drawing-room. Mrs. Sikes and the three Mrs. Sikes. When Caroline was going to receive company, her habit was to wring her hands nervously, to flush a little, and come forward hurriedly, yet hesitatingly, wishing herself meantime at Jericho. She was, at such crises, sadly deficient in finished manner, though she had once been at school a year. Accordingly, on this occasion her small white hands sadly maltreated each other while she stood up, waiting the entrance of Mrs. Sikes. In stalked that lady, a tall, bilious gentlewoman, who made an ample and not altogether insincere profession of piety, and was greatly given to hospitality toward the clergy. In sailed her three daughters, a showy trio, being all three well grown, and more or less handsome. In English country ladies there is this point to be remarked. Whether young or old, pretty or plain, dull or sprightly, they all, or almost all, have a certain expression stamped on their features, which seems to say, "I know. I do not boast of it, but I know that I am the standard of what is proper. Let every one, therefore, whom I approach, or who approaches me, keep a sharp look-out, for wherein they differ from me, be the same in dress, manner, opinion, principle, or practice, therein they are wrong." Mrs. and Mrs. Sikes, far from being exceptions to this observation, were pointed illustrations of its truth. Miss Mary, a well-looked, well-meant, and on the whole well-dispositioned girl, wore her complacency with some state, though without harshness. Miss Harriet, a beauty, carried it more overbearingly. She looked high and cold. Miss Hannah, who was conceited, dashing, pushing, flourished hers consciously and openly. The mother evinced it with the gravity proper to her age and religious fame. The reception was got through somehow. Caroline was glad to see them, an unmitigated fib. Hoped they were well, hoped Mrs. Sikes's cough was better. Mrs. Sikes had had a cough for the last 20 years. Hoped the Mrs. Sikes had left their sisters at home well, to which inquiry the Mrs. Sikes, sitting on 3 chairs opposite the music-stool, whereon Caroline had undesignedly come to anchor, after wavering for some seconds between it and a large armchair, into which she at length recollected she ought to induct Mrs. Sikes, and indeed that lady saved her the trouble by depositing herself therein, the Mrs. Sikes replied to Caroline by one simultaneous bow, very majestic and mighty awful. A pause followed. This bow was of a character to ensure silence for the next 5 minutes, and it did. Mrs. Sikes then inquired after Mr. Helston, and whether he had had any return of rheumatism, and whether preaching twice on a Sunday fatigued him, and if he was capable of taking a full service now. And on being assured he was, she and all her daughters, combining in chorus, expressed their opinion that he was a wonderful man of his years. Pause second. Miss Mary, getting up the steam in her turn, asked whether Caroline had attended the Bible Society meeting, which had been held at Nunneley last Thursday night. The negative answer which truth compelled Caroline to utter, for last Thursday evening she had been sitting at home reading a novel which Robert had lent her, elicited a simultaneous expression of surprise from the lips of the 4 ladies. "We were all there," said Miss Mary, "Mamma and all of us. We even persuaded Papa to go. Hannah would insist upon it. But he fell asleep while Mr. Langweilig, the German Moravian minister, was speaking. I felt quite ashamed, he nodded so." "And there was Dr. Broadbent," cried Hannah, "such a beautiful speaker. You couldn't expect it of him, for he is almost a vulgar-looking man." "But such a dear man," interrupted Mary. "And such a good man, such a useful man," added her mother. "Only like a butcher in appearance," interposed the fair, proud Harriet. "I couldn't bear to look at him. I listened with my eyes shut." Miss Helston felt her ignorance and incompetency. Not having seen Dr. Broadbent, she could not give her opinion. Pause third came on. During its continuance, Caroline was feeling at her heart's core what a dreaming fool she was, what an unpractical life she led, how little fitness there was in her for ordinary intercourse with the ordinary world. She was feeling how exclusively she had attached herself to the white cottage in the hollow, how in the existence of one inmate of that cottage she had pent all her universe. She was sensible that this would not do, and that some day she would be forced to make an alteration. It could not be said that she exactly wished to resemble the ladies before her, but she wished to become superior to her present self, so as to feel less scared by their dignity. The sole means she found of reviving the flagging discourse was by asking them if they would all stay to tea, and a cruel struggle it cost her to perform this piece of civility. Mrs. Sikes had begun, "We are much obliged to you, but—" when in came Fanny once more. "The gentleman will stay the evening, ma'am," was the message she brought from Mr. Helston. "What gentlemen have you?" now inquired Mrs. Sikes. Their names were specified. She and her daughters interchanged glances. The curates were not to them what they were to Caroline. Mr. Sweeting was quite a favourite with them, even Mr. Malone rather so, because he was a clergyman. "Really, since you have company already, I think we shall stay," remarked Mrs. Sikes. "We shall be quite a pleasant little party. I always like to meet the clergy." And now Caroline had to usher them upstairs, to help them to unshawl, smooth their hair, and make themselves smart, to reconduct them to the drawing-room, to distribute amongst them books of engravings or odd things purchased from the Jew-basket. She was obliged to be a purchaser, though she was a slack contributor, and if she had possessed plenty of money she would rather, when it was brought to the rectory, an awful incubus, have purchased the whole stock than contributed a single pincushion. It ought to be explained in passing, for the benefit of those who are not au fait to the mysteries of the Jew-basket and the missionary basket, that these merbles are willow repositories, of the capacity of a good-sized family clothes-basket, dedicated to the purpose of conveying from house to house a monster collection of pincushions, needle-books, card-racks, work-bags, articles of infant-wear, etc., 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 made by the willing or reluctant hands of the Christian ladies of a parish, and sold perforce to the heathenish gentlemen thereof, at prices unblushingly exorbitant. The proceeds of such compulsory sales are applied to the conversion of the Jews, the seeking out of the 10 missing tribes, or to the regeneration of the interesting coloured population of the globe. Each lady contributor takes it in her turn to keep the basket a month, to sew for it, and to foist its contents on a shrinking male public. An exciting time it is when that turn comes round. Some active-minded women, with a good trading spirit, like it, and enjoy exceedingly the fun of making hard-handed worsted spinners cash up to the tune of 400 or 500% above the cost price for articles quite useless to them. Other feebler souls object to it, and would rather see the Prince of Darkness himself at their door any morning than that phantom basket, brought with Mrs. Rouse's compliments, and "Please, ma'am, she says it's your turn now." Miss Helston's duties of hostess performed, more anxiously than cheerily, she betook herself to the kitchen to hold a brief privy council with Fanny and Eliza about the tea. "What a lot on 'em!" cried Eliza, who was cook. "And I put off the baking to-day because I thought there would be bread plenty to fit while mourning. We shall never have enough." "Are there any tea-cakes?" asked the young mistress. "Only 3 and a loaf. I wish these fine folk would stay at home till they're asked, and I want to finish trimming my hat." Bonnet, she meant. "Then," suggested Caroline, to whom the importance of the emergency gave a certain energy, "Fanny must run down to Briarfield and buy some muffins and crumpets and some biscuits. And don't be cross, Eliza, we can't help it now." "And which tea-things are we to have?" "Oh, the best, I suppose. I'll get out the silver-service." And she ran upstairs to the plate-closet, and presently brought down teapot, cream-ewer, and sugar-basin. "And mun we have the urn?" "Yes, and now get it ready as quickly as you can, for the sooner we have tea over, the sooner they will go. At least I hope so. Hey-ho, I wish they were gone," she sighed, as she returned to the drawing-room. Still, she thought, as she paused at the door ere opening it, if Robert would but come, even now, how bright it would all be! How comparatively easy the task of amusing these people if he were present! There would be an interest in hearing him talk, though he never says much in company, and in talking in his presence. There can be no interest in hearing any of them, or in speaking to them. How they will gabble when the curates come in, and how weary I shall grow from listening to them! But I suppose I'm a selfish fool. These are very respectable gentlefolks. I ought, no doubt, to be proud of their countenance. I don't say they are not as good as I am, far from it, but they are different from me. She went in. Yorkshire people in those days took their tea round the table, sitting well into it, with their knees duly introduced under the mahogany. It was essential to have a multitude of plates of bread and butter, varied in sorts and plentiful in quantity. It was thought proper, too, that on the centre plate should stand a glass dish of marmalade. Among the viands was expected to be found a small assortment of cheesecakes and tarts. If there was also a plate of thin slices of pink ham garnished with green parsley, so much the better. Eliza, the rector's cook, fortunately knew her business as provider. She had been put out of humour a little at first, when the invaders came so unexpectedly in such strength, but it appeared that she regained her cheerfulness with action, for in due time the tea was spread forth in handsome style, and neither ham, tarts, nor marmalade were wanting among its accompaniments. The curates, summoned to this bounteous repast, entered joyous, but at once, on seeing the ladies, of whose presence they had not been forewarned, they came to a stand in the doorway. Malone headed the party. He stopped short and fell back, almost capsizing Dunn, who was behind him. Dunn, staggering 3 paces in retreat, sent little Sweeting into the arms of old Helston, who brought up the rear. There was some expostulation, some tittering. Malone was desired to mind what he was about, and urged to push forward, which at last he did, though colouring to the top of his peaked forehead a bluish purple. Helston, advancing, set the shy curates aside, welcomed all his fair guests, shook hands, and passed a jest with each, and seated himself snugly between the lovely Harriet and the dashing Hannah. Miss Mary he requested to move to the seat opposite him, that he might see her if he couldn't be near her. Perfectly easy and gallant in his way were his manners always to young ladies, and most popular was he amongst them. Yet at heart he neither respected nor liked the sex, and such of them as circumstances had brought into intimate relation with him had ever feared rather than loved him. The curates were left to shift for themselves. Sweeting, who was the least embarrassed of the 3, took refuge beside Mrs. Sykes, who he knew was almost as fond of him as if he had been her son. Dunn, after making his general bow with a grace all his own, and saying in a high, pragmatical voice, "How d'ye do, Miss Helston?" dropped into a seat at Caroline's elbow, to her unmitigated annoyance, for she had a peculiar antipathy to Dunn, on account of his stultified and immovable self-conceit, and his incurable narrowness of mind. Malone, grinning most unmeaningly, inducted himself into the corresponding seat on the other side. She was thus blessed in a pair of supporters, neither of whom, she knew, would be of any mortal use, whether for keeping up the conversation, handing cups, circulating the muffins, or even lifting the plate from the slop basin. Little Sweeting, small and boyish as he was, would have been worth 20 of them. Malone, though a ceaseless talker when there were only men present, was usually tongue-tied in the presence of ladies. 3 phrases, however, he had ready, cut and dried, which he never failed to produce. Firstly, "Have you had a walk to-day, Miss Helston?" Secondly, "Have you seen your cousin Moore lately?" Thirdly, "Does your class at the Sunday school keep up its number?" These 3 questions being put and responded to, between Caroline and Malone reigned silence. With Dunn it was otherwise. He was troublesome, exasperating. He had a stock of small talk on hand, at once the most trite and perverse that can well be imagined. Abuse of the people of Briarfield, of the natives of Yorkshire generally, complaints of the want of high society, of the backward state of civilization in these districts, murmurings against the disrespectful conduct of the lower orders in the north toward their betters, silly ridicule of the manner of living in these parts, the want of style, the absence of elegance, as if he, Dunn, had been accustomed to very great doings indeed, an insinuation which his somewhat underbred manner and aspect failed to bear out. These strictures, he seemed to think, must raise him in the estimation of Miss Helston, or of any other lady who heard him, whereas with her, at least, they brought him to a level below contempt, though sometimes indeed they incensed her, for, a Yorkshire girl herself, she hated to hear Yorkshire abused by such a pitiful prater, and when wrought up to a certain pitch, she would turn and say something of which neither the matter nor the manner recommended her to Mr. Dunn's good will. She would tell him it was no proof of refinement to be ever scolding others for vulgarity, and no sign of a good pastor to be eternally censuring his flock. She would ask him what he had entered the church for, since he complained there were only cottages to visit and poor people to preach to, whether he had been ordained to the ministry merely to wear soft clothing and sit in kings' houses. These questions were considered by all the curates as, to the last degree, audacious and impious. End of Chapter 7, Part 2.
Chapter 7, Part 3 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mala. Shirley by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 7, Part 3. Tea was a long time in progress. All the guests gabbled as their hostess had expected they would. Mr. Helstone, being in excellent spirits, when indeed was he ever otherwise in society, attractive female society, it being only with the one lady of his own family that he maintained a grim taciturnity, kept up a brilliant flow of easy prattle with his right-hand and left-hand neighbours, and even with his vis-a-vis, Miss Mary, though as Mary was the most sensible, the least coquettish of the three, to her the elderly widower was the least attractive. At heart he could not abide sense in women. He liked to see them as silly, as light-headed, as vain, as open to ridicule as possible, because they were then in reality what he held them to be, and wished them to be, inferior, toys to play with, to amuse a vacant hour, and to be thrown away. Hannah was his favourite. Harriet, though beautiful, egotistical, and self-satisfied, was not quite weak enough for him. She had some genuine self-respect amidst much false pride, and if she did not talk like an oracle, neither would she babble like one crazy. She would not permit herself to be treated quite as a doll, a child, a plaything. She expected to be bent to like a queen. Hannah, on the contrary, demanded no respect, only flattery. If her admirers only told her that she was an angel, she would let them treat her like an idiot. So very credulous and frivolous was she, so very silly did she become when besieged with attention, flattered and admired to the proper degree, that there were moments when Helstone actually felt tempted to commit matrimony a second time, and to try the experiment of taking her for his second helpmeet. But fortunately the salutary recollection of the ennuis of his first marriage, the impression still left on him of the weight of the millstone he had once worn round his neck, the fixity of his feelings respecting the insufferable evils of conjugal existence, operated as a check to his tenderness, suppressed the sigh heaving his old iron lungs, and restrained him from whispering to Hannah proposals it would have been high fun and great satisfaction to her to hear. It is probable she would have married him if he had asked her. Her parents would have quite approved the match. To them his 55 years, his bend-leather heart, could have presented no obstacles, and as he was a rector, held an excellent living, occupied a good house, and was supposed even to have private property, though in that the world was mistaken. Every penny of the £5,000 inherited by him from his father had been devoted to the building and endowing of a new church at his native village in Lancashire, for he could show a lordly munificence when he pleased, and if the end was to his liking, never hesitated about making a grand sacrifice to attain it. Her parents, I say, would have delivered Hannah over to his loving kindness and his tender mercies without one scruple, and the second Mrs. Helstone, inverting the natural order of insect existence, would have fluttered through the honeymoon a bright, admired butterfly, and crawled the rest of her days a sordid, trampled worm. Little Mr. Sweeting, seated between Mrs. Sykes and Miss Mary, both of whom were very kind to him, and having a dish of tarts before him, and marmalade and crumpet upon his plate, looked and felt more content than any monarch. He was fond of all the Misses Sykes. They were all fond of him. He thought them magnificent girls, quite proper to mate with one of his inches. If he had a cause of regret at this blissful moment, it was that Miss Dora happened to be absent, Dora being the one whom he secretly hoped one day to call Mrs. David Sweeting, with whom he dreamt of taking stately walks, leading her like an empress through the village of Nunneley. And an empress she would have been, if size could make an empress. She was vast, ponderous. Seen from behind, she had the air of a very stout lady of 40. But withal she possessed a good face, and no unkindly character. The meal at last drew to a close. It would have been over long ago if Mr. Donne had not persisted in sitting with his cup half full of cold tea before him, long after the rest had finished, and after he himself had discussed such allowance of viands as he felt competent to swallow, long indeed after signs of impatience had been manifested all round the board, till chairs were pushed back, till the talk flagged, till silence fell. Vainly did Caroline inquire repeatedly if he would have another cup. if he would take a little hot tea, as that must be cold, etc. He would neither drink it nor leave it. He seemed to think that this isolated position of his gave him somehow a certain importance, that it was dignified and stately to be the last, that it was grand to keep all the others waiting. So long did he linger, that the very urn died. It ceased to hiss. At length, however, the old rector himself, who had hitherto been too pleasantly engaged with Hannah to care for the delay, got impatient. "For whom are we waiting?" he asked. "For me, I believe," returned Dawn complacently, appearing to think it much to his credit that a party should thus be kept dependent on his movements. "Tut!" cried Helstone. Then, standing up, "Let us return thanks," said he, which he did forthwith, and all quitted the table. Dawn, nothing abashed, still sat 10 minutes quite alone, whereupon Mr. Helstone rang the bell for the things to be removed. The curate at length saw himself forced to empty his cup, and to relinquish the role which, he thought, had given him such a felicitous distinction, drawn upon him such flattering general notice. And now, in the general course of events, Caroline, knowing how it would be, had opened the piano and produced music-books in readiness. Music was asked for. This was Mr. Sweeting's chance for showing off. He was eager to commence. He undertook, therefore, the arduous task of persuading the young ladies to favor the company with an air, a song. Con amore, he went through the whole business of begging, praying, resisting excuses, explaining away difficulties, and at last succeeded in persuading Miss Harriet to allow herself to be led to the instrument. Then out came the pieces of his flute. He always carried them in his pocket, as unfailingly as he carried his handkerchief. They were screwed and arranged. Malone and Dawn, meanwhile, herding together and sneering at him, which the little man, glancing over his shoulder, saw, but did not heed at all. He was persuaded their sarcasm all arose from envy. They could not accompany the ladies as he could. He was about to enjoy a triumph over them. The triumph began. Malone, much chagrined at hearing him pipe up in most superior style, determined to earn distinction too, if possible, and all at once assuming the character of a swain, which character he had endeavored to enact once or twice before, but in which he had not hitherto met with the success he doubtless opined his merits deserved, approached a sofa on which Miss Helstone was seated, and, depositing his great Irish frame near her, tried his hand, or rather his tongue, at a fine speech or two, accompanied by grins the most extraordinary and incomprehensible. In the course of his efforts to render himself agreeable, he contrived to possess himself of the 2 long sofa cushions and a square one, with which, after rolling them about for some time with strange gestures, he managed to erect a sort of barrier between himself and the object of his attentions. Caroline, quite willing that they should be sundered, soon devised an excuse for stepping over to the opposite side of the room, and taking up a position beside Mrs. Sykes, of which good lady she entreated some instruction in a new stitch in ornamental knitting, a favor readily granted, and thus Peter Augustus was thrown out. Very sullenly did his countenance lower when he saw himself abandoned, left entirely to his own resources on a large sofa, with the charge of 3 small cushions on his hands. The fact was, he felt disposed seriously to cultivate acquaintance with Miss Helstone, because he thought, in common with others, that her uncle possessed money, and concluded that, since he had no children, he would probably leave it to his niece. Gerard Moore was better instructed on this point. He had seen the neat church that owed its origin to the rector's zeal and cash, and more than once, in his inmost soul, had cursed an expensive caprice which crossed his wishes. The evening seemed long to one person in that room. Caroline, at intervals, dropped her knitting on her lap, and gave herself up to a sort of brain lethargy, closing her eyes and depressing her head, caused by what seemed to her the unmeaning hum around her, the inharmonious, tasteless rattle of the piano keys, the squeaking and gasping notes of the flute, the laughter and mirth of her uncle, and Hannah and Mary. She could not tell whence originating, for she heard nothing comic or gleeful in their discourse, and more than all, by the interminable gossip of Mrs. Sykes murmured close at her ear, gossip which rang the changes on 4 subjects: her own health, and that of the various members of her family, the missionary and Jew baskets and their contents, the late meeting at Nunneley, and one which was expected to come off next week at Winbury. Tired at length to exhaustion, she embraced the opportunity of Mr. Sweeting coming up to speak to Mrs. Sykes, to slip quietly out of the apartment and seek a moment's respite and solitude. She repaired to the dining-room, where the dear but now low remnant of a fire still burned in the grate. The place was empty and quiet. Glasses and decanters were cleared from the table. The chairs were put back in their places. All was orderly. Caroline sank into her uncle's large easy-chair, half shut her eyes, and rested herself. Rested at least her limits, her senses, her hearing, her vision. Weary with listening to nothing and gazing on vacancy. As to her mind, that flew directly to the hollow. It stood on the threshold of the parlour there, then it passed to the counting-house, and wondered which spot was blessed by the presence of Robert. It so happened that neither locality had that honour, for Robert was half a mile away from both, and much nearer to Caroline than her deadened spirit suspected. He was at this moment crossing the churchyard, approaching the rectory garden gate, not, however, coming to see his cousin, but intent solely on communicating a brief piece of intelligence to the rector. "Yes, Caroline, you hear the wire of the bell vibrate. It rings again for the 5th time this afternoon. You start, and you are certain now that this must be of whom you dream. Why you are so certain you cannot explain to yourself, but you know it. You lean forward, listening eagerly as Fanny opens the door. Right, that is the voice, low, with the slight foreign accent, but so sweet as you fancy. You half rise. Fanny will tell him Mr. Helstone is with company, and then he will go away. Oh, she cannot let him go. In spite of herself, in spite of her reason, she walks half across the room. She stands ready to dart out in case the step should retreat, but he enters the passage. "Since your master is engaged," he says, "just show me into the dining-room. Bring me pen and ink. I will write a short note and leave it for him." Now, having caught these words and hearing him advance, Caroline, if there was a door within the dining-room, would glide through it and disappear. She feels caught, hemmed in. She dreads her unexpected presence may annoy him. A second since, she would have flown to him. That second past, she would flee from him. She cannot. There is no way of escape. The dining-room has but one door, through which now enters her cousin. The look of troubled surprise she expected to see in his face has appeared there, has shocked her, and is gone. She has stammered a sort of apology. "I only left the drawing-room a minute for a little quiet." There was something so diffident and downcast in the air and tone with which she said this, anyone might perceive that some saddening change had lately passed over her prospects, and that the faculty of cheerful self-possession had left her. Mr. Moore probably remembered how she had formerly been accustomed to meet him with gentle ardor and hopeful confidence. He must have seen how the check of this morning had operated. Here was an opportunity for carrying out his new system with effect, if he chose to improve it. Perhaps he found it easier to practice that system in broad daylight, in his mill-yard, amidst busy occupations, than in a quiet parlour, disengaged at the hour of eventide. Fanny lit the candles, which before had stood unlit on the table, brought writing materials, and left the room. Caroline was about to follow her. Moore, to act consistently, should have let her go, whereas he stood in the doorway, and, holding out his hand, gently kept her back. He did not ask her to stay, but he would not let her go. "Shall I tell my uncle you are here?" asked she, still in the same subdued voice. "No. I can say to you all I had to say to him. You will be my messenger?" "Yes, Robert." "Then you may just inform him that I have got a clue to the identity of one, at least, of the men who broke my frames, that he belongs to the same gang who attacked Sykes and Pearson's dressing shop, and that I hope to have him in custody tomorrow. You can remember that?" "Oh, yes." These two monosyllables were uttered in a sadder tone than ever, and as she said them she shook her head slightly and sighed. "Will you prosecute him?" "Doubtless." "No, Robert." "And why no, Caroline?" because it will set all the neighborhood against you more than ever. That is no reason why I should not do my duty and defend my property. This fellow is a great scoundrel, and ought to be incapacitated from perpetrating further mischief. But his accomplices will take revenge on you. You do not know how the people of this country bear malice. It is the boast of some of them that they can keep a stone in their pocket 7 years, turn it at the end of that time, keep it 7 years longer, and hurl it and hit their mark at last. Moore laughed. "A most pithy vaunt," said he, "one that redounds vastly to the credit of your dear Yorkshire friends. But don't fear for me, Lena. I am on my guard against these lamb-like compatriots of yours. Don't make yourself uneasy about me. How can I help it? You are my cousin. If anything happened—" She stopped. "Nothing will happen, Lena. To speak in your own language, there is a Providence above all, is there not?" "Yes, dear Robert. May He guard you." "And if prayers have efficacy, yours will benefit me. You pray for me sometimes?" "Not sometimes, Robert. You and Louis and Hortense are always remembered." "So I have often imagined. It has occurred to me, when, weary and vexed, I have myself gone to bed like a heathen, that another had asked forgiveness for my day, and safety for my night. I don't suppose such vicarial piety will avail much, but the petitions come out of a sincere breast from innocent lips. They should be acceptable as Abel's offering, and doubtless would be, if the object deserved them. Annihilate that doubt. It is groundless. When a man has been brought up only to make money, and lives to make it, and for nothing else, and scarcely breathes any other air than that of mills and markets, it seems odd to utter his name in a prayer, or to mix his idea with anything divine, and very strange it seems that a good, pure heart should take him in and harbor him, as if he had any claim to that sort of nest. If I could guide that benignant heart, I believe I should counsel it to exclude one who does not profess to have any higher aim in life than that of patching up his broken fortune and wiping clean from his bourgeois scutcheon the foul stain of bankruptcy. The hint, though conveyed thus tenderly and modestly, as Caroline thought, was felt keenly and comprehended dearly. "Indeed, I only think, or I will only think, of you as my cousin," was the quick answer. "I am beginning to understand things better than I did, Robert, when you first came to England, better than I did a day ago. I know it is your duty to try to get on, and that it won't do for you to be romantic, but in future you must not misunderstand me if I seem friendly. You misunderstood me this morning, did you not?" "What made you think so?" "Your look, your manner. But look at me now." "Oh, you are different now." "At present I dare speak to you." "Yet I am the same, except that I have left the tradesman behind me in the hollow. Your kinsman alone stands before you." "My cousin Robert, not Mr. Moore." "Not a bit of Mr. Moore. Caroline—" Here the company was heard rising in the other room. The door was opened, the pony carriage was ordered, shawls and bonnets were demanded. Mr. Helstone called for his niece. "I must go, Robert." "Yes, you must go, or they will come in and find us here, and I, rather than meet all that host in the passage, will take my departure through the window. Luckily it opens like a door. 1 minute only. Put down the candle an instant. Good night. I kiss you because we are cousins, and being cousins, 1, 2, 3 kisses are allowable. Caroline, good night." End of Chapter 7. Recording by Mala. Parkland, Florida, April 2010.
Chapter 8 of Shirley by Charlotte Brontë. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A. Janelle Risa. Noah and Moses. Part 1. The next day Moore had risen before the sun, and had taken a ride to Winbury and back ere his sister made the café au lait or cut the tartines for his breakfast. What business he transacted there he kept to himself. Hortense asked no questions. It was not her wont to comment on his movements, nor his to render an account of them. The secrets of business, complicated and often dismal mysteries, were buried in his breast, and never came out of their sepulchre, save now and then to scare Joe Scott, or give a start to some foreign correspondent. Indeed, a general habit of reserve on whatever was important seemed bred in his mercantile blood. Breakfast over, he went to his counting-house. Henry, Joe Scott's boy, brought in the letters and the daily papers. Moore seated himself at his desk, broke the seals of the documents, and glanced them over. They were all short, but not, it seemed, sweet, probably rather sour, on the contrary, for as Moore laid down the last, his nostrils emitted a derisive and defiant snuff, and though he burst into no soliloquy, there was a glance in his eye that seemed to invoke the devil, and lay charges on him to sweep the whole concern to Gehenna. However, having chosen a pen and striped away the feathered top in a brief spasm of finger fury, only finger fury, his face was placid. He dashed off a batch of answers, sealed them, and then went out and walked through the mill. On coming back, he sat down to read his newspaper. The contents seemed not absorbingly interesting. He more than once laid it across his knee, folded his arms, and gazed into the fire. He occasionally turned his head towards the window. He looked at intervals at his watch. In short, his mind appeared preoccupied. Perhaps he was thinking of the beauty of the weather, for it was a fine and mild morning for the season, and wishing to be out in the fields enjoying it. The door of his counting-house stood wide open. The breeze and sunshine entered freely. But the first visitant brought no spring perfume on its wings, only an occasional sulphur puff from the soot-thick column of smoke rushing sable from the gaunt mill chimney. A dark blue apparition, that of Joe Scott, fresh from a dyeing vat, appeared momentarily at the open door, uttered the words, "He's come, sir," and vanished. Mr. Moore raised not his eyes from the paper. A large man, broad-shouldered and massive-limbed, clad in fustian garments and grey worsted stockings, entered, who was received with a nod and desired to take a seat, which he did, making the remark as he removed his hat, stowed it away under his chair, and wiped his forehead with a spotted cotton handkerchief extracted from the hat crown, that it was "right done warm for February." Mr. Moore assented. At least he uttered some slight sound which, though inarticulate, might pass for an assent. The visitor now carefully deposited in the corner beside him an official-looking staff which he bore in his hand. This done, he whistled, probably by way of appearing at ease. "You have what is necessary, I suppose," said Mr. Moore. Aye, all's right." He renewed his whistling, Mr. Moore his reading. The paper apparently had become more interesting. Presently, however, he returned to his cupboard, which was within reach of his long arm, opened it without rising, took out a black bottle, the same that he had produced for Malone's benefit, a tumbler, and a jug, placed them on the table, and said to his guest, "Help yourself. There's water in that jar in the corner." "I didn't know that there's much need for a body as dry, thirsty, in a morning," said the fustian gentleman, rising and doing as requested. "Will you talk not yourself, Mr. Moore?" he inquired, as with skilful hand he mixed a portion, and having tested it by deep draught, sank back, satisfied and bland in his seat. Moore, chary of words, replied by a negative movement and murmur. "It ought set ye up, what a sup of this stuff, uncommon good Hollands. Ye get it from foreign parts, I see." "Aye. Tak my advice and try a glass on it. Them lads that's comin'll keep ye talking nobody knows how long. You'll need proppin'." "Have you seen Mr. Skies this morning?" inquired Moore. "I seed him half an hour, nay, happen a quarter of an hour sin, just afore I set off. He said he aimed to come here, and I shouldn't wonder but y'all have old Headstone too. I seed him saddling his little nag as I passed at back out the rectory." The speaker was a true prophet, for the trot of the little nag's hoofs was 5 minutes after heard in the yard. It stopped, and a well-known nasal voice cried aloud, "Boy," probably addressing Harry Scott, who usually hung about the premises from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. "Take my horse and lead him into the stable." Helstone came in, marching nimbly and erect, looking browner, keener, and livelier than usual. "Beautiful morning, Moore. How do you do, my boy? Ha! Whom have we here?" turning to the personage with the staff. "Sudgeon! What? You're going to work directly? On my word, you lose no time, but I come to ask explanations. Your message was delivered to me. Are you sure you are on the right scent? How do you mean to set about the business? Have you got a warrant? Sugden has. Then you are going to seek him now. I'll accompany you. You will be spared that trouble, sir. He is coming to seek me. I am just now sitting in state, waiting his arrival. And who is it? One of my parishioners? Joe Scott had entered unobserved. He now stood a most sinister phantom, half his person being dyed of the deepest tint of indigo, leaning on the desk. His master's answer to the rector's question was a smile. Joe took the word. Putting on a quiet but pawky look, he said, "It's a friend of yours, Mr. Helstone, a gentleman you often speak of." "Indeed! His name, Joe? You look well this morning." "Only the Reverend Moses Barraclough. Tubbed orator you call him sometimes, I think." "Ah," said the rector, taking out his snuff-box and administering to himself a very long pinch. "Ah, couldn't have supposed it. Why, the pious man never was a workman of yours more. He's a tailor by trade." "And so much the worse grudge I owe him for interfering and settling my discarded men against me." "And Moses was actually present at the battle of Stilbroe Moor. He went there, wooden leg and all?" "Aye, sir," said Joe. "He went there on horseback, that his leg might be noticed. He was the captain and wore a mask. The rest only had their faces blackened." "And how was he found out?" "I'll tell ye, sir," said Joe. "T' maester's not so fond of talking. I've no objections. He courted Sarah, Mr. Moore's sarvant lass, and so it seems she would have nothing to say to him. She either didn't like his wooden leg, or she'd some notion about his being a hypocrite. Happen, for women is queer hands, we may say that among worslen when there's none of them nigh. She'd have encouraged him in spite of his leg and his deceit just to pass time like. I've known some of 'em to do as much. In some of the bonniest and mimiest looking today I've seen 'em. I've seen clean, trim young things that look as dainty and pure as daisies, and with time a body found 'em out to be naught but stinging venom nettles." "Joe's a sensible fellow," interjected Helstone. "Howsever, Sarah had another string to her bow. Fred Murgatroyd, one of our lads, is for her, and as women judge men by their faces, and Fred has a middling face, while Moses is none so handsome, as we all know. The lass took on with Fred. A 2-3 months sin, Murgatroyd and Moses chanced to meet one Sunday night. They'd both come lurking about the premises with the notion of counselling Sarah to take a bit of walk with them. They fell out, had a tussle, and Fred was worsted, for he's young and small, and Barraclough, for all he has only one leg, is almost as strong as Sugden there. Indeed, anybody that hears him roaring at revival or a love feast may be sure he's no weakling." "Joe, you're insupportable," here broke in Mr. Moore. "You spin out your explanation as Moses spins out his sermons. The long and the short of it is, Murgatroyd was jealous of Barraclough, and last night, as he and a friend took shelter in a barn from a shower, they heard and saw Moses conferring with some associates within. From their discourse, it was plain he had been the leader not only at Stilbroe Moor, but in the attack on Skye's property. Moreover, they planned a deputation to wait on me this morning, which the tailor is to head, and which, in the most religious and peaceful spirit, is to entreat me to put the accursed thing out of my tent. I rode over to Winbury this morning, got a constable and a warrant, and now I am waiting to give my friend the reception he deserves. Here, meantime, comes Skye. Mr. Helstone, you must spirit him up. He feels timid at the thoughts of prosecuting." A gig was heard to roll into the yard. Mr. Skies entered, a tall, stout man of about 50, comely of feature, but feeble in physiognomy. He looked anxious. "Have they been? Are they gone? Have you got him? Is it over?" he asked. "Not yet," returned Moore with phlegm. "We are waiting for them." "They'll not come. It's near noon. Better give up. It will excite bad feeling, make a stir, cause perhaps fatal consequences." "You need not appear," said Moore. "I shall meet them in the yard when they come. You can stay here." "But my name must be seen on the law proceedings. A wife and family, Mr. Moore. A wife and family make a man cautious." Moore looked disgusted. "Give way, if you please," said he. "Leave me to myself. I have no objection to act alone. Only be assured you will not find safety in submission. Your partner Pearson gave way and conceded and forbore. Well, that did not prevent them from attempting to shoot him in his own house." "My dear sir, take a little wine and water," recommended Mr. Helstone. The wine and water was Hollands and water, as Mr. Sikes discovered when he had compounded and swallowed a brimming tumbler thereof. It transfigured him in 2 minutes, brought the color back to his face, and made today word valiant. He now announced that he hoped he was above being trampled on by the common people. He was determined to endure the insolence of the working classes no longer. He had considered of it, made up his mind to go all lengths. If money and spirit could put down these rioters, they should be put down. Mr. Moore might do as he liked, but he, Christopher Sikes, would spend his last penny in the law before he would be beaten. He'd settle them, or he'd see. "Take another glass," urged Moore. Mr. Sikes didn't mind if he did. This was a cold morning. Sudgeon had found it a warm one. It was necessary to be careful at this time of year. It was proper to take something to keep the damp out. He had a cough already. Here he coughed in attestation of the fact. Something of this sort, lifting the black bottle, was excellent taken medicinally. He poured the physic into his tumbler. He didn't make a practice of drinking spirits in the morning, but occasionally it really was prudent to take precautions. "Quite prudent, and take them by all means," urged the host. Mr. Sikes now addressed Mr. Helstone, who stood on the hearth, his shovel hat on his head, watching him significantly with his keen little eyes. "You, sir, as a clergyman," said he, "may feel it disagreeable to be present amid scenes of hurry and flurry, and I may say peril. I dare say your nerves won't stand it. You're a man of peace, sir, but we manufacturers, living in the world and always in turmoil, get quite belligerent. Really, there's an ardor excited by the thoughts of danger that makes my heart pant. When Miss Sikes is afraid of the house being attacked and broken open, as she is every night, I get quite excited. I couldn't describe to you, sir, my feelings. Really, if anybody was to come, thieves or anything, I believe I should enjoy it, such is my spirit." The hardest of laughs, though brief and low, and by no means insulting, was the response of the rector. Moore would have pressed upon the heroic mill owner a third tumbler, but the clergyman, who never transgressed, nor would suffer others in his presence to transgress the bounds of decorum, checked him. "Enough is as good as a feast, is it not, Mr. Sikes?" he said. And Mr. Sikes assented, and then sat and watched Joe Scott remove the bottle at a sign from Helstone, with a self-satisfied simper on his lips and a regretful glisten in his eye. Moore looked as if he should have liked to fool him the top of his bent. What would a certain young kinswoman of his have said, could she have seen her dear, good, great Robert, her Coriolanus, just now? Would she have acknowledged that in that mischievous, sardonic visage, the same face to which she had looked up with such love, which had bent over her with such gentleness last night, was that the man who had spent so quiet an evening with his sister and his cousin, so suave to one, so tender to the other, reading Shakespeare and listening to Chenier? Yes, it was the same man, only seen on a different side, a side Caroline had not yet fairly beheld, though perhaps she had enough sagacity faintly to suspect its existence. Well, Caroline had, doubtless, her defective side too. She was human. She must, then, have been very imperfect, and had she seen Moore on his very worst side, she probably would have said this to herself and excused him. Love can excuse anything except meanness. But meanness kills love, cripples even natural affection. Without esteem, true love cannot exist. Moore, with all his faults, might be esteemed, for he had no moral scrofula in his mind, no hopeless polluting taint, such, for instance, as that falsehood. Neither was he the slave of his appetites. The active life to which he had been born and bred had given him something else to do than to join the futile chase of the pleasure hunter. He was a man integrated, the disciple of reason, not the votary of sense. The same might be said of old Helstone. Neither of these two would look, think, or speak a lie, for neither of them had the wretched black bottle, which had been just put away. Any charms, both might boast a valid claim to the proud title of Lord of the Creation, for no animal vice was lord of them. They looked and were superior beings to poor Sikes. A sort of gathering and trampling sound was heard in the yard, and then a pause. Moore walked to the window. Helstone followed. Both stood on one side, the tall junior behind the undersized senior, looking forth carefully so that they might not be visible from without. Their sole comment on what they saw was a cynical smile flashed into each other's stern eyes. A flourishing oratorical cough was now heard, followed by the interjection, "Whisht," designed, as it seemed, to still the hum of several voices. Moore opened his casement an inch or two to admit sound more freely. "Joseph Scott," began a snuffling voice. Scott was standing sentinel at the counting-house door. "Might we inquire if your master be within, and is to be spoken to?" "He's within, aye," said Joe nonchalantly. "Would you then, if you please," emphasis on you, "have the goodness to tell him that 12 gentlemen wants to see him?" "He'd happen to ax what for," suggested Joe. "I might as well tell him at the same time." "For a purpose," was the answer. Joe entered. "Please, sir, there's 12 gentlemen wants to see ya. For a purpose." "Good, Joe, I'm their man. Suggen, come when I whistle." Moore went out, chuckling dryly. He advanced into the yard, one hand in his pocket, the other in his waistcoat, his cap brim over his eyes, shading in some measure their deep dancing ray of scorn. 12 men waited in the yard, some in their shirt-sleeves, some in blue aprons. 2 figured conspicuously in the van of the party. One, a little dapper, strutting man with a turned-up nose. The other, a broad-shouldered fellow, distinguished no less by his demure face and cat-like, trustless eyes than by a wooden leg and stout crutch. There was a kind of leer about his lips. He seemed laughing in his sleeve at some person or thing. His whole air was anything but that of a true man. "Good morning, Mr. Barclaw," said Moore, debonairly for him. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Recording by A. Janelle Risa. Chapter 8 of Shirley by Charlotte Brontë, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A. Janelle Risa. "Peace be unto you," was the answer, Mr. Barclaw entirely closing his natural half-shut eyes as he delivered it. "I'm obliged to you. Peace is an excellent thing. There's nothing I more wish for myself, but that is not all you have to say to me, I suppose. I imagine peace is not your purpose." "As to our purpose," began Barclaw, "it's one that may sound strange, and perhaps foolish to ears like yours. To the point, if you please, and let me hear what it is." "You see here, sir, it is a grand purpose, and," changing his voice from half-sneer to a whine, "it's the Lord's own purpose, and that's better. Do you want a subscription to a new Ranter's chapter, Mr. Barclaw? Unless your errand be something of that sort, I cannot see what you have to do with it." "I hadn't that duty on my mind, sir, but as Providence had led ye to mention the subject, I'll make it my way to take only a trifle you may have to spare. The smallest contribution will be acceptable." With that, he doffed his hat and held it out as a begging box, a brazen grin at the same time crossing his countenance. "If I gave you 6 pence, you would drink it." Barclaw uplifted the palms of his hands and the whites of his eyes, evincing in the gesture a mere burlesque of hypocrisy. "You seem a fine fellow," said Moore, quite coolly and dryly. "You don't care for showing me that you are a double-dyed hypocrite, that your trade is fraud. You expect, indeed, to make me laugh at the cleverness with which you play your coarsely farcical part, while at the same time you think you are deceiving the men behind you." Moses' countenance lowered. He saw that he had gone too far. He was going to answer when the second leader, impatient of being hitherto kept in the background, stepped forward. This man did not look like a traitor, though he had an exceedingly self-confident and conceited air. "Mr. Moore," commenced he, speaking also in his throat and nose, and enunciating each word very slowly, as if with a view to giving his audience time to appreciate fully the uncommon elegance of the phraseology. "It might perhaps justly be said that reason rather than peace is our purpose. We come in the first place to request you hear reason, and should you refuse, it is my duty to warn you in very decided terms that measures will be had resort to." He meant recourse, "which will probably terminate in bringing you to a sense of the unwisdom of the foolishness which seems to guide and guard your proceedings as a tradesman in this manufacturing part of the country. Ahem. Sir, I would beg to allude that as foreigner coming from distant coast, another quarter and hemisphere of this globe throne, as I may say, a perfect outcast on these shores, the cliffs of Albion. You have not that understanding of hus and were ways which might conduce to the benefit of the working classes. If to come at once to particulars, you'd consider to give up this here mill, and go without further protraction straight home to where you belong. It 'ud happen be as well. I can see naught agin such a plan. What have ye to say to lads?" Turning round to the other members of the deputation, who responded unanimously, "Hear, hear!" "Bravio, Noah O'Tims," murmured Scott, who stood behind Mr. Moore. "Moses'll never beat that, Cliffs o' Albion, and t'other hemisphere. My certy, did you come from the Antarctic zone, Maester? Moses is dished." Moses, however, refused to be dished. He thought he would try again. Casting a somewhat ireful glance at Noah O'Tims, he launched out in his turn, and now he spoke, in a serious tone, relinquishing the sarcasm which he found had not answered. "However ye set up the pole o' your taint amang us, Mr. Moore, we lived in peace and quietness, yea, I may say in all loving kindness. I am not myself an aged person as yet, but I can remember as far back as maybe some 20 year, when hand labour were encouraged and respected, and no mischief-maker had ventured to introduce this here machines, which is so pernicious. Now, I'm not a cloth-dresser myself, but by trade a tailor. Howsoever, my heart is of a softish nature. I'm a very feelin' man, and when I see my brethren oppressed, like my great namesake of old, I stand up for 'em, which intent I this day speak with you face to face, and advises you to part with your infernal machinery and take on more hands. What if I don't follow your advice, Mr. Barraclough?" "The Lord pardon you! The Lord soften your heart, sir!" "Are you in connection with the Wesleyans now, Mr. Barraclough?" "Praise God, bless his name, I'm a joined Methody, which in no respect prevents you from being at the same time a drunkard and a swindler. I saw you one night a week ago, laid dead drunk by the roadside, as I returned from Stillborough Market, and while you preach peace, you make it the business of your life to stir up dissension. You no more sympathize with the poor who are in distress than you sympathize with me. You incite them to outrage for bad purposes of your own. So does the individual called Noah of Tims. You two are restless, meddling, impudent scoundrels whose chief motive principle is a selfish ambition as dangerous as it is puerile. The persons behind you are some of them honest, though misguided men, but you two I count altogether bad." Barraclough was going to speak. "Silence! You've had your say, and now I will have mine. As to being dictated to by you or any Jack, Jem, or Jonathan on earth, I shall not suffer it for a moment. You desire me to quit the country. You request me to part with my machinery. In case I refuse, you threaten me. I do refuse, point blank. Here I stay, and by this mill I stand, and into it I convey the best machinery inventors can furnish. What will you do? The utmost you can do, and this you will never dare to do, is burn down my mill, destroy its contents, and shoot me. What then? Suppose that building was a ruin and I was a corpse. What then, you lads behind these two scamps? Would that stop invention or exhaust science? Not for the fraction of a second of time. Another and better gig mill would rise on the ruins of this, and perhaps a more enterprising owner come in my place. Hear me! I'll make my cloth as I please, and according to the best lights I have. In its manufacture I will employ what means I choose. Whoever after hearing this shall dare interfere with me may just take the consequences. An example shall prove I'm in earnest." He whistled, shrill and loud. Sudgeon, his staff, and Warrant came on the scene. Moore turned sharply to Barraclough. "You were at Stillborough," said he. "I have proof of that. You were on the moor. You wore a mask. You knocked down one of my men with your own hand. You, a preacher of the gospel! Sudgeon, arrest him." Moses was captured. There was a cry and a rush to rescue, but the right hand, which all this while had lain hidden in Moore's breast, reappearing, held out a pistol. Both barrels are loaded, said he. I'm quite determined. Keep off. Stepping backwards, facing the foe as he went, he guarded his prey to the counting-house. He ordered Joe Scott to pass in with Suggen and the prisoner, and to bolt the door inside. For himself he walked backwards and forwards along the front of the mill, looking meditatively on the ground, his hand hanging carelessly by his side, but still holding the pistol. The 11 remaining deputies watched him some time, talking under their breath to each other. At length one of them approached. This man looked very different from either of the other two who had previously spoken. He was hard-favoured, but modest and manly-looking. "I've not much faith in Moses Barraclough," said he, "and I would speak a word to you myself, Mr. Moore. It's out of no ill will that I'm here for my part. It's just to make an effort to get things straightened, for they're sorely a-crooked. You see, we're ill off, very ill off. We're families is poor and pined. We're thrown out of work with these frames. We can get naught to do. We can earn naught. What is to be done? Mun we say whist and lig us down and dee. Nay, I've no grand words at my tongue's end, Mr. Moore, but I feel that it would be a low principle for a reasonable man to starve to death like a dumb cretur. I will not do. I'm not for shedding blood. I'll neither kill a man nor hurt a man, and I'm not for pulling down mills and breaking machines. For as you say, that way o' goin' 'll never stop invention, but I'll talk. I'll make a big as din as ever I can. Invention may be all right, but I know it isn't for poor folks to starve. Them that governs mun find a way to help us. They mun make fresh ordinations. You'll say that's hard to do, so much louder mun we shout it then, for so much slacker will to Parliament men be set on a tough job." "Worry the Parliament men as much as you please," said Moore, "but to worry the mill owners is absurd, and I, for one, won't stand it." "You're a hard right un," returned the workman. "Willn't ye give us a bit of time? Willn't ye consent to mak your changes more slowly? Am I the whole body of clothiers in Yorkshire? Answer me that." "You're yourself'n." "And only myself. And if I stopped by the way an instant, while others are rushing on, I should be trodden down. If I did as you wished me to do, I would be bankrupt in a month. And would my bankruptcy put bread into your hungry children's mouths? William Farren, neither to your dictation nor to that of any other will I submit. Talk to me no more about machinery. I will have my own way. I shall get new frames in tomorrow. If you broke these, I would still get more. I'll never give in." Here the mill bell rang 12 o'clock. It was the dinner hour. Moore abruptly turned from the deputation and re-entered the counting-house. His last words had left a harsh impression. He at least had failed in the disposing of a chance he was lord of, by speaking kindly to William Farren, who was a very honest man without envy or hatred of those more happily circumstanced than himself, thinking it no hardship and no injustice to be forced to live by labor, disposed to be honorably content if he could get work to do. Moore might have made a friend. It seemed wonderful how he could turn such a man without a conciliatory or sympathizing expression. The poor fellow's face looked haggard with want. He had the aspect of a man who had not known what it was to live in comfort and plenty for weeks, perhaps months. And yet there was no ferocity, no malignancy in his countenance. It was worn, dejected, austere, but still patient. How could Moore leave him thus, with the words, "I'll never give in," and not a whisper of goodwill or hope or aid? Farren, as he went home to his cottage, once in better times, a decent, clean, pleasant place, now, though still clean, very dreary because so poor, asked himself this question. He concluded that the foreign mill owner was a selfish, unfeeling, and he thought, too, a foolish man. It appeared to him that emigration, had he only the means to emigrate, would be preferable to service under such a master. He felt much cast down, almost hopeless. On his entrance his wife served out, in orderly sort, such a dinner as she had to give him and the barons. It was only porridge, and too little of that. Some of the younger children asked for more when they had done their portion, an application which disturbed William much. While his wife quieted them as well as she could, he left his seat and went to the door. He whistled a cheery stave, which did not, however, prevent a broad drop or two, much more like the first of a thunder-shower than those which oozed from the wound of the gladiator, from the gathering lids of his grey eyes, and plashing thence to the threshold. He cleared his vision with his sleeve. and the melting mood over, a very stern one followed. He still stood, brooding in silence, when a gentleman in black came up, a clergyman. It might be seen at once, but neither Helstone, nor Malone, nor Dunn, nor Sweeting. He might be 40 years old. He was plain-looking, dark-complexioned, and already rather grey-haired. He stooped a little in walking. His countenance, as he came on, wore an abstracted and somewhat doleful air, but in approaching Farron he looked up, and then a hearty expression illuminated the preoccupied, serious face. "Is it you, William? How are you?" he asked. "Middling, Mr. Hall. How are ye? Will ye step in and rest ye?" Mr. Hall, whose name the reader has seen mentioned before, and who, indeed, was vicar of Nunley, of which parish Farron was a native, and from whence he had removed but 3 years ago to reside in Briarfield, for the convenience of being near Hollow's mill, where he had obtained work, entered the cottage, and having greeted the good wife and the children, sat down. He proceeded to talk very cheerfully about the length of time that had elapsed since the family quitted his parish, the changes which had occurred since. He answered questions touching his sister Margaret, who was inquired after with much interest. He asked questions in his turn, and at last, glancing hastily and anxiously round through his spectacles, he wore spectacles, for he was short-sighted, at the bare room and the meagre and wan faces of the circle around him, for the children had come round his knee, and the father and mother stood before him. He said abruptly, "And how are you all? How do you get on?" Mr. Hall, be it remarked, though an accomplished scholar, not only spoke with a strong northern accent, but, on occasion, used freely north country expressions. "We get on poorly," said William. "We're all out of work. I've sold most of the household stuff, as you may see, and what we're to do next, God knows." "Has Mr. Moore turned you off?" "He has turned us off, and I've such an opinion of him now that I think if he'd take me on again tomorrow I wouldn't work for him." "It's not like you to say so, William." "I know it isn't, but I'm getting different to myself. I feel I am changing. I wouldn't heed if t' bairns and t' wife had enough to live on, but they're pinched, they're pined." "Well, my lad, and so are you, I see you are. These are grievous times. I see suffering wherever I turn. William, sit down. Grace, sit down. Let us talk it over." And in order the better to talk it over, Mr. Hall lifted the least of the children onto his knee, and placed his hand on the head of the next least. But when the small things began to chatter to him, he bade them "Whisht!" and fixing his eyes on the grate, he regarded the handful of embers which burned there very gravely. "Sad times," he said, "and they last long. It is the will of God, his will be done, but he tries us to the utmost." And again he reflected, "You've no money, William, and you've nothing you could sell to raise a small sum?" "No, I've sold the chest of drawers, and the clock, and the bit of mahogany stand, and the wife's bonny tea-tray, instead of Cheeny that she brought for a portion when we were wed. And if somebody lent you £1 or 2, could you make any good use of it? Could you get into a new way of doing something?" Farron did not answer, but his wife said quickly, "Aye, I'm sure he could. He's a very contriving chap, is our William. If he'd £2 or £3, he could begin selling stuff." "Could you, William?" "Please God," returned William deliberately, "I could buy groceries, and bits o' tapes, and thread, and what I thought would sell, and I would begin hawking at first." "And you know, sir," interposed Grace, "you're sure William would neither drink nor idle nor waste it in any way. He's my husband, and I shouldn't praise him, but I will say there's not a soberer, honest man in England nor he is. Well, I'll speak to 1 or 2 friends, and I think I can promise to let him have £5 in a day or 2. As a loan, ye mind, not a gift. He must pay it back." "I understand, sir. I'm quite agreeable to that." "Meantime, there's a few shillings for you, Gracie, just to keep the pot boiling till custom comes. Now, bairns, stand up in a row and say your catechism while your mother goes and buys some dinner, for you've not had much today, I'll be bound. You begin, Ben. What's your name?" Mr. Hall stayed till Grace came back. Then he hastily took his leave, shaking hands with both Farron and his wife. Just at the door he said to them a few brief but very earnest words of religious consolation and exhortation. With a mutual "God bless you, sir. God bless you, my friends," they separated. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Recording by A. Janelle Risa.
Chapter 9, Part 1 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shirley, by Charlotte Brontë. Messrs. Helstone and Sykes began to be extremely jocose and congratulatory with Mr. Moore when he returned to them after dismissing the deputation. He was so quiet, however, under their compliments upon his firmness, etc., and wore a countenance so like a still, dark day, equally beamless and breezeless, that the rector, after glancing shrewdly into his eyes, buttoned up his felicitations with his coat, and said to Sykes, whose senses were not acute enough to enable him to discover unassisted where his presence and conversation were a nuisance, "Come, sir, your road and mine lie partly together. Had we not better bear each other company? We'll bid Moore good morning, and leave him to the happy fancies he seems disposed to indulge." "And where is Sutchen?" demanded Moore, looking up. "Aha!" cried Helstone. "I've not been quite idle while you were busy. I've been helping you a little. I flatter myself not injudiciously. I thought it better not to lose time. So, while you were parleying with that down-looking gentleman, Farron, I think his name is, I opened this back window, shouted to Murgatroyd, who was in the stable, to bring Mr. Sykes' gig round, and then I smuggled Sugden and his brother Moses, wooden leg and all, through the aperture, and saw them mount the gig, always with our good friend Sykes' permission, of course. Sugden took the reins, he drives like Jehu, and in another quarter of an hour Barraclaw will be safe in Stillborough jail." "Very good, thank you," said Moore. "And good morning, gentlemen," he added, and so politely conducted them to the door, and saw them clear of his premises. He was a taciturn, serious man the rest of the day. He did not even bandy a repartee with Joe Scott, who, for his part, said to his master only just what was absolutely necessary to the progress of business, but looked at him a good deal out of the corners of his eyes, frequently came to poke the counting-house fire for him, and once, as he was locking up for the day, the mill was then working short time, owing to the slackness of trade, observed that it was a grand evening, and he could wish Mr. Moore to take a bit of a walk up the hollow. It would do him good. At this recommendation, Mr. Moore burst into a short laugh, and after demanding of Joe what all this solicitude meant, and whether he took him for a woman or a child, seized the keys from his hand, and shoved him by the shoulders out of his presence. He called him back, however, ere he had reached the yard gate. "Joe, do you know those Farrons? They are not well off, I suppose." "They cannot be well off, sir, when they've not had work as a 3-month. You'd see yourself at William's sorely changed, fair paired. They've sold most of the stuff out of the house." "He was not a bad workman?" "You never had a better, sir, sin' you began trade." "And decent people, the whole family?" "Niver decenter. The wife's a right cant body, and as clean, you mud eat your porous off the house floor. They're sorely come down. I wish William could get a job as gardener or summat i' that way. He understands gardening weel. He once lived with a Scotchman that touched him the mysteries of the craft, as they say. Now then, you can go, Joe. You need not stand there staring at me. You've no orders to give, sir." "None, but for you to take yourself off," which Joe did accordingly. Spring evenings are often cold and raw, and though this had been a fine day, warm even in the morning and meridian sunshine, the air chilled at sunset, the ground crisped, and ere dusk a hoar-frost was insidiously stealing over growing grass and unfolding bud. It whitened the pavement in front of Briarman's, Mr. Yorke's residence, and made silent havoc among the tender plants in his garden, and on the mossy level of his lawn. As to that great tree, strong-trunked and broad-armed, which guarded the gable nearest the road, it seemed to defy a spring night frost to harm its still bare boughs, and so did the leafless grove of walnut trees rising tall behind the house. In the dusk of the moonless if starry night, lights from windows shone vividly. This was no dark or lonely scene, nor even a silent one. Briarmain stood near the highway. It was rather an old place, and had been built ere the highway was cut, and when a lane winding up through fields was the only path conducting to it. Briarfield lay scarce a mile off. Its hum was heard, its glare distinctly seen. Briar Chapel, a large, new, raw, Wesleyan place of worship, rose but 100 yards distant, and as there was even now a prayer meeting being held within its walls, the illumination of its windows cast a bright reflection on the road, while a hymn of a most extraordinary description, such as a very cheery Quaker might feel himself moved by the Spirit to dance to, roused cheerily all the echoes of the vicinage. The words were distinctly audible by snatches. Here is a quotation or two from different strains, for the singers passed jauntily from hymn to hymn, and from tune to tune, with an ease and buoyancy all their own. Oh, who can explain this struggle for life, this travel and pain, this trembling and strife, plague, earthquake, and famine, and tumult and war, the wonderful coming of Jesus declare? For every fight is dreadful and loud, the warrior's delight is slaughter and blood, his foes overturning, till all shall expire, and this is with burning, and fuel, and fire. Here followed an interval of clamorous prayer, accompanied by fearful groans. A shout of, "I've found liberty! Dodo Bills has found liberty!" rang from the chapel, and out all the assembly broke again. What a mercy is this! What a heaven of bliss! How unspeakably happy am I, gathered into the fold, with thy people enrolled, with thy people to live and to die. O the goodness of God, in employing a clod, his tribute of glory to raise, his standard to bear, and with triumph declare his unspeakable riches of grace. O the fathomless love that has deigned to approve and prosper the work in my hands. With my pastoral crook I went over the brook, and behold I am spread into bands. Who, I ask in amaze, hath begotten me these, and inquire from what quarter they came? My full heart, it replies, they are born from the skies, and gives glory to God and the Lamb. The stanza which follows this, after another and longer interregnum of shouts, yells, ejaculations, frantic cries, agonized groans, seemed to cap the climax of noise and zeal. Sleeping on the brink of sin, Tophet gaped to take us in. Mercy to our rescue flew, broke the snare and brought us through. Here as in a lion's den, undevoured we still remain, past secure the watery flood, hanging on the arm of God. Here, terrible, most distracting to the ear, was the strange shout in which the last stanza was given. Here we raise our voices higher, shout in the refiner's fire, clap our hands amidst the flame, glory give to Jesus' name. The roof of the chapel did not fly off, which speaks volumes in praise of its solid slating. But if Briar Chapel seemed alive, so also did Briarmains, though certainly the mansion appeared to enjoy a quieter phase of existence than the temple. Some of its windows too were aglow, the lower casements opened upon the lawn, curtains concealed the interior, and partly obscured the ray of the candles which lit it, but they did not entirely muffle the sound of voice and laughter. We are privileged to enter that front door, and to penetrate to the domestic sanctum. It is not the presence of company which makes Mr. Yorke's habitation lively, for there is none within it save his own family, and they are assembled in that farthest room to the right, the back parlour. This is the usual sitting-room of an evening. Those windows would be seen by daylight to be of brilliantly stained glass, purple and amber the predominant hues, glittering round a gravely tinted medallion in the centre of each, representing the suave head of William Shakespeare, and the serene one of John Milton. Some Canadian views hung on the walls, green forest and blue water scenery, and in the midst of them blazes a night eruption of Vesuvius. Very ardently it glows, contrasted with the cool foam and azure of cataracts, and the dusky depths of woods. The fire illuminating this room, reader, is such as, if you be a Southern, you do not often see burning on the hearth of a private apartment. It is a clear, hot, coal fire, heaped high in the ample chimney. Mr. Yorke will have such fires even in warm summer weather. He sits beside it with a book in his hand, a little round stand at his elbow supporting a candle, but he is not reading, he is watching his children. Opposite to him sits his lady, a personage whom I might describe minutely, but I feel no vocation to the task. I see her, though, very plainly before me, a large woman of the gravest aspect, care on her front and on her shoulders, but not overwhelming, inevitable care, rather the sort of voluntary, exemplary cloud and burden people ever carry who deem it their duty to be gloomy. Ah, well a day! Mrs. Yorke had that notion, and grave as Saturn she was, morning, noon, and night, and hard things she thought of any unhappy wight, especially of the female sex, who dared in her presence to show the light of a gay heart on a sunny countenance. In her estimation, to be mirthful was to be profane, to be cheerful was to be frivolous. She drew no distinctions. Yet she was a very good wife, a very careful mother, looked after her children unceasingly, was sincerely attached to her husband. Only the worst of it was, if she could have had her will, she would not have permitted him to have any friend in the world beside herself. All his relations were insupportable to her, and she kept them at arm's length. Mr. Yorke and she agreed perfectly well, yet he was naturally a social, hospitable man, an advocate for family unity, and in his youth, as has been said, he liked none but lively, cheerful women. Why he chose her, how they contrived to suit each other, is a problem puzzling enough, but which might soon be solved if one had time to go into the analysis of the case. Suffice it here to say that Yorke had a shadowy side as well as a sunny side to his character, and that his shadowy side found sympathy and affinity in the whole of his wife's uniformly overcast nature. For the rest, she was a strong-minded woman, never said a weak or a trite thing, took stern democratic views of society, and rather cynical ones of human nature, considered herself perfect and safe, and the rest of the world all wrong. Her main fault was a brooding, eternal, immitigable suspicion of all men, things, creeds, and parties. This suspicion was a mist before her eyes, a false guide in her path, wherever she looked, wherever she turned. It may be supposed that the children of such a pair were not likely to turn out quite ordinary, commonplace beings, and they were not. You see 6 of them, reader. The youngest is a baby on the mother's knee. It is all her own yet, and that one she has not yet begun to doubt, suspect, condemn. It derives its sustenance from her, it hangs on her, it clings to her, it loves her above everything else in the world. She is sure of that, because, as it lives by her, it cannot be otherwise. Therefore she loves it. The next 2 are girls, Rose and Jessie. They are both now at their father's knee. They seldom go near their mother, except when obliged to do so. Rose, the elder, is 12 years old. She is like her father, the most like him of the whole group. But it is a granite head copied in ivory. All is softened in color and line. Yorke himself has a harsh face, his daughter's is not harsh. Neither is it quite pretty. It is simple, childlike in feature. The round cheeks bloom. As to the grey eyes, they are otherwise than childlike. A serious soul lights them. A young soul yet, but it will mature, if the body lives, and neither father nor mother have a spirit to compare with it. Partaking of the essence of each, it will one day be better than either, stronger, much purer, more aspiring. Rose is still sometimes a stubborn girl now. Her mother wants to make of her such a woman as she is herself, a woman of dark and dreary duties, and Rose has a mind full set, thick sown with the germs of ideas her mother never knew. It is agony to her often to have these ideas trampled on and repressed. She has never rebelled yet, but if hard driven she will rebel one day, and then it will be once for all. Rose loves her father. Her father does not rule her with a rod of iron. He is good to her. He sometimes fears she will not live, so bright are the sparks of intelligence which, at moments, flash from her glance and gleam in her language. This idea makes him often sadly tender to her. He has no idea that little Jessie will die young. She is so gay and chattering, arch, original even now, passionate when provoked, but most affectionate if caressed, by turns gentle and rattling, exacting yet generous, fearless of her mother, for instance, whose irrationally hard and strict rule she has often defied, yet reliant on any who will help her. Jessie, with her little piquant face, engaging prattle, and winning ways, is made to be a pet, and her father's pet she accordingly is. It is odd that the doll should resemble her mother feature by feature, as Rose resembles her father, and yet the physiognomy, how different! Mr. Yorke, if a magic mirror were now held before you, and if therein were shown you your 2 daughters as they will be 20 years from this night, what would you think? The magic mirror is here. You shall learn their destinies, and first that of your little life, Jessie. Do you know this place? No, you never saw it, but you recognize the nature of these trees, this foliage, the cypress, the willow, the yew. Stone crosses like these are not unfamiliar to you, nor are these dim garlands of everlasting flowers. Here is the place, green sod and a grey marble headstone. Jessie sleeps below. She lived through an April day, much love was she, much loving. She often, in her brief life, shed tears. She had frequent sorrows. She smiled between, gladdening whatever saw her. Her death was tranquil, and happy in Rose's guardian arms, for Rose had been her stay and defence through many trials. The dying and the watching English girls were at that hour alone in a foreign country, and the soil of that country gave Jessie a grave. Now behold Rose 2 years later. The crosses and garlands look strange, but the hills and woods of this landscape look still stranger. Now behold Rose 2 years later. The crosses and garlands looked strange, but the hills and woods of this landscape look still stranger. This, indeed, is far from England. Remote must be the shores which wear that wild, luxuriant aspect. This is some virgin solitude. Unknown birds flutter round the skirts of that forest. No European river this, on whose banks Rose sits thinking. The little quiet Yorkshire girl is a lonely emigrant in some region of the southern hemisphere. Will she ever come back? The 3 eldest of the family are all boys, Matthew, Mark, and Martin. They are seated together in that corner, engaged in some game. Observe their 3 heads, much alike at a first glance, at a second different, at a third contrasted. Dark-haired, dark-eyed, red-cheeked are the whole trio. Small English features they all possess, all own a blended resemblance to sire and mother, and yet a distinctive physiognomy, mark of a separate character, belongs to each. I shall not say much about Matthew, the firstborn of the house, though it is impossible to avoid gazing at him long, and conjecturing what qualities that visage hides or indicates. He is no plain-looking boy. That jet-black hair, white brow, high-colored cheek, those quick, dark eyes, are good points in their way. How is it that, look as long as you will, there is but one object in the room, and that the most sinister, to which Matthew's face seems to bear an affinity, and of which, ever and anon, it reminds you strangely, the eruption of Vesuvius? Flame and shadow seem the component parts of that lad's soul. No daylight in it, and no sunshine, and no pure, cool moonbeam ever shone there. He has an English frame, but, apparently, not an English mind. You would say, an Italian stiletto in a sheath of British workmanship. He is crossed in the game. Look at his scowl. Mr. Yorke sees it, and what does he say? In a low voice he pleads, "Mark and Martin, don't anger your brother." And this is ever the tone adopted by both parents. Theoretically they decry partiality. No rights of primogeniture are to be allowed in that house. But Matthew is never to be vexed, never to be opposed. They avert provocation from him as assiduously as they would avert fire from a barrel of gunpowder. Concede, conciliate, is their motto wherever he is concerned. The Republicans are fast making a tyrant of their own flesh and blood. This the younger scions know and feel, and at heart they all rebel against the injustice. They cannot read their parents' motives. They only see the difference of treatment. The dragon's teeth are already sown amongst Mr. Yorke's young olive branches. Discord will one day be the harvest. Mark is a bonny-looking boy, the most regular-featured of the family. He is exceedingly calm, his smile is shrewd, he can say the driest, most cutting things in the quietest of tones. Despite his tranquillity, a somewhat heavy brow speaks temper, and reminds you that the smoothest waters are not always the safest. Besides, he is too still, unmoved, phlegmatic, to be happy. Life will never have much joy in it for Mark. By the time he is 25 he will wonder why people ever laugh, and think all fools who seem merry. Poetry will not exist for Mark, either in literature or in life. Its best effusions will sound to him mere rant and jargon. Enthusiasm will be his aversion and contempt. Mark will have no youth. While he looks juvenile and blooming, he will be already middle-aged in mind. His body is now 14 years of age, but his soul is already 30. Martin, the youngest of the 3, owns another nature. Life may or may not be brief for him, but it will certainly be brilliant. He will pass through all its illusions, half believe in them, wholly enjoy them, then outlive them. That boy is not handsome, not so handsome as either of his brothers. He is plain, there is a husk upon him, a dry shell, and he will wear it till he is near 20, then he will put it off. About that period he'll make himself handsome. He will wear uncouth manners till that age, perhaps homely garments, but the chrysalis will retain the power of transfiguring itself into the butterfly, and such transfiguration will, in due season, take place. For a space he will be vain, probably a downright puppy, eager for pleasure and desirous of admiration, athirst too for knowledge, and he will want all that the world can give him, both of enjoyment and lore. He will perhaps take deep draughts at each fount. That thirst satisfied, what next? I know not. Martin might be a remarkable man. Whether he will or not, the seer is powerless to predict. On that subject there has been no open vision. Take Mr. Yorke's family in the aggregate. There is as much mental power in those 6 young heads, as much originality, as much activity and vigor of brain, as, divided amongst half a dozen commonplace broods, would give to each rather more than an average amount of sense and capacity. Mr. Yorke knows this, and is proud of his race. Yorkshire has such families here and there amongst her hills and wolds, peculiar, racy, vigorous, of good blood and strong brain, turbulent somewhat in their pride of their strength, and intractable in the force of their native powers, wanting polish, wanting consideration, wanting docility, but sound, spirited, and true-bred as the eagle on the cliff or the steed in the steppe. A low tap is heard at the parlour door. The boys have been making such a noise over their game, and little Jessie besides has been singing so sweet a Scotch song to her father, who delights in Scotch and Italian songs, and has taught his musical little daughter some of the best, that the ring at the outer door was not observed. "Come in," says Mrs. Yorke, in that conscientiously constrained and solemnized voice of hers, which ever modulates itself to a funeral dreariness of tone. There the subject it is exercised upon be but to give orders for the making of a pudding in the kitchen, to bid the boys hang up their caps in the hall, or to call the girls to their sewing. "Come in," and in came Robert Moore. Moore's habitual gravity, as well as his abstemiousness, for the case of spirit decanters is never ordered up when he pays an evening visit, has so far recommended him to Mrs. Yorke, that she has not yet made him the subject of private animadversions with her husband. She has not yet found out that he is hampered by a secret intrigue which prevents him from marrying, or that he is a wolf in sheep's clothing, discoveries which she made at an early date after marriage concerning most of her husband's bachelor friends, and excluded them from her board accordingly, which part of her conduct, indeed, might be said to have its just and sensible as well as its harsh side. "Well, is it you?" she says to Mr. Moore, as he comes up to her and gives his hand. "What are you roving about at this time of night for? You should be at home." "Can a single man be said to have a home, madam?" he asks. "Pooh," says Mrs. Yorke, who despises conventional smoothness quite as much as her husband does, and practices it as little, and whose plain speaking on all occasions is carried to a point calculated, sometimes, to awaken admiration, but oftener alarm. "Pooh! You will need not talk nonsense to me. A single man can have a home if he likes. Pray, does not your sister make a home for you?" "Not she," joined in Mr. Yorke. "Hortense is an honest lass. But when I was Robert's age I had 5 or 6 sisters, all as decent and proper as she is. But you see, Hester, for all that it did not hinder me from looking out for a wife. And sorely he has repented marrying me," added Mrs. Yorke, who liked occasionally to crack a dry jest against matrimony, even though it should be at her own expense. "He has repented it in sackcloth and ashes, Robert Moore, as you may well believe when you see his punishment." Here she pointed to her children. "Who would burden themselves with such a set of great rough lads as those if they could help it? It is not only bringing them into the world, though that is bad enough, but they are all to feed, to clothe, to rear, to settle in life. Young sir, when you feel tempted to marry, think of our 4 sons and 2 daughters, and look twice before you leap." "I am not tempted now, at any rate. I think these are not times for marrying or giving in marriage." A lugubrious sentiment of this sort was sure to obtain Mrs. Yorke's approbation. She nodded and groaned acquiescence, but in a minute she said, "I make little account of the wisdom of a Solomon of your age. It will be upset by the first fancy that crosses you. Meantime, sit down, sir. You can talk, I suppose, as well as sitting as standing?" This was her way of inviting her guest to take a chair. He had no sooner obeyed her than little Jessie jumped from her father's knee and ran into Mr. Moore's arms, which were very promptly held out to receive her. "You talk of marrying him," said she to her mother, quite indignantly, as she was lifted lightly to his knee. "And he is married now, or as good. He promised that I should be his wife last summer, the first time he saw me in my new white frock and blue sash. Didn't he, father?" These children were not accustomed to say papa and mamma. Their mother would allow no such namby-pamby. "Ay, my little lassie," he promised, "I'll bear witness. But make him say it over again now, Jessie. Such as he are only false loons." "He is not false. He is too bonny to be false," cried Jessie, looking up to her tall sweetheart with the fullest confidence in his faith. "Bonny!" cried Mr. Yorke. "That's the reason that he should be, and proof that he is, a scoundrel." "But he looks too sorrowful to be false." Here interposed a quiet voice from behind the father's chair. "If he were always laughing, I should think he forgot promises soon, but Mr. Moore never laughs." "Your sentimental buck is the greatest cheat of all, Rose," remarked Mr. Yorke. "He's not sentimental," said Rose. Mr. Moore turned to her with a little surprise, smiling at the same time. "How do you know I am not sentimental, Rose?" "Because I heard a lady say you were not." "Voilà, qui devient intéressant!" exclaimed Mr. Yorke, hitching his chair nearer the fire. "A lady! That has quite a romantic twang. We must guess who it is. Rosie, whisper the name low to your father, after him here." "Rose, don't be too forward to talk," here interrupted Mrs. Yorke, in her usual kill-joy fashion. "Nor Jessie either. It becomes all children, especially girls, to be silent in the presence of their elders." "Why have we tongues, then?" asked Jessie pertly, while Rose only looked at her mother with an expression that seemed to say she should take that maxim in, and think it over at her leisure. After 2 minutes' grave deliberation, she asked, "And why especially girls, mother?" "Firstly, because I say so, and secondly, because discretion and reserve are a girl's best wisdom." "My dear madam," observed Moore, "what you say is excellent. It reminds me indeed of my dear sister's observations, but really it is not applicable to these little ones. Let Rose and Jessie talk to me freely, or my chief pleasure in coming here is gone. I like their prattle. It does me good." "Does it not?" asked Jessie. "More good than if the rough lads came round you. You call them rough, mother, yourself." "Yes, mignon, 1,000 times more good. I have rough lads enough about me all day long, Poulet." "There are plenty of people," continued she, "who take notice of the boys. All my uncles and aunts seem to think their nephews better than their nieces, and when gentlemen come here to dine, it is always Matthew and Mark and Martin that are talked to, and never Rose and me. Mr. Moore is our friend, and we'll keep him. But mind, Rose, he's not so much your friend as he is mine. He is my particular acquaintance, remember that." And she held up her small hand with an admonitory gesture. End of Chapter 9, Part 1.
Chapter 9, Part 2 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tina Horning. Shirley by Charlotte Brontë. Rose was quite accustomed to be admonished by that small hand. Her will daily bent itself to that of the impetuous little Jessie. She was guided, overruled by Jessie in 1,000 things. On all occasions of show and pleasure Jessie took the lead, and Rose fell quietly into the background, whereas when the disagreeables of life, its work and privations, were in question, Rose instinctively took upon her, in addition to her own share, what she could of her sister's. Jessie had already settled it in her mind that she, when she was old enough, was to be married. Rose, she decided, must be an old maid, to live with her, look after her children, keep her house. This state of things is not uncommon between two sisters, where one is plain and the other pretty, but in this case, if there was a difference in external appearance, Rose had the advantage. Her face was more regular featured than that of the piquant little Jessie. Jessie, however, was destined to possess, along with sprightly intelligence and vivacious feeling, the gift of fascination, the power to charm when, where, and whom she would. Rose was to have a fine, generous soul, a noble intellect, profoundly cultivated, a heart as true as steel, but the manner to attract was not to be hers. "Now, Rose, tell me the name of this lady who denied that I was sentimental," urged Mr. Moore. Rose had no idea of tantalization, or she would have held him a while in doubt. She answered briefly, "I can't. I don't know her name." "Describe her to me. What was she like? Where did you see her?" "When Jessie and I went to spend the day at Winbury with Kate and Susan Pearson, who were just come home from school, there was a party at Mrs. Pearson's, and some grown-up ladies were sitting in a corner of the drawing-room talking about you." "Did you know none of them?" "Hannah and Harriet and Dora and Mary Sykes." "Good. Were they abusing me, Rosie?" "Some of them were. They called you a misanthrope. I remember the word. I looked for it in the dictionary when I came home. It means a man-hater." "What besides?" "Hannah Sykes said you were a solemn puppy." "Better," cried Mr. York, laughing. "Oh, excellent. Hannah, that's the one with the red hair. A fine girl, but half-witted." "She has wit enough for me, it appears," said Moore. "A solemn puppy, indeed. Well, Rose, go on." "Miss Pearson said she believed there was a good deal of affectation about you, and that with your dark hair and pale face you looked to her like some sort of a sentimental noodle." Again Mr. York laughed. Mrs. York even joined in this time. "You see in what esteem you are held behind your back," said she. "Yet I believed that after to catch you. She set her cap at you when you first came into the country, old as she is." "And who contradicted her, Rosie?" inquired Moore. "A lady whom I don't know, because she never visits here, though I see her every Sunday at church. She sits in the pew near the pulpit. I generally look at her instead of looking at my prayer book, for she is like a picture in our dining room. That woman with the dove in her hand, at least she has eyes like it, and a nose too, a straight nose, that makes all her face look somehow what I call clear." "And you don't know her?" exclaimed Jessie, in a tone of exceeding surprise. "That's so like Rose. Mr. Moore, I often wonder in what sort of a world my sister lives. I am sure she does not live all her time in this. One is continually finding out that she is quite ignorant of some little matter which everybody else knows. To think of her going solemnly to church every Sunday, and looking all service time at one particular person, and never so much as asking that person's name." "She means Caroline Helston, the rector's niece. I remember all about it. Mrs. Helston was quite angry with Anne Pearson. She said, 'Robert Moore is neither affected nor sentimental. You mistake his character utterly, or rather not one of you here knows anything about it.' Now, shall I tell you what she is like? I can tell what people are like, and how they are dressed, better than Rose can." "Let us hear." "She is nice. She is fair. She has a pretty, white, slender throat. She has long curls, not stiff ones. They hang loose and soft. Their color is brown, but not dark. She speaks quietly, with a dear tone. She never makes a bustle in moving. She often wears a gray silk dress. She is neat all over. Her gowns and her shoes and her gloves always fit her. She is what I call a lady, and when I am as tall as she is, I mean to be like her. Shall I suit you if I am? Will you really marry me?" Moore stroked Jessie's hair. For a minute he seemed as if he would draw her nearer to him, but instead he put her a little farther off. "Oh, you won't have me! You push me away!" "Why, Jessie, you care nothing about me. You never come to see me now at the Hollow." "Because you don't ask me." Hereupon Mr. Moore gave both the little girls an invitation to pay him a visit next day, promising that as he was going to Stillborough in the morning, he would buy them each a present, of what nature he would not then declare, but they must come and see. Jessie was about to reply when one of the boys unexpectedly broke in. "I know that Miss Helston you have all been palavering about. She's an ugly girl. I hate her. I hate all womenites. I wonder what they were made for." "Martin," said his father, for Martin it was. The lad only answered by turning his cynical young face, half arch, half truculent, towards the paternal chair. "Martin, my lad, thou art a swaggering whelp now. Thou wilt some day be an outrageous puppy. But stick to those sentiments of thine. See, I'll write down the words now in my pocket-book." The senior took out a morocco-covered book and deliberately wrote therein. 10 years hence, Martin, if thou and I be both alive at that day, I'll remind thee of that speech. I'll say the same then. I mean always to hate women. They're such dolls. They do nothing but dress themselves finely and go swimming about to be admired. I'll never marry. I'll be a bachelor. Stick to it, stick to it. Hester, addressing his wife, I was like him when I was his age, a regular misogynist, and behold, by the time I was 23, being then a tourist in France and Italy, and the Lord knows where, I curled my hair every night before I went to bed, and wore a ring in my ear, and would have worn one in my nose, if it had been the fashion, and all that I might make myself pleasing and charming to the ladies. Martin will do the like. Will I? Never. I've more sense. What a guy you were, father. As to dressing, I make this vow, I'll never dress more finely than as you see me at present. Mr. Moore, I'm clad in blue cloth from top to toe, and they laugh at me and call me sailor at the grammar school. I laugh louder than them and say they are all magpies and parrots, with their coats one color, and their waistcoats another, and their trousers a third. I'll always wear blue cloth, and nothing but blue cloth. It is beneath a human being's dignity to dress himself in parti-colored garments. 10 years hence, Martin, no tailor's shop will have choice of colors varied enough for thy exacting taste. No perfumers, stores essences exquisite enough for thy fastidious senses. Martin looked disdain, but vouchsafed no further reply. Meantime Mark, who for some minutes had been rummaging amongst a pile of books on a side table, took the word. He spoke in a peculiarly slow, quiet voice, and with an expression of still irony in his face not easy to describe. "Mr. Moore," said he, "you think perhaps it was a compliment on Miss Caroline Helstone's part to say you were not sentimental. I thought you appeared confused when my sisters told you the words, as if you felt flattered. You turned red just like a certain vain little lad at our school, who always thinks proper to blush when he gets a rise in the class. For your benefit, Mr. Moore, I've been looking up the word sentimental in the dictionary, and I find it to mean tinctured with sentiment. On examining further, sentiment is explained to be thought, idea, notion. A sentimental man, then, is one who has thoughts, ideas, notions. An unsentimental man is one destitute of thought, idea, or notion." And Mark stopped. He did not smile, he did not look round for admiration. He had his say, and was silent. "Ma foi, mon ami," observed Mr. Moore to York, "ce sont vraiment des enfants terribles que les vôtres." Rose, who had been listening attentively to Mark's speech, replied to him. "There are different kinds of thoughts, ideas, and notions," said she, "good and bad. Sentimental must refer to the bad, or Miss Helstone must have taken it in that sense, for she was not blaming Mr. Moore, she was defending him." "That's my kind little advocate," said Moore, taking Rose's hand. "She was defending him," repeated Rose, "as I should have done had I been in her place, for the other ladies seemed to speak spitefully." "Ladies always do speak spitefully," observed Martin. "It is the nature of womenites to be spiteful." Matthew now for the first time opened his lips. What a fool Martin is, to be always gabbling about what he does not understand. "It is my privilege as a free man to gabble on whatever subject I like," responded Martin. "You use it, or rather abuse it, to such an extent," rejoined the elder brother, "that you prove you ought to have been a slave." "A slave! A slave! That to a York, and from a York? This fellow," he added, standing up at the table and pointing across it to Matthew, "this fellow forgets, what every cottier in Briarfield knows, that all born of our house have that arched instep under which water can flow, proof that there has not been a slave of the blood for 300 years. "Mountebank," said Matthew. "Lads, be silent," exclaimed Mr. York. "Martin, you are a mischief-maker. There would have been no disturbance but for you." "Indeed, is that correct? Did I begin, or did Matthew? Had I spoken to him when he accused me of gabbling like a fool? A presumptuous fool, repeated Matthew. Here Mrs. York commenced rocking herself, rather a portentous movement with her, as it was occasionally followed, especially when Matthew was worsted in a conflict, by a fit of hysterics. I don't see why I should bear insolence from Matthew York, or what right he has to use bad language to me, observed Martin. He has no right, my lad, but forgive your brother until 77 times, said Mr. York soothingly. Always alike, and theory and practice always adverse, murmured Martin as he turned to leave the room. Where art thou going, my son? asked the father. Somewhere where I shall be safe from insult, if in this house I can find any such place. Matthew laughed very insolently. Martin threw a strange look at him, and trembled through all his slight lad's frame, but he restrained himself. I suppose there is no objection to my withdrawing? he inquired. No, go, my lad, but remember not to bear malice. Martin went, and Matthew sent another insolent laugh after him. Rose, lifting her fair head from Moore's shoulder against which, for a moment, it had been resting, said, as she directed a steady gaze to Matthew, Martin is grieved, and you are glad, but I would rather be Martin than you. I dislike your nature. Here Mr. Moore, by way of averting, or at least escaping, a scene, which a sob from Mrs. York warned him was likely to come on, rose, and putting Jessie off his knee, he kissed her and Rose, reminding them at the same time to be sure and come to the Hollow in good time tomorrow afternoon. Then, having taken leave of his hostess, he said to Mr. York, May I speak a word with you? And was followed by him from the room. Their brief conference took place in the hall. Have you employment for a good workman? asked Moore. A nonsense question in these times, when you know that every master has many good workmen to whom he cannot give full employment. You must oblige me by taking on this man, if possible. My lad, I can take on no more hands to oblige all England. It does not signify. I must find him a place somewhere. Who is he? Mr. William Farren. I know William. A right-down honest man is William. He has been out of work 3 months. He has a large family. We are sure they cannot live without wages. He was one of a deputation of cloth-dressers who came to me this morning to complain and threaten. William did not threaten. He only asked me to give them rather more time, to make my changes more slowly. You know I cannot do that. Straightened on all sides as I am, I have nothing for it but to push on. I thought it would be idle to palaver long with them. I sent them away after arresting a rascal amongst them, whom I hope to transport, a fellow who preaches at the chapel yonder sometimes. Not Moses Barraclough? Yes. Ah, you've arrested him? Good. Then out of a scoundrel you're going to make a martyr. You've done a wise thing. I've done a right thing. Well, the short and long of it is, I'm determined to get Farren a place, and I reckon on you to give him one. This is cool, however, exclaimed Mr. York. What right have you to reckon on me to provide for your dismissed workmen? What do I know about your Farrens and your Williams? I've heard he's an honest man, but am I to support all the honest men in Yorkshire? You may say that would be no great charge to undertake, but great or little, I'll none of it. Come, Mr. York, what can you find for him to do? I find. You aftergage I'm not accustomed to use. I wish you would go home. Here is the door. Set off. Moore sat down on one of the hall chairs. You can't give him work in your mill. Good, but you have land. Find him some occupation on your land, Mr. York. Bob, I thought you cared nothing about our lourdeau de paysan. I don't understand this change. I do. The fellow spoke to me nothing but truth and sense. I answered him just as roughly as I did the rest, who jabbered mere gibberish. I couldn't make distinctions there and then. His appearance told what he had gone through lately clearer than his words. But where is the use of explaining? Let him have work. Let him have it yourself if you are so very much in earnest. Strain a point. If there was a point left in my affairs to strain, I would strain it till it cracked again. But I received letters this morning which show me pretty clearly where I stand, and it is not far off the end of the plank. My foreign market, at any rate, is gorged. If there is no change, if there dawns no prospect of peace, if the orders in council are not at least suspended, so as to open our way in the west, I do not know where I am to turn. I see no more light than if I were sealed in a rock, so that for me to pretend to offer a man a livelihood would be to do a dishonest thing. Come, let us take a turn on the front. It is a starlight night, said Mr. Yorke. They passed out, closing the front door after them, and side by side paced the frost-white pavement to and fro. Settle about Farron at once, urged Mr. Moore. You have large fruit gardens at York Mills. He is a good gardener. Give him work there. Well, so be it. I'll send for him tomorrow, and we'll see. And now, my lad, you're concerned about the condition of your affairs? Yes, a second failure, which I may delay, but which at this moment I see no way finally to avert, would blight the name of Moore completely. And you are aware I had fine intentions of paying off every debt and re-establishing the old firm on its former basis. You want capital. That's all you want. Yes, but you might as well say that breath is all a dead man wants, to live. I know capital is not to be had for the asking, and if you were a married man, and had a family like me, I should think your case pretty nigh desperate. But the young and unencumbered have chances peculiar to themselves. I hear gossip now and then about your being on the eve of marriage with this miss and that, but I suppose it is none of it true. You may well suppose that. I think I am not in a position to be dreaming of marriage. Marriage! I cannot bear the word. It sounds so silly and utopian. I have settled it decidedly that marriage and love are superfluities, intended only for the rich, who live at ease, and have no need to take thought for the morrow, or desperations, the last and reckless joy of the deeply wretched, who never hope to rise out of the slough of their utter poverty. I should not think so if I were circumstanced as you are. I should think I could very likely get a wife with a few thousands who would suit both me and my affairs. I wonder where. Would you try if you had a chance? I don't know. It depends on... In short, it depends on many things. Would you take an old woman? I'd rather break stones on the road. So would I. Would you take an ugly one? Bah! I hate ugliness and delight in beauty. My eyes and heart, York, take pleasure in a sweet, young, fair face, as they are repelled by a grim, rugged, meagre one. Soft, delicate lines and hues please. Harsh ones prejudice me. I won't have an ugly wife. Not if she were rich? Not if she were dressed in gems. I could not love, I could not fancy, I could not endure her. My taste must have satisfaction, or disgust would break out in despotism, or worse, freeze to utter iciness. What, Bob, if you married an honest, good-natured, and wealthy lass, though a little hard-favoured, couldn't you put up with the high cheek-bones, the rather wide mouth, and reddish hair? I'll never try, I tell you. Grace at least I will have, and youth and symmetry, yes, and what I call beauty. And poverty and a nursery full of bairns you can neither clothe nor feed, and very soon an anxious, faded mother, and then bankruptcy, discredit, a lifelong struggle. Let me alone, York. If you are romantic, Robert, and especially if you are already in love, it is of no use talking. I am not romantic. I am stripped of romance, as bare as the white tenters in that field are of cloth. Always use such figures of speech, lad. I can understand them, and there is no love affair to disturb your judgment. I thought I had said enough on that subject before. Love, for me, stuff. Well, then, if you are sound both in heart and head, there's no reason why you should not profit by a good chance if it offers. Therefore, wait and see. You are quite oracular, York. I think I am a bit of that line. I promise you not, and I advise you not, but I bid you keep your heart up and be guided by circumstances. My namesake, the Physician's Almanac, could not speak more guardedly. In the meantime, I care not about you, Robert Moore. You are nothing akin to me or mine, and whether you lose or find a fortune, it makes no difference to me. Go home now. It has stricken 10. Miss Hortense will be wondering where you are. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer,
please visit LibriVox.org. Old Maids. Time wore on, and spring matured. The surface of England began to look pleasant. Her fields grew green, her hills fresh, her gardens blooming, but at heart she was no better. Still her poor were wretched, still their employers were harassed. Commerce, in some of its branches, seemed threatened with paralysis, for the war continued. England's blood was shed and her wealth lavished, all, it seemed, to attain most inadequate ends. Some tidings there were indeed occasionally of successes in the peninsula, but these came in slowly. Long intervals occurred between, in which no note was heard but the insolent self-felicitations of Bonaparte on his continued triumphs. Those who suffered from the results of the war felt this tedious and, as they thought, hopeless struggle against what their fears or their interests taught them to regard as an invincible power, most insufferable. They demanded peace on any terms, men like York and More, and there were thousands whom the war placed where it placed them, shuddering on the verge of bankruptcy, insisted on peace with the energy of desperation. They held meetings, they made speeches, they got up petitions to extort the spoon. On what terms it was made they cared not. All men, taken singly, are more or less selfish, and taken in bodies they are intensely so. The British merchant is no exception to this rule. The mercantile classes illustrate it strikingly. These classes certainly think too exclusively of making money. They are too oblivious of every national consideration but that of extending England's, i.e. their own, commerce. Chivalrous feeling, disinterestedness, pride and honor is too dead in their hearts. A land ruled by them alone would too often make ignominious submission, not at all from the motives Christ teaches, but rather from those Mammon instills. During the late war, the tradesmen of England would have endured buffets from the French on the right cheek and on the left. Their cloak they would have given to Napoleon, and then have politely offered him their coat also. Nor would they have withheld their waistcoat if urged. They would have prayed permission only to retain their one other garment, for the sake of the purse in its pocket. Not one spark of spirit, not one symptom of resistance would they have shown till the hand of the Corsican bandit had grasped that beloved purse. Then, perhaps, transfigured at once into British bulldogs, they would have sprung at the robber's throat, and there they would have fastened, and there hung, inveterate, insatiable, till the treasure had been restored. Tradesmen, when they speak against war, always profess to hate it because it is a bloody and barbarous proceeding. You would think, to hear them talk, that they are peculiarly civilized, especially gentle and kindly of disposition to their fellow men. This is not the case. Many of them are extremely narrow and cold-hearted, have no good feeling for any class but their own, are distant, even hostile to all others, call them useless, seem to question their right to exist, seem to grudge them the very air they breathe, and to think the circumstance of their eating, drinking, and living in decent houses quite unjustifiable. They do not know what others do in the way of helping, pleasing, or teaching their race. They will not trouble themselves to inquire. Whoever is not in trade is accused of eating the bread of idleness, of passing a useless existence. Long may it be ere England really becomes a nation of shopkeepers. We have already said that More was no self-sacrificing patriot, and we have also explained what circumstances rendered him specially prone to confine his attention and efforts to the furtherance of his individual interest. Accordingly, when he felt himself urged a second time to the brink of ruin, none struggled harder than he against the influences which would have thrust him over. What he could do towards stirring agitation in the North against the war, he did, and he instigated others whose money and connections gave them more power than he possessed. Sometimes, by flashes, he felt there was little reason in the demands his party made on government, when he heard all of Europe threatened by Bonaparte, and of all Europe arming to resist him, when he saw Russia menaced, and beheld Russia rising, incensed and stern, to defend her frozen soil, her wild provinces of serfs, her dark native despotism, from the tread, the yoke, the tyranny of a foreign victor. he knew that England, a free realm, could not then dispute her sons to make concessions and propose terms to the unjust, grasping French leader. When news came from time to time of the movements of that man then representing England in the peninsula, of his advance from success to success, that advance so deliberate but so unswerving, so circumspect but so certain, so unhasting but so unresting, when he read Lord Wellington's own dispatches in the columns of the newspapers, documents written by modesty to the dictation of truth, More confessed at heart that a power was with the troops of Britain, of that vigilant, enduring, genuine, unostentatious sort, which must win victory to the side it led in the end. In the end! But that end, he thought, was yet far off, and in the meantime it was himself he had to care for, his hopes he had to pursue, and he would fulfil his destiny. He fulfilled it so vigorously that ere long he came to a decisive rupture with his old Tory friend, the rector. They quarrelled at a public meeting, and afterwards exchanged some pungent letters in the newspapers. Mr. Helstone denounced More as a Jacobin, ceased to see him, would not even speak to him when they met. He intimated also to his niece very distinctly that her communications with Hollow's Cottage must for the present cease. She must give up taking French lessons. The language, he observed, was a bad and frivolous one at the best, and most of the works it boasted were bad and frivolous, highly injurious in their tendency to weak female minds. He wondered, he remarked parenthetically, what noodle first made it the fashion to teach women French. Nothing was more improper for them. It was like feeding a rickety child on chalk and water gruel. Caroline must give it up, and give up her cousins too. They were dangerous people. Mr. Helstone quite expected opposition to this order. He expected tears. Seldom did he trouble himself about Caroline's movements, but a vague idea possessed him that she was fond of going to Hollow's Cottage. Also, he suspected that she liked Robert Moore's occasional presence at the rectory. The Cossack had perceived that whereas if Malone stepped in of an evening to make himself sociable and charming by pinching the ears of an aged black cat, which usually shared with Miss Helstone's feet the accommodation of her footstool, or by borrowing a fowling-piece and banging away at a tool-shed door in the garden while enough daylight remained to show that conspicuous mark, keeping the passage and sitting-room doors meantime uncomfortably open for the convenience of running in and out to announce his failures and successes with noisy brusquerie, he had observed that under such entertaining circumstances Caroline had a trick of disappearing, tripping noiselessly upstairs, and remaining invisible till called down to supper. On the other hand, when Robert Moore was the guest, though he elicited no vivacities from the cat, did nothing to it, indeed, beyond occasionally coaxing it from the stool to his knee, and there letting it purr, climb to his shoulder, and rub its head against his cheek, though there was no ear-splitting cracking off of firearms, no diffusion of sulphurous gunpowder perfume, no noise, no boasting during his stay, that still Caroline sat in the room and seemed to find wondrous content in the stitching of Jew-basket pin-cushions and the knitting of missionary basket socks. She was very quiet, and Robert paid her little attention, scarcely ever addressing his discourse to her. But Mr. Helstone, not being one of those elderly gentlemen who are easily blinded, on the contrary, finding himself on all occasions extremely wide awake, had watched them when they bade each other good night. He had just seen their eyes meet once, only once. Some natures would have taken pleasure in the glance then surprised, because there was no harm and some delight in it. It was by no means a glance of mutual intelligence, for mutual love-secrets existed not between them. There was nothing then of craft and concealment to offend. Only Mr. Moore's eyes, looking into Caroline's, felt they were clear and gentle, and Caroline's eyes, encountering Mr. Moore's, confessed they were manly and searching. Each acknowledged the charm in his or her own way. Moore smiled slightly, and Caroline coloured as slightly. Mr. Helstone could, on the spot, have rated them both. They annoyed him. Why? Impossible to say. If you had asked him what Moore merited at that moment, he would have said, a horsewhip. If you had inquired into Caroline's deserts, he would have adjudged her a box on the ear. If you had further demanded the reason of such chastisements, he would have stormed against flirtation and love-making, and vowed he would have no such folly going on under his roof. These private considerations, combined with political reasons, fixed his resolution of separating the cousins. He announced his will to Caroline, one evening, as she was sitting at work near the drawing-room window. Her face was turned towards him, and the light fell full upon it. It had struck him a few minutes before that she was looking paler and quieter than she used to look. It had not escaped him either that Robert Moore's name had never, for some 3 weeks past, dropped from her lips, nor during the same space of time had that personage made his appearance at the rectory. Some suspicion of clandestine meetings haunted him. Having but an indifferent opinion of women, he always suspected them. He thought they needed constant watching. It was in a tone dryly significant he desired her to cease her daily visits to the Hollow. He expected a start, a look of deprecation. The start he saw, but it was a very slight one. No look whatever was directed to him. "Do you hear me?" he asked. "Yes, uncle." "Of course you mean to attend to what I say?" "Yes, certainly." "And there must be no letter scribbling to your cousin Hortense, no intercourse whatever. I do not approve of the principles of the family. They are Jacobinical." "Very well," said Caroline quietly. She acquiesced then. There was no vexed flushing of the face, no gathering tears. The shadowy thoughtfulness which had covered her features ere Mr. Helstone spoke remained undisturbed. She was obedient. Yes, perfectly, because the mandate coincided with her own previous judgment, because it was now become pain to her to go to Hollow's cottage. Nothing met her there but disappointment. Hope and love had quitted that little tenement, for Robert seemed to have deserted its precincts. Whenever she asked after him, which she very seldom did, since the mere utterance of his name made her face grow hot, the answer was, he was from home, or he was quite taken up with business. Hortense feared he was killing himself by application. He scarcely ever took a meal in the house. He lived in the counting-house. At church only Caroline had the chance of seeing him, and there she rarely looked at him. It was both too much pain and too much pleasure to look. It excited too much emotion, and that it was all wasted emotion she had learned well to comprehend. Once, on a dark, wet Sunday, when there were few people at church, and when especially certain ladies were absent, of whose observant faculties and tomahawk tongues Caroline stood in awe, she had allowed her eye to seek Robert's pew, and to rest awhile on its occupant. He was there alone. Hortense had been kept at home by prudent considerations relative to the rain and a new spring chapeau. During the sermon he sat with folded arms and eyes cast down, looking very sad and abstracted. When depressed, the very hue of his face seemed more dusk than when he smiled, and today cheek and forehead wore their most tintless and sober olive. By instinct Caroline knew, as she examined that clouded countenance, that his thoughts were running in no familiar or kindly channel, that they were far away, not merely from her, but from all which she could comprehend, or in which she could sympathize. Nothing that they had ever talked of together was now in his mind. He was wrapped from her by interests and responsibilities in which it was deemed such as she could have no part. Caroline meditated in her own way on the subject, speculated on his feelings, on his life, on his fears, on his fate, mused over the mystery of business, tried to comprehend more about it than had ever been told her, to understand its perplexities, liabilities, duties, exactions, endeavored to realize the state of mind a man of business, to enter into it, feel what he would feel, aspire to what he would aspire. Her earnest wish was to see things as they were, and not to be romantic. By dint of effort she contrived to get a glimpse of the light of truth here and there, and hoped that scant ray might suffice to guide her. Different indeed, she concluded, is Robert's mental condition to mine. I think only of him. He has no room, no leisure to think of me. The feeling called love is and has been for 2 years the predominant emotion of my heart, always there, always awake, always astir. Quite other feelings absorb his reflections and govern his faculties. He is rising now, going to leave the church, for service is over. Will he turn his head towards this pew? No, not once. He has not one look for me. That is hard. A kind glance would have made me happy till tomorrow. I have not got it. He would not give it. He is gone. Strange that grief should now almost choke me because another human being's eye has failed to greet mine. That Sunday evening, Mr. Malone coming, as usual, to pass it with his rector, Caroline withdrew after tea to her chamber. Fanny, knowing her habits, had lit her a cheerful little fire, as the weather was so gusty and chill. Closeted there, silent and solitary, what could she do but think? She noiselessly paced to and fro the carpeted floor. Her head drooped, her hands folded. It was irksome to sit. The current of reflection ran rapidly through her mind. Tonight she was mutely excited. Mute was the room, mute the house. The double door of the study muffled the voices of the gentlemen. The servants were quiet in the kitchen, engaged with books their young mistress had lent them, books which she had told them were fit for Sunday reading. And she herself had another of the same sort open on the table. But she could not read it. Its theology was incomprehensible to her, and her own mind was too busy, teeming, wandering, to listen to the language of another mind. Then, too, her imagination was full of pictures, images of Moore, scenes where he and she had been together, winter fireside sketches, a glowing landscape of a hot summer afternoon passed with him in the bosom of Nunneley Wood, divine vignettes of mild spring or mellow autumn moments when she had sat at his side in Hollow's Copse, listening to the call of the May cuckoo, or sharing the September treasure of nuts and ripe blackberries, a wild dessert which it was her morning's pleasure to collect in a little basket and cover with green leaves and fresh blossoms, and her afternoon's delight to administer to Moore, berry by berry and nut by nut, like a bird feeding its fledgling. Robert's features and form were with her. The sound of his voice was quite distinct in her ear. His few caresses seemed renewed. But these joys, being hollow, were, ere long, crushed in. The pictures faded, the voice failed, the visionary clasp melted chill from her hand, and where the warm seal of lips had made impress on her forehead, it felt now as if a sleety raindrop had fallen. She returned from an enchanted region to the real world. For Nunneley Wood in June she saw her narrow chamber. For the songs of birds in alleys she heard the rain on her casement. For the sigh of the south wind came the sob of the mournful east. And for Moore's manly companionship she had the thin illusion of her own dim shadow on the wall. Turning from the pale phantom which reflected herself in its outline, and her reverie in the drooped attitude of its dim head and colourless tresses, she sat down. Inaction would suit the frame of mind into which she was now declining. She said to herself, "I have to live, perhaps till 70 years. As far as I know, I have good health. Half a century of existence may lie before me. How am I to occupy it? What am I to do to fill the interval of time which spreads between me and the grave?" She reflected. "I shall not be married, it appears," she continued. "I suppose, as Robert does not care for me, I shall never have a husband to love, nor little children to take care of. Till lately I had reckoned securely on the duties and affections of wife and mother to occupy my existence. I considered, somehow, as a matter of course, that I was growing up to the ordinary destiny, and never troubled myself to seek any other. But now I perceive plainly I may have been mistaken. Probably I shall be an old maid. I shall live to see Robert married to some one else, some rich lady. I never shall marry. What was I created for, I wonder? Where is my place in the world?" She mused again. "Ah, I see," she pursued presently. "That is the question which most old maids are puzzled to solve. Other people solve it for them by saying, 'Your place is to do good to others, to be helpful whenever help is wanted.' That is right in some measure, and a very convenient doctrine for the people who hold it, but I perceive that certain sets of human beings are very apt to maintain that other sets should give up their lives to them and their service, and then they requite them by praise. They call them devoted and virtuous. Is this enough? Is it to live? Is there not a terrible hollowness, mockery, want, craving, in that existence which is given away to others for want of something of your own to bestow it on? I suspect there is. Does virtue lie in abnegation of self? I do not believe it. Undue humility makes tyranny. Weak concession creates selfishness. The Romish religion especially teaches renunciation of self, submission to others, and nowhere are found so many grasping tyrants as in the ranks of the Romish priesthood. Each human being has his share of rights. I suspect it would conduce to the happiness and welfare of all if each knew his allotment, and held to it as tenaciously as the martyr to his creed. Queer thoughts these that surge in my mind. Are they right thoughts? I am not certain. Well, life is short at the best. 70 years, they say, pass like a vapour, like a dream when one awaketh, and every path trod by human feet terminates in one bourne, the grave, the little chink in the surface of this great globe, the furrow where the mighty husbandman with the scythe deposits the seed he has shaken from the ripe stem, and there it falls, decays, and thence it springs again, when the world has rolled round a few times more. So much for the body. The soul, meantime, wings its long flight upwards, folds its wings on the brink of the sea of fire and glass, and gazing down through the burning clearness, finds there mirrored the vision of the Christian's triple Godhead, the Sovereign Father, the meditating Son, the Creator Spirit. Such words, at least, have been chosen to express what is inexpressible, to describe what baffles description. The soul's real hereafter, who shall guess? Her fire was decayed to its last cinder. Malone had departed, and now the study bell rang for prayers. Chapter 10, Part B of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Dillamith. Shirley by Charlotte Brontë, Chapter 10. The next day Caroline had to spend altogether alone, her uncle being gone to dine with his friend Dr. Boltby, vicar of Winbury. The whole time she was talking inwardly in the same strain, looking forwards, asking what she was to do with life. Fanny, as she passed in and out of the room occasionally, intent on housemaid errands, perceived that her young mistress sat very still. She was always in the same place, always bent industriously over a piece of work. She did not lift her head to speak to Fanny, as her custom was, and when the latter remarked that the day was fine, and she ought to take a walk, she only said, "It is cold." "You are very diligent at that sewing, Miss Caroline," continued the girl, approaching her little table. "I am tired of it, Fanny." "Then why do you go on with it? Put it down, read, or do something to amuse you." "It is solitary in this house, Fanny. Don't you think so?" "I don't find it so, miss. Me and Eliza are company for one another. But you are quite too still. You should visit more. Now, be persuaded. Go upstairs and dress yourself smart, and go and take tea, in a friendly way, with Miss Mann or Miss Ainley. I am certain either of those ladies would be delighted to see you." "But their houses are dismal. They are both old maids. I am certain old maids are a very unhappy race." "Not they, miss. They can't be unhappy. They take such care of themselves. They are all selfish." "Miss Ainley is not selfish, Fanny. She is always doing good. How devotedly kind she was to her stepmother as long as the old lady lived, and now when she is quite alone in the world, without brother or sister, or anyone to care for her, how charitable she is to the poor, as far as her means permit. Still nobody thinks much of her, or has pleasure in going to see her, and how gentlemen always sneer at her. They shouldn't, miss. I believe she is a good woman, but gentlemen think only of ladies' looks." "I'll go and see her," exclaimed Caroline, starting up, "and if she asks me to stay to tea, I'll stay. How wrong it is to neglect people because they are not pretty and young and merry. And I will certainly call to see Miss Mann, too. She may not be amiable, but what has made her unamiable? What has life been to her? Fanny helped Miss Helstone to put away her work, and afterwards assisted her to dress. "You'll not be an old maid, Miss Caroline," she said, as she tied the sash of her brown silk frock, having previously smoothed her soft, full, and shining curls. "There are no signs of an old maid about you." Caroline looked at the little mirror before her, and she thought there were some signs. She could see that she was altered within the last month, that the hues of her complexion were paler, her eyes changed, a wan shade seemed to circle them, her countenance was dejected. She was not, in short, so pretty or so fresh as she used to be. She distantly hinted this to Fanny, from whom she got no direct answer, only a remark that people did vary in their looks, but that at her age a little falling away signified nothing. She would soon come round again, and be plumper and rosier than ever. Having given this assurance, Fanny showed singular zeal in wrapping her up in warm shawls and handkerchiefs, till Caroline, nearly smothered with the weight, was fain to resist further additions. She paid her visits, first to Miss Mann, for this was the most difficult point. Miss Mann was certainly not quite a lovable person. Till now, Caroline had always unhesitatingly declared she disliked her, and more than once she had joined her cousin Robert in laughing at some of her peculiarities. Moore was not habitually given to sarcasm, especially on anything humbler or weaker than himself, but he had once or twice happened to be in the room when Miss Mann had made a call on his sister, and after listening to her conversation and viewing her features for a time, he had gone out into the garden where his little cousin was tending some of his favorite flowers, and while standing near and watching her, he had amused himself with comparing fair youth, delicate and attractive, with shriveled eld, livid and loveless, and in jestingly repeating to a smiling girl the vinegar discourse of a cankered old maid. Once on such an occasion, Caroline had said to him, looking up from the luxuriant creeper she was binding to its frame, "Ah, Robert, you do not like old maids. I, too, should come under the lash of your sarcasm, if I were an old maid." "You an old maid," he had replied, a piquant notion suggested by lips of that tint and form. "I can fancy you, though, at 40, quietly dressed, pale and sunk, but still with that straight nose, white forehead, and those soft eyes. I suppose, too, you will keep your voice, which has another timbre than that hard, deep organ of Miss Mann's. Courage, Carry, even at 50 you will not be repulsive." Miss Mann did not make herself, or tune her voice, Robert. Nature made her in the mood which she makes briars and thorns, whereas for the creation of some women she reserves the May morning hours, when with light and dew she woos the primrose from the turf, and the lily from the wood moss. Ushered into Miss Mann's little parlour, Caroline found her, as she always found her, surrounded by perfect neatness, cleanliness, and comfort. After all, is it not a virtue in old maids that solitude rarely makes them negligent or disorderly? No dust on her polished furniture, none on her carpet, fresh flowers in the vase on her table, a bright fire in the grate. She herself sat primly and somewhat grimly tidy in a cushioned rocking-chair, her hands busied with some knitting. This was her favorite work, as it required the least exertion. She scarcely rose as Caroline entered. To avoid excitement was one of Miss Mann's aims in life. She had been composing herself ever since she came down in the morning, and had just attained a certain lethargic state of tranquillity when the visitor's knock at the door startled her, and undid her day's work. She was scarcely pleased, therefore, to see Miss Helstone. She received her with reserve, bade her be seated with austerity, and when she got her placed opposite, she fixed her with her eye. This was no ordinary doom, to be fixed with Miss Mann's eye. Robert Moore had undergone it once, and had never forgotten the circumstance. He considered it quite equal to anything Medusa could do. He professed to doubt whether, since that infliction, his flesh had been quite what it was before, whether there was not something stony in its texture. The gaze had had such an effect on him as to drive him promptly from the apartment and house. It had even sent him straightway up to the rectory, where he had appeared in Caroline's presence with a very queer face, and amazed her by demanding a cousinly salute on the spot, to rectify a damage that had been done him. Certainly Miss Mann had a formidable eye for one of the softer sex. It was prominent, and showed a great deal of the white, and looked as steadily, as unwinkingly, at you as if it were a steel ball soldered in her head. And when, while looking, she began to talk in an indescribably dry, monotonous tone, a tone without vibration or inflection, you felt as if a graven image of some bad spirit were addressing you. But it was all a figment of fancy, a matter of surface. Miss Mann's goblin grimness scarcely went deeper than the angel sweetness of hundreds of beauties. She was a perfectly honest, conscientious woman, who had performed duties in her day from whose severe anguish many a human Peri, gazelle-eyed, silken-tressed, and silver-tongued, would have shrunk appalled. She had passed alone through protracted scenes of suffering, exercised rigid self-denial, made large sacrifices of time, money, health, for those who had repaid her only by ingratitude, and now her main, almost her sole, fault was that she was censorious. Censorious she certainly was. Caroline had not sat 5 minutes ere her hostess, still keeping her under the spell of that dread and Gorgon gaze, began flaying alive certain of the families in the neighborhood. She went to work at this business in a singularly cool, deliberate manner, like some surgeon practicing with his scalpel on a lifeless subject. She made few distinctions. She allowed scarcely any one to be good. She dissected impartially almost all her acquaintance. If her auditress ventured now and then to put in a palliative word, she set it aside with a certain disdain. Still, though thus pitiless in moral anatomy, she was no scandal-monger. She never disseminated really malignant or dangerous reports. It was not her heart so much as her temper that was wrong. Caroline made this discovery for the first time today, and moved thereby to regret divers unjust judgments she had more than once passed on this crabbed old maid. She began to talk to her softly, not in sympathizing words, but with a sympathizing voice. The loneliness of her condition struck her visitor in a new light, as did also the character of her ugliness, a bloodless pallor of complexion, and deeply worn lines of feature. The girl pitied the solitary and afflicted woman. Her looks told what she felt. A sweet countenance is never so sweet as when the moved heart animates it with compassionate tenderness. Miss Mann, seeing such a countenance raised to her, was touched in her turn. She acknowledged her sense of the interest thus unexpectedly shown in her, who usually met with only coldness and ridicule, by replying to her candidly. Communicative on her own affairs she usually was not, because no one cared to listen to her, but today she became so, and her confidante shed tears as she heard her speak, for she told of cruel, slow-wasting, obstinate sufferings. Well might she be corpse-like, well might she look grim and never smile, well might she wish to avoid excitement, to gain and retain composure. Caroline, when she knew all, acknowledged that Miss Mann was rather to be admired for fortitude than blamed for moroseness. Reader, when you behold an aspect for whose constant gloom and frown you cannot account, whose unvarying cloud exasperates you by its apparent causelessness, be sure that there is a canker somewhere, and a canker not the less deeply corroding because concealed. Miss Mann felt that she was understood partly, and wished to be understood further, for however old, plain, humble, desolate, afflicted we may be, so long as our hearts preserve the feeblest spark of life, they preserve also, shivering near that pale ember, a starved, ghostly longing for appreciation and affection. To this extenuated spectre, perhaps, a crumb is not thrown once a year, but when a hungered and a thirst to famine, when all humanity has forgotten the dying tenant of a decaying house, divine mercy remembers the mourner, and a shower of manna falls for lips that earthly nutriment is to pass no more. Biblical promises, heard first in health, but then unheeded, come whispering to the couch of sickness. It is felt that a pitying God watches what all mankind have forsaken. The tender compassion of Jesus is recalled and relied on. The faded eye, gazing beyond time, sees a home, a friend, a refuge in eternity. Miss Mann, drawn on by the still attention of her listener, proceeded to allude to circumstances in her past life. She spoke like one who tells the truth, simply and with a certain reserve. She did not boast, nor did she exaggerate. Caroline found that the old maid had been a most devoted daughter and sister, an unwearied watcher by lingering death-beds, that to prolonged and unrelaxing attendance on the sick, the malady that now poisoned her own life owed its origin, that to one wretched relative she had been a support and succor in the depths of self-earned degradation, and that it was still her hand which kept him from utter destitution. Miss Helstone stayed the whole evening, omitting to pay her other intended visit, and when she left Miss Mann it was with the determination to try in future to excuse her faults, never again to make light of her peculiarities or to laugh at her plainness, and, above all things, not to neglect her, but to come once a week, and to offer her from one human heart at least the homage of affection and respect. She felt she could now sincerely give her a small tribute of each feeling. Caroline, on her return, told Fanny she was very glad she had gone out, as she felt much better for the visit. The next day she failed not to seek Miss Ainley. This lady was in narrower circumstances than Miss Mann, and her dwelling was more humble. It was, however, if possible, yet more exquisitely clean, though the decayed gentlewoman could not afford to keep a servant, but waited on herself, and had only the occasional assistance of a little girl who lived in a cottage near. Not only was Miss Ainley poorer, but she was even plainer than the other old maid. In her first youth she must have been ugly. Now, at the age of 50, she was very ugly. At first sight, all but peculiarly well-disciplined minds were apt to turn from her with an annoyance, to conceive against her a prejudice simply on the ground of her unattractive look. Then she was prim in dress and manner. She looked, spoke, and moved the complete old maid. Her welcome to Caroline was formal, even in its kindness, for it was kind, but Miss Helstone excused this. She knew something of the benevolence of the heart which beat under that starched kerchief. All the neighbourhood, at least all the female neighbourhood, knew something of it. No one spoke against Miss Ainley except lively young gentlemen, and inconsiderate old ones, who declared her hideous. Caroline was soon at home in that tiny parlour. A kind hand took from her her shawl and bonnet, and installed her in the most comfortable seat near the fire. The young and the antiquated woman were presently deep in kindly conversation, and soon Caroline became aware of the power a most serene, unselfish, and benignant mind could exercise over those to whom it was developed. She talked never of herself, always of others. Their faults she passed over. Her theme was their wants, which she sought to supply, their sufferings, which she longed to alleviate. She was religious, a professor of religion, what some would call a saint, and she referred to religion often in sanctioned phrase, in phrase which those who possess a perception of the ridiculous, without owning the power of exactly testing and truly judging character, would certainly have esteemed a proper subject for satire, a matter for mimicry and laughter. They would have been hugely mistaken for their pains. Sincerity is never ludicrous, it is always respectable. Whether truth, be it religious or moral truth, speak eloquently and in well-chosen language or not, its voice should be heard with reverence. Let those who cannot nicely and with certainty discern the difference between the tones of hypocrisy and those of sincerity never presume to laugh at all, lest they should have the miserable misfortune to laugh in the wrong place, and commit impiety when they think they are achieving wit. Not from Miss Ainley's own lips did Caroline hear of her good works, but she knew much of them nevertheless. Her beneficence was the familiar topic of the poor in Briarfield. They were not works of almsgiving. The old maid was too poor to give much, though she straitened herself to privation that she might contribute her mite when needful. They were the works of a sister of charity, far more difficult to perform than those of a Lady Bountiful. She would watch by any sick bed. She seemed to fear no disease. She would nurse the poorest whom none else would nurse. She was serene, humble, kind, and equable through everything. For this goodness she got but little reward in this life. Many of the poor became so accustomed to her services that they hardly thanked her for them. The rich heard them mentioned with wonder, but were silent, from a sense of shame at the difference between her sacrifices and their own. Many ladies, however, respected her deeply. They could not help it. One gentleman, only one, gave her his friendship and perfect confidence. This was Mr. Hall, the vicar of Nunneley. He said, and said truly, that her life came nearer the life of Christ than that of any other human being he had ever met with. You must not think, reader, that in sketching Miss Ainley's character I depict a figment of imagination. No, we seek the originals of such portraits in real life only. Miss Helstone studied well the mind and heart now revealed to her. She found no high intellect to admire, the old maid was merely sensible, but she discovered so much goodness, so much usefulness, so much mildness, patience, truth, that she bent her own mind before Miss Ainley's in reverence. What was her love of nature? What was her sense of beauty? What were her more varied and fervent emotions? What was her deeper power of thought? What her wider capacity to comprehend, compared to the practical excellence of this good woman? Momently they seemed only beautiful forms of selfish delight. Mentally she trod them under foot. It is true, she still felt with pain that the life which made Miss Ainley happy could not make her happy. Pure and active as it was, in her heart she deemed it deeply dreary because it was so loveless. To her ideas, so forlorn. Yet, doubtless, she reflected, it needed only habit to make it practicable and agreeable to anyone. It was despicable, she felt, to pine sentimentally, to cherish secret griefs, vain memories, to be inert, to waste youth in aching languor, to grow old doing nothing. I will bestir myself, was her resolution, and try to be wise if I cannot be good. She proceeded to make inquiry of Miss Ainley if she could help her in anything. Miss Ainley, glad of an assistant, told her that she could, and indicated some poor families in Briarfield that it was desirable she should visit, giving her likewise, at her further request, some work to do for certain poor women who had many children, and who were unskilled in using the needle for themselves. Caroline went home, laid her plans, and took a resolve not to swerve from them. She allotted a certain portion of her time for her various studies, and a certain portion for doing anything Miss Ainley might direct her to do. The remainder was to be spent in exercise. Not a moment was to be left for the indulgence of such fevered thoughts as had poisoned last Sunday evening. To do her justice, she executed her plans conscientiously, perseveringly. It was very hard work at first. It was even hard work to the end, but it helped her to stem and keep down anguish. It forced her to be employed. It forbade her to brood, and gleams of satisfaction checkered her grey life here and there when she found she had done good, imparted pleasure, or allayed suffering. Yet I must speak truth, these efforts brought her neither health of body nor continued peace of mind. With them all she wasted, grew more joyless and more wan. With them all her memory kept harping on the name of Robert Moore. An elegy over the past still rung constantly in her ear. A funereal inward cry haunted and harassed her. The heaviness of a broken spirit, and of pining and palsying faculties, settled slow on her buoyant youth. Winter seemed conquering her spring. The mind's soil and its treasures were freezing gradually to barren stagnation. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11, Part 1 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shirley by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 11, Fieldhead, Part 1. Yet Caroline refused tamely to succumb. She had native strength in her girl's heart, and she used it. Men and women never struggle so hard as when they struggle alone, without witness, counselor, or confidant, unencouraged, unadvised, and unpitied. Miss Helstone was in this position. Her sufferings were her only spur, and being very real and sharp, They roused her spirit keenly. Bent on victory over a mortal pain, she did her best to quell it. Never had she been so busy, so studious, and, above all, so active. She took walks in all weathers, long walks in solitary directions. Day by day she came back in the evening, pale and wearied looking, yet seemingly not fatigued, for still, as soon as she had thrown off her bonnet and shawl, she would, instead of resting, begin to pace her apartment. Sometimes she would not sit down till she was literally faint. She said she did this to tire herself well, that she might sleep soundly at night. But if that was her aim, it was unattained, for at night, when others slumbered, she was tossing on her pillow, or sitting at the foot of her couch in the darkness, forgetful apparently of the necessity of seeking repose. Often, unhappy girl, she was crying in a sort of intolerable despair, which, when it rushed over her, smote down her strength, and reduced her to childlike helplessness. When thus prostrate, temptations besieged her. Weak suggestions whispered in her weary heart to write to Robert, and say that she was unhappy because she was forbidden to see him and Hortense, and that she feared he would withdraw his friendship, not love, from her, and forget her entirely, and begging him to remember her and sometimes to write to her. 1 or 2 such letters she actually indited, but she never sent them. Shame and good sense forbade. At last the life she led reached the point when it seemed she could bear it no longer, that she must seek and find a change somehow, or her heart and head would fail under the pressure which strained them. She longed to leave Briarfield, to go to some very distant place. She longed for something else. The deep, secret, anxious yearning to discover and know her mother strengthened daily, but with the desire was coupled a doubt, a dread. If she knew her, could she love her? There was cause for hesitation, for apprehension on this point. Never in her life had she heard that mother praised. Whoever mentioned her coolly. Her uncle seemed to regard his sister-in-law with a sort of tacit antipathy. An old servant who had lived with Mrs. James Helstone for a short time after her marriage, whenever she referred to her former mistress, spoke with chilling reserve. Sometimes she called her queer. Sometimes she said she did not understand her. These expressions were ice to the daughter's heart. They suggested the conclusions that it was perhaps better never to know her parent than to know her and not like her. But one project she could frame, whose execution seemed likely to bring her a hope of relief. It was to take a situation, to be a governess. She could do nothing else. A little incident brought her to the point when she found courage to break her design to her uncle. Her long and late walks lay always, as has been said, on lonely roads, but in whatever direction she had rambled, whether along the drear skirts of Stillbrough Moor or over the sunny stretch of Nunneley Common, her homeward path was still so contrived as to lead her near the hollow. She rarely descended the Den, but she visited its brink at twilight almost as regularly as the stars rose over the hill crests. Her resting place was at a certain stile under a certain old thorn. Thence she could look down on the cottage, the mill, the dewy garden ground, the still deep dam. Thence was visible the well-known counting-house window, from whose panes, at a fixed hour, shot, suddenly bright, the ray of the well-known lamp. Her errand was to watch for this ray, her reward to catch it, sometimes sparkling bright in clear air, sometimes shimmering dim through mist, and anon flashing broken between slant lines of rain, for she came in all weathers. There were nights when it failed to appear. She knew then that Robert was from home, and went away doubly sad, whereas its kindling rendered her elate, as though she saw in it the promise of some indefinite hope. If, while she gazed, a shadow bent between the light and lattice, her heart leaped. That eclipse was Robert. She had seen him. She would return home comforted, carrying in her mind a clearer vision of his aspect, a distincter recollection of his voice, his smile, his hearing; and, blent with these impressions, was often a sweet persuasion that if she could get near him, his heart might welcome her presence yet; that at this moment he might be willing to extend his hand and draw her to him, and shelter her at his side as he used to do. That night, though she might weep as usual, she would fancy her tears less scalding, the pillow they watered seemed a little softer, the temples pressed to that pillow ached less. The shortest path from the hollow to the rectory wound near a certain mansion, the same under whose lone walls Malone passed on that night journey mentioned in an early chapter of this work, the old and tenantless dwelling yclept Fieldhead. Tenantless by the proprietor it had been for 10 years, but it was no ruin. Mr. Yorke had seen it kept in good repair, and an old gardener and his wife had lived in it, cultivated the grounds, and maintained the house in habitable condition. If Fieldhead had few other merits as a building, it might at least be termed picturesque. Its irregular architecture, and the grey and mossy colouring communicated by time, gave it a just claim to this epithet. The old latticed windows, the stone porch, the walls, the roof, the chimney stacks, were rich in crayon touches and sepia lights and shades. The trees behind were fine, bold, and spreading. The cedar on the lawn in front was grand, and the granite urns on the garden wall, the fretted arch of the gateway, were, for an artist, as the very desire of the eye. One mild May evening, Caroline passing near about moonrise, and feeling, though weary, unwilling yet to go home, where there was only the bed of thorns and the night of grief to anticipate, sat down on the mossy ground near the gate, and gazed through towards cedar and mansion. It was a still night, calm, dewy, cloudless. The gables, turned to the west, reflected the clear amber of the horizon they faced. The oaks behind were black, the cedar was blacker; under its dense raven boughs a glimpse of sky opened gravely blue. It was full of the moon, which looked solemnly and mildly down on Caroline from beneath that sombre canopy. She felt this night and prospect mournfully lovely. She wished she could be happy. She wished she could know inward peace. She wondered Providence had no pity on her, and would not help or console her. Recollections of happy trysts of lovers commemorated in old ballads returned on her mind. She thought such tryst in such scene would be blissful. Where now was Robert, she asked. Not at the Hollow. She had watched for his lamp long, and had not seen it. She questioned within herself whether she and Moore were ever destined to meet and speak again. Suddenly the door within the stone porch of the hall opened, and 2 men came out, one elderly and white-headed, the other young, dark-haired, and tall. They passed across the lawn, out through a portal in the garden wall. Caroline saw them cross the road, pass the stile, descend the fields. She saw them disappear. Robert Moore had passed before her with his friend Mr. Yorke. Neither had seen her. The apparition had been transient, scarce seen ere gone, but its electric passage left her veins kindled, her soul insurgent. It found her despairing, it left her desperate, 2 different states. "Oh, had he but been alone! Had he but seen me!" was her cry. "He would have said something. He would have given me his hand. He does, he must love me a little. He would have shown some token of affection. In his eye, on his lips, I should have read comfort. But the chance is lost. The wind, the cloud's shadow, does not pass more silently, more emptily than he. I have been mocked, and heaven is cruel." Thus, in the utter sickness of longing and disappointment, she went home. The next morning at breakfast, when she appeared white-cheeked and miserable-looking as one who had seen a ghost, she inquired of Mr. Helstone, "Have you any objection, uncle, to my inquiring for a situation in a family?" Her uncle, ignorant as the table supporting his coffee-cup of all his niece had undergone and was undergoing, scarcely believed his ears. "What whim now?" he asked. "Are you bewitched? What can you mean?" "I am not well, and need a change," she said. He examined her. He discovered she had experienced a change, at any rate. Without his being aware of it, the rose had dwindled and faded to a mere snowdrop. Bloom had vanished, flesh wasted. She sat before him drooping, colourless, and thin. But for the soft expression of her brown eyes, the delicate lines of her features, and the flowing abundance of her hair, she would no longer have possessed a claim to the epithet pretty. "What on earth is the matter with you?" he asked. "What is wrong? How are you ailing?" No answer, only the brown eyes filled, the faintly tinted lips trembled. "Look out for a situation, indeed! For what situation are you fit? What have you been doing with yourself? You are not well." "I should be well if I went from home." "These women are incomprehensible. They have the strangest knack of startling you with unpleasant surprises. To-day you see them bouncing, buxom, red as cherries and round as apples. To-morrow they exhibit themselves effete as dead weeds, blanched and broken down. And the reason of it all? That's the puzzle. She has her meals, her liberty, a good house to live in, and good clothes to wear, as usual. A while since that sufficed to keep her handsome and cheery, and there she sits now, a poor little pale, puling chit enough. Provoking. Then comes the question, what is to be done? I suppose I must send for advice. Will you have a doctor, child?" "No, uncle, I don't want one. A doctor could do me no good. I merely want change of air and scene." "Well, if that be the caprice, it shall be gratified. You shall go to a watering place. I don't mind the expense. Fanny shall accompany you." "But, uncle, some day I must do something for myself. I have no fortune. I had better begin now." "While I live you shall not turn out as a governess, Caroline. I will not have it said that my niece is a governess." "But the later in life one makes a change of that sort, uncle, the more difficult and painful it is. I should wish to get accustomed to the yoke before any habits of ease and independence are formed." "I beg you will not harass me, Caroline. I mean to provide for you. I have always meant to provide for you. I will purchase an annuity. Bless me, I am but 55. My health and constitution are excellent. There is plenty of time to save and take measures. Don't make yourself anxious respecting the future. Is that what frets you?" "No, uncle, but I long for a change." He laughed. "There speaks the woman," cried he, "the very woman. A change! A change! Always fantastical and whimsical. Well, it's in her sex." "But it is not fantasy and whim, uncle." "What is it, then?" "Necessity, I think. I feel weaker than formerly. I believe I should have more to do." "Admirable! She feels weak, and therefore she should be set to hard labour. Clair comme le jour, as Moore. Confound Moore! You shall go to Cliffbridge, and there are 2 guineas to buy a new frock. Come, Carry, never fear. We'll find balm in Gilead. Uncle, I wish you were less generous and more—" "More what?" Sympathizing was the word on Caroline's lips, but it was not uttered. She checked herself in time. Her uncle would indeed have laughed if that namby-pamby word had escaped her. Finding her silent, he said, "The fact is, you don't know precisely what you want." "Only to be a governess." "Pooh! Mere nonsense. I'll not hear of governessing. Don't mention it again. It is rather too feminine a fancy. I have finished breakfast. Ring the bell. Put all crotchets out of your head, and run away and amuse yourself." "What with, my doll?" asked Caroline to herself as she quitted the room. A week or two passed. Her bodily and mental health neither grew worse nor better. She was now precisely in that state when, if her constitution had contained the seeds of consumption, decline, or slow fever, those diseases would have been rapidly developed, and would soon have carried her quietly from the world. People never die of love or grief alone, though some die of inherent maladies which the tortures of those passions prematurely force into destructive action. The sound by nature undergo these tortures, and are racked, shaken, shattered. Their beauty and bloom perish, but life remains untouched. They are brought to a certain point of dilapidation. They are reduced to pallor, debility, and emaciation. People think, as they see them gliding languidly about, that they will soon withdraw to sick beds, perish there, and cease from among the healthy and happy. This does not happen. They live on, and though they cannot regain youth and gaiety, they may regain strength and serenity. The blossom which the March wind nips but fails to sweep away may survive to hang a withered apple on the tree late into autumn. Having braved the last frosts of spring, it may also brave the first of winter. Every one noticed the change in Miss Helstone's appearance, and most people said she was going to die. She never thought so herself. She felt in no dying case. She had neither pain nor sickness. Her appetite was diminished. She knew the reason. It was because she wept so much at night. Her strength was lessened. She could account for it. Sleep was coy and hard to be won. Dreams were distressing and baleful. In the far future she still seemed to anticipate a time when this passage of misery should be got over, and when she should once more be calm, though perhaps never again happy. Meanwhile her uncle urged her to visit, to comply with the frequent invitations of their acquaintance. This she evaded doing. She could not be cheerful in company. She felt she was observed there with more curiosity than sympathy. Old ladies were always offering her their advice, recommending this or that nostrum. Young ladies looked at her in a way she understood, and from which she shrank. Their eyes said they knew she had been disappointed, as custom phrases it, by whom they were not certain. Commonplace young ladies can be quite as hard as commonplace young gentlemen, quite as worldly and selfish. Those who suffer should always avoid them. Grief and calamity they despise. They seem to regard them as the judgments of God on the lowly. With them, to love is merely to contrive a scheme for achieving a good match. To be disappointed is to have their scheme seen through and frustrated. They think the feelings and projects of others on the subject of love similar to their own, and judge them accordingly. All this Caroline knew, partly by instinct, partly by observation. She regulated her conduct by her knowledge, keeping her pale face and wasted figure as much out of sight as she could. Living thus in complete seclusion, she ceased to receive intelligence of the little transactions of the neighbourhood. One morning her uncle came into the parlour, where she sat endeavouring to find some pleasure in painting a little group of wild flowers gathered under a hedge at the top of the hollow fields, and said to her in his abrupt manner, "Come, child, you are always stooping over palette or book or sampler. Leave that tinting work. By the by, do you put your pencil to your lips when you paint?" "Sometimes, uncle, when I forget." "Then it is that which is poisoning you. The paints are deleterious, child. There is white lead and red lead and verdigris and gamboge, and 20 other poisons in those colour cakes. Lock them up, lock them up. Get your bonnet on. I want you to make a call with me." "With you, uncle?" This question was asked in a tone of surprise. She was not accustomed to make calls with her uncle. She never rode or walked out with him on any occasion. "Quick, quick! I am always busy, you know. I have no time to lose." She hurriedly gathered up her materials, asking, meantime, where they were going. "To Fieldhead." "Fieldhead? What, to see old James Booth, the gardener? Is he ill?" "We are going to see Miss Shirley Keeldar." "Miss Keeldar! Is she come to Yorkshire? Is she at Fieldhead?" "She is. She has been there a week. I met her at a party last night, that party to which you would not go. I was pleased with her. I choose that you shall make her acquaintance. It will do you good." "She is now come of age, I suppose?" "She is come of age, and will reside for a time on her property. I lectured her on the subject. I showed her her duty. She is not intractable. She is rather a fine girl. She will teach you what it is to have a sprightly spirit. Nothing lackadaisical about her." "I don't think she will want to see me, or to have me introduced to her. What good can I do her? How can I amuse her?" "Pshaw! Put your bonnet on." "Is she proud, uncle?" "Don't know. You hardly imagine she would show her pride to me, I suppose. A chit like that would scarcely presume to give herself airs with the rector of her parish, however rich she might be." "No, but how did she behave to other people?" "Didn't observe. She holds her head high, and probably can be saucy enough where she dare. She wouldn't be a woman otherwise. There, away now for your bonnet at once." Not naturally very confident, a failure of physical strength and a depression of spirits had not tended to increase Caroline's presence of mind and ease of manner, or to give her additional courage to face strangers, and she quailed, in spite of self-remonstrance, as she and her uncle walked up the broad paved approach leading from the gateway of Fieldhead to its porch. She followed Mr. Helstone reluctantly through that porch into the sombre old vestibule beyond. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shirley, by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 11, Fieldhead, Part 2. Very sombre it was, long, vast, and dark. One latticed window lit it but dimly. The wide old chimney contained now no fire, for the present warm weather needed it not. It was filled instead with willow boughs. The gallery on high, opposite the entrance, was seen but in outline, so shadowy became this hall towards its ceiling. Carved stags' heads, with real antlers, looked down grotesquely from the walls. This was neither a grand nor a comfortable house. Within as without it was antique, rambling, and incommodious. A property of 1,000 a year belonged to it, which property had descended, for lack of male heirs, on a female. There were mercantile families in the district boasting twice the income, but the Keeldars, by virtue of their antiquity and their distinction of lords of the manor, took the precedence of all. Mr. and Miss Helstone were ushered into a parlour. Of course, as was to be expected in such a Gothic old barrack, this parlour was lined with oak. Fine, dark, glossy panels compassed the walls gloomily and grandly. Very handsome, reader, these shining brown panels are, very mellow in colouring and tasteful in effect. But, if you know what a spring clean is, very execrable and inhuman. Whoever, having the bowels of humanity, has seen servants scrubbing at these polished wooden walls with beeswaxed cloths on a warm May day, must allow that they are intolerable and not to be endured. And I cannot but secretly applaud the benevolent barbarian who had painted another and larger apartment of Fieldhead, the drawing-room to wit, formerly also an oak room, of a delicate pinky white, thereby earning for himself the character of a Hun, but mightily enhancing the cheerfulness of that portion of his abode, and saving future housemaids a world of toil. The brown-panelled parlour was furnished all in old style, and with real old furniture. On each side of the high mantelpiece stood 2 antique chairs of oak, solid as sylvan thrones, and in one of these sat a lady. But if this were Miss Keeldar, she must have come of age at least some 20 years ago. She was of matronly form, and though she wore no cap and possessed hair of quite an undimmed auburn shading, small and naturally young-looking features, she had no youthful aspect, nor apparently the wish to assume it. You could have wished her attire of a newer fashion. In a well-cut, well-made gown, hers would have been no uncomely presence. It puzzled you to guess why a garment of handsome materials should be arranged in such scanty folds, and devised after such an obsolete mode. You felt disposed to set down the wearer as somewhat eccentric at once. This lady received the visitors with a mixture of ceremony and diffidence quite English. No middle-aged matron, who was not an Englishwoman, could evince precisely the same manner, a manner so uncertain of herself, of her own merits, of her power to please, and yet so anxious to be proper and, if possible, rather agreeable than otherwise. In the present instance, however, more embarrassment was shown than is usual even with diffident Englishwomen. Miss Helstone felt this, sympathized with the stranger, and, knowing by experience what was good for the timid, took a seat quietly near her, and began to talk to her with a gentle ease, communicated for the moment by the presence of one less self-possessed than herself. She and this lady would, if alone, have at once got on extremely well together. The lady had the clearest voice imaginable, infinitely softer and more tuneful than could have been reasonably expected from 40 years, and a form decidedly inclined to embonpoint. This voice Caroline liked. It atoned for the formal, if correct, accent and language. The lady would soon have discovered she liked it and her, and in 10 minutes they would have been friends. But Mr. Helstone stood on the rug looking at them both, looking especially at the strange lady with his sarcastic keen eye, that clearly expressed impatience of her chilly ceremony, and annoyance at her want of aplomb. His hard gaze and rasping voice discomfited the lady more and more. She tried, however, to get up little speeches about the weather, the aspect of the country, etc., but the impracticable Mr. Helstone presently found himself somewhat deaf. Whatever she said he affected not to hear distinctly, and she was obliged to go over each elaborately constructed nothing twice. The effort soon became too much for her. She was just rising in a perplexed flutter, nervously murmuring that she knew not what detained Miss Keeldar, that she would go and look for her, when Miss Keeldar saved her the trouble by appearing. It was to be presumed, at least, that she who now came in through a glass door from the garden owned that name. There is real grace in ease of manner, and so old Helstone felt when an erect, slight girl walked up to him, retaining with her left hand her little silk apron full of flowers, and giving him her right hand, said pleasantly, "I knew you would come to see me, though you do think Mr. Yorke has made me a Jacobin. Good morning." "But we'll not have you a Jacobin," returned he. "No, Miss Shirley, they shall not steal the flower of my parish from me. Now that you are amongst us, you shall be my pupil in politics and religion. I'll teach you sound doctrine on both points." "Mrs. Pryor has anticipated you," she replied, turning to the elder lady. "Mrs. Pryor, you know, was my governess, and is still my friend; and of all the high and rigid Tories, she is queen. Of all the staunch churchwomen, she is chief. I have been well drilled both in theology and history, I assure you, Mr. Helstone." The rector immediately bowed very low to Mrs. Pryor, and expressed himself obliged to her. The ex-governess disclaimed skill either in political or religious controversy, explained that she thought such matters little adapted for female minds, but avowed herself in general terms the advocate of order and loyalty, and of course truly attached to the establishment. She added she was ever averse to change under any circumstances, and something scarcely audible about the extreme danger of being too ready to take up new ideas closed her sentence. "Miss Keeldar thinks as you think, I hope, madam." "Difference of age and difference of temperament occasion difference of sentiment," was the reply. "It can scarcely be expected that the eager and young should hold the opinions of the cool and middle-aged." "Oh, oh, we are independent, we think for ourselves," cried Mr. Helstone. "We are a little Jacobin for anything I know, a little free-thinker in good earnest. Let us have a confession of faith on the spot." And he took the heiress's two hands, causing her to let fall her whole cargo of flowers, and seated her by him on the sofa. "Say your creed," he ordered. "The Apostles' Creed?" "Yes." She said it like a child. "And now for St. Athanasius's. That's the test." "Let me gather up my flowers. Here is Tartar coming. He will tread upon them." Tartar was a rather large, strong, and fierce-looking dog, very ugly, being of a breed between mastiff and bulldog, who at this moment entered through the glass door, and, posting directly to the rug, snuffed the fresh flowers scattered there. He seemed to scorn them as food, but probably thinking their velvety petals might be convenient as litter, he was turning round preparatory to depositing his tawny bulk upon them, when Miss Helstone and Miss Keeldar simultaneously stooped to the rescue. "Thank you," said the heiress, as she again held out her little apron for Caroline to heap the blossoms into it. "Is this your daughter, Mr. Helstone?" she asked. "My niece, Caroline." Miss Keeldar shook hands with her, and then looked at her. Caroline also looked at her hostess. Shirley Keeldar, she had no Christian name but Shirley, her parents, who had wished to have a son, finding that, after 8 years of marriage, Providence had granted them only a daughter, bestowed on her the same masculine family cognomen they would have bestowed on a boy, if with a boy they had been blessed. Shirley Keeldar was no ugly heiress. She was agreeable to the eye. Her height and shape were not unlike Miss Helstone's. Perhaps in stature she might have the advantage by an inch or two. She was gracefully made, and her face, too, possessed a charm as well described by the word grace as any other. It was pale naturally, but intelligent and of varied expression. She was not a blonde like Caroline. Clear and dark were the characteristics of her aspect as to color. Her face and brow were clear, her eyes of the darkest gray, no green lights in them, transparent, pure, natural gray, and her hair of the darkest brown. Her features were distinguished, by which I do not mean that they were high, bony, and Roman, being indeed rather small and slightly marked than otherwise, but only that they were, to use a few French words, fins, gracieux, spirituels. Mobile they were, and speaking, but their changes were not to be understood, nor their language interpreted, all at once. She examined Caroline seriously, inclining her head a little to one side, with a thoughtful air. "You see she is only a feeble chick," observed Mr. Helstone. "She looks young, younger than I. How old are you?" she inquired, in a manner that would have been patronizing if it had not been extremely solemn and simple. 18 years and 6 months. "And I am 21. She said no more. She had now placed her flowers on the table, and was busied in arranging them. "And St. Athanasius's Creed?" urged the rector. "You believe it all, don't you?" "I can't remember it quite all. I will give you a nosegay, Mr. Helstone, when I have given your niece one." She had selected a little bouquet of one brilliant and 2 or 3 delicate flowers, relieved by a spray of dark verdure. She tied it with silk from her work-box and placed it on Caroline's lap. And then she put her hands behind her and stood bending slightly towards her guest, still regarding her in the attitude and with something of the aspect of a grave but gallant little cavalier. This temporary expression of face was aided by the style in which she wore her hair, parted on one temple, and brushed in a glossy sweep above the forehead, whence it fell in curls that looked natural, so free were their wavy undulations. "Are you tired with your walk?" she inquired. "No, not in the least. It is but a short distance, but a mile." "You look pale. Is she always so pale?" she asked, turning to the rector. "She used to be as rosy as the reddest of your flowers." "Why is she altered? What has made her pale? Has she been ill?" "She tells me she wants a change." "She ought to have one. You ought to give her one. You should send her to the sea-coast." "I will ere summer is over. Meantime I intend her to make acquaintance with you, if you have no objection." "I am sure Miss Keeldar will have no objection here," observed Mrs. Pryor. "I think I may take it upon me to say that Miss Helstone's frequent presence at Fieldhead will be esteemed a favour." "You speak my sentiments precisely, ma'am," said Shirley, "and I thank you for anticipating me. Let me tell you," she continued, turning to Caroline, "that you also ought to thank my governess. It is not every one she would welcome as she has welcomed you. You are distinguished more than you think. This morning, as soon as you are gone, I shall ask Mrs. Pryor's opinion of you. I am apt to rely on her judgment of character, for hitherto I have found it wondrous accurate. Already I foresee a favorable answer to my inquiries. Do I not guess rightly, Mrs. Pryor?" "My dear, you said but now you would ask my opinion when Miss Helstone was gone. I am scarcely likely to give it in her presence." "No, and perhaps it will be long enough before I obtain it. I am sometimes sadly tantalized, Mr. Helstone, by Mrs. Pryor's extreme caution. Her judgments ought to be correct when they come, for they are often as tardy of delivery as a Lord Chancellor's. On some people's characters I cannot get her to pronounce sentence, and treat as I may." Mrs. Pryor here smiled. "Yes," said her pupil, "I know what that smile means. You are thinking of my gentleman tenant. Do you know Mr. Moore of the Hollow?" she asked Mr. Helstone. "Ay, ay, your tenant. So he is. You have seen a good deal of him, no doubt, since you came?" "I have been obliged to see him. There was business to transact." "Business! Really the word makes me conscious I am indeed no longer a girl, but quite a woman and something more. I am an esquire. Shirley Keeldar, Esquire, ought to be my style and title. They gave me a man's name. I hold a man's position. It is enough to inspire me with a touch of manhood, and when I see such people as that stately Anglo-Belgian, that Gerard Moore, before me, gravely talking to me of business, really I feel quite gentlemanlike. You must choose me for your churchwarden, Mr. Helstone, the next time you elect new ones. They ought to make me a magistrate and a captain of yeomanry. Tony Lumpkin's mother was a colonel, and his aunt a justice of the peace. Why shouldn't I be?" "With all my heart. If you choose to get up a requisition on the subject, I promise to head the list of signatures with my name." "But you were speaking of Mr. Moore." "Ah, yes. I find it a little difficult to understand Mr. Moore, to know what to think of him, whether to like him or not. He seems a tenant of whom any proprietor might be proud, and proud of him I am, in that sense. But as a neighbor, what is he? Again and again I have entreated Mrs. Pryor to say what she thinks of him, but she still evades returning a direct answer. I hope you will be less oracular, Mr. Helstone, and pronounce at once. Do you like him?" "Not at all just now. His name is entirely blotted from my good books." "What is the matter? What has he done?" "My uncle and he disagree on politics," interposed the low voice of Caroline. She had better not have spoken just then. Having scarcely joined in the conversation before, it was not apropos to do it now. She felt this with nervous acuteness as soon as she had spoken, and coloured to the eyes. "What are Moor's politics?" inquired Shirley. "Those of a tradesman," returned the rector, "narrow, selfish, and unpatriotic. The man is eternally writing and speaking against the continuance of the war. I have no patience with him. The war hurts his trade. I remember he remarked that only yesterday. But what other objection have you to him?" "That is enough." "He looks the gentleman in my sense of the term," pursued Shirley, "and it pleases me to think he is such." Caroline rent the Tyrian petals of the one brilliant flower in her bouquet, and answered in distinct tones, "Decidedly he is." Shirley, hearing this courageous affirmation, flashed an arch, searching glance at the speaker from her deep, expressive eyes. "You are his friend, at any rate," she said. "You defend him in his absence." "I am both his friend and his relative," was the prompt reply. "Robert Moore is my cousin." "Oh, then, you can tell me all about him. Just give me a sketch of his character." Insuperable embarrassment seized Caroline when this demand was made. She could not and did not attempt to comply with it. Her silence was immediately covered by Mrs. Pryor, who proceeded to address sundry questions to Mr. Helstone regarding a family or two in the neighbourhood, with whose connections in the South she said she was acquainted. Shirley soon withdrew her gaze from Miss Helstone's face. She did not renew her interrogations, but returning to her flowers, proceeded to choose a nosegay for the rector. She presented it to him as he took leave, and received the homage of a salute on the hand in return. "Be sure you wear it for my sake," said she. "Next my heart, of course," responded Helstone. "Mrs. Pryor, take care of this future magistrate, this churchwarden in perspective, this captain of yeomanry, this young squire of Briarfield. In a word, don't let him exert himself too much. Don't let him break his neck in hunting. Especially let him mind how he rides down that dangerous hill near the hollow." "I like a descent," said Shirley. "I like to clear it rapidly, and especially I like that romantic hollow with all my heart." "Romantic? With a mill in it?" "Romantic, with a mill in it. The old mill and the white cottage are each admirable in its way." "And the counting-house, Mr. Keeldar?" "The counting-house is better than my bloom-coloured drawing-room. I adore the counting-house." "And the trade? The cloth, the greasy wool, the polluting dyeing-vats?" "The trade is to be thoroughly respected." "And the tradesman is a hero. Good." "I am glad to hear you say so. I thought the tradesman looked heroic." Mischief, spirit, and glee sparkled all over her face as she thus bandied words with the old Cossack, who almost equally enjoyed the tilt. "Captain Keeldar, you have no mercantile blood in your veins. Why are you so fond of trade?" "Because I am a mill owner, of course. Half my income comes from the works in that hollow." "Don't enter into partnership, that's all." "You've put it into my head! You've put it into my head!" she exclaimed with a joyous laugh. "It will never get out. Thank you." And waving her hand, white as a lily and fine as a fairy's, she vanished within the porch, while the rector and his niece passed out through the arched gateway. End of Chapter 11, Part 2. Chapter 12, Part 1 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shirley, by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 12. Shirley and Caroline, Part 1. Shirley showed she had been sincere in saying she should be glad of Caroline's society by frequently seeking it, and indeed if she had not sought it she would not have had it, for Miss Helstone was slow to make fresh acquaintance. She was always held back by the idea that people could not want her, that she could not amuse them, and a brilliant, happy, youthful creature like the heiress of Fieldhead seemed to her too completely independent of society so uninteresting as hers ever to find it really welcome. Shirley might be brilliant and probably happy likewise, but no one is independent of genial society, and though in about a month she had made the acquaintance of most of the families round, and was on quite free and easy terms with all the Mrs. Sykes, and all the Mrs. Pearson, and the too superlative Mrs. Wynne of Walden Hall, yet it appeared she found none amongst them very genial. She fraternized with none of them, to use her own words. If she had had the bliss to be really Shirley Keeldar, Esquire, Lord of the Manor of Briarfield, there was not a single fair one in this and the two neighbouring parishes whom she should have felt disposed to request to become Mrs. Keeldar, Lady of the Manor. This declaration she made to Mrs. Pryor, who received it very quietly, as she did most of her pupils' off-hand speeches, responding, "My dear, do not allow that habit of alluding to yourself as a gentleman to be confirmed. It is a strange one. Those who do not know you, hearing you speak thus, would think you affected masculine manners." Shirley never laughed at her former governess. Even the little formalities and harmless peculiarities of that lady were respectable in her eyes. Had it been otherwise, she would have proved herself a weak character at once, for it is only the weak who make a butt of quiet worth. Therefore she took her remonstrance in silence. She stood quietly near the window, looking at the grand cedar on her lawn, watching a bird on one of its lower boughs. Presently she began to chirrup to the bird. Soon her chirrup grew clearer. Ere long she was whistling. The whistle struck into a tune, and very sweetly and deftly it was executed. "My dear!" expostulated Mrs. Pryor. "Was I whistling?" said Shirley. "I forgot. I beg your pardon, ma'am. I had resolved to take care not to whistle before you." "But, Miss Keeldar, where did you learn to whistle? You must have got the habit since you came down into Yorkshire. I never knew you guilty of it before." "Oh, I learned to whistle a long while ago." "Who taught you?" "No one. I took it up by listening, and I had laid it down again. But lately, yesterday evening, as I was coming up our lane, I heard a gentleman whistling that very tune in the field on the other side of the hedge, and that reminded me." "What gentleman was it?" "We have only one gentleman in this region, ma'am, and that is Mr. Moore. At least he is the only gentleman who is not grey-haired. My two venerable favourites, Mr. Helstone and Mr. Yorke, it is true, are fine old beaux, infinitely better than any of the stupid young ones." Mrs. Pryor was silent. "You do not like Mr. Helstone, ma'am?" "My dear, Mr. Helstone's office secures him from criticism." "You generally contrive to leave the room when he is announced." "Do you walk out this morning, my dear?" "Yes, I shall go to the rectory and seek and find Caroline Helstone, and make her take some exercise. She shall have a breezy walk over Nunneley Common." "If you go in that direction, my dear, have the goodness to remind Miss Helstone to wrap up well, as there is a fresh wind, and she appears to me to require care." "You shall be minutely obeyed, Mrs. Pryor. Meantime, will you not accompany us yourself?" "No, my love, I should be a restraint upon you. I am stout, and cannot walk so quickly as you would wish to do." Shirley easily persuaded Caroline to go with her, and when they were fairly out on the quiet road, traversing the extensive and solitary sweep of Nunneley Common, she as easily drew her into conversation. The first feelings of diffidence overcome, Caroline soon felt glad to talk with Miss Keeldar. The very first interchange of slight observations sufficed to give each an idea of what the other was. Shirley said she liked the green sweep of the common turf, and, better still, the heath on its ridges, for the heath reminded her of moors. She had seen moors when she was travelling on the borders near Scotland. She remembered particularly a district traversed one long afternoon on a sultry but sunless day in summer. They journeyed from noon till sunset over what seemed a boundless waste of deep heath, and nothing had they seen but wild sheep, nothing heard but the cries of wild birds. "I know how the heath would look on such a day," said Caroline. "Purple-black, a deeper shade of the sky tint, and that would be livid." "Yes, quite livid, with brassy edges to the clouds, and here and there a white gleam, more ghastly than the lurid tinge, which, as you looked at it, you momentarily expected would kindle into blinding lightning." "Did it thunder?" "It muttered distant peals, but the storm did not break till evening, after we had reached our inn, that inn being an isolated house at the foot of a range of mountains." "Did you watch the clouds come down over the mountains?" "I did. I stood at the window an hour watching them. The hills seemed rolled in a sullen mist, and when the rain fell in whitening sheets, suddenly they were blotted from the prospect, they were washed from the world." "I have seen such storms in hilly districts in Yorkshire, and at their riotous climax, while the sky was all cataract, the earth all flood, I have remembered the deluge." It is singularly reviving after such hurricanes to feel calm return, and from the opening clouds to receive the consolatory gleam, softly testifying that the sun is not quenched. "Miss Keeldar, just stand still now, and look down at Nunneley dale and wood." They both halted on the green brow of the common. They looked down on the deep valley robed in May raiment, on varied meads, some pearled with daisies, and some golden with kingcups. To-day all this young verdure smiled clear in sunlight, transparent emerald and amber gleams played over it. On Nunwood, the sole remnant of antique British forest in a region whose lowlands were once all sylvan chase, as its highlands were breast-deep heather, slept the shadow of a cloud. The distant hills were dappled, the horizon was shaded and tinted like mother of pearl, silvery blues, soft purples, evanescent greens, and rose shades, all melting into fleeces of white cloud, pure as azury snow, allured the eye as with a remote glimpse of heaven's foundations. The air blowing on the brow was fresh and sweet and bracing. "Our England is a bonny island," said Shirley, "and Yorkshire is one of her bonniest nooks." "You are a Yorkshire girl too?" "I am, Yorkshire in blood and birth. 5 generations of my race sleep under the aisles of Briarfield Church. I drew my first breath in the old black hall behind us." Hereupon Caroline presented her hand, which was accordingly taken and shaken. "We are compatriots," said she. "Yes," agreed Shirley, with a grave nod. "And that," asked Miss Keeldar, pointing to the forest, "that is Nunwood?" "It is." "Were you ever there?" "Many a time." "In the heart of it?" "Yes." "What is it like?" "It is like an encampment of forest sons of Anak. The trees are huge and old. When you stand at their roots, the summits seem in another region. The trunks remain still and firm as pillars, while the boughs sway to every breeze. In the deepest calm their leaves are never quite hushed, and in high wind a flood rushes, a sea thunders above you." "Was it not one of Robin Hood's haunts?" "Yes, and there are mementos of him still existing. To penetrate into Nunwood, Miss Keeldar, is to go far back into the dim days of old. Can you see a break in the forest about the centre?" "Yes, distinctly." "That break is a dell, a deep hollow cup, lined with turf as green and short as the sod of this common. The very oldest of the trees, gnarled mighty oaks, crowd about the brink of this dell. In the bottom lie the ruins of a nunnery. We will go, you and I alone, Caroline, to that wood, early some fine summer morning, and spend a long day there. We can take pencils and sketch-books and any interesting reading book we like. And of course we shall take something to eat. I have 2 little baskets in which Mrs. Gill, my housekeeper, might pack our provisions, and we could each carry our own. It would not tire you too much to walk so far? Oh, no, especially if we rested the whole day in the wood, and I know all the pleasantest spots. I know where we could get nuts in nutting time. I know where wild strawberries abound. I know certain lonely, quite untrodden glades, carpeted with strange mosses, some yellow as if gilded, some a sombre grey, some gem green. I know groups of trees that ravish the eye with their perfect picture-like effects. Rude oak, delicate birch, glossy beech, clustered in contrast, and ash trees stately as Saul standing isolated, and superannuated wood giants clad in bright shrouds of ivy. Miss Keeldar, I could guide you. You would be dull with me alone? I should think not. I think we should suit. And what third person is there whose presence would not spoil our pleasure? Indeed, I know of none about our own ages, no lady at least, and as to gentlemen— An excursion becomes quite a different thing when there are gentlemen of the party, interrupted Caroline. I agree with you, quite a different thing to what we are proposing. We are going simply to see the old trees, the old ruins, to pass a day in old times, surrounded by olden silence, and above all by quietude. You are right, and the presence of gentlemen dispels the last charm, I think. If they are of the wrong sort, like your Malones and your young Sykeses and Wynns, irritation takes the place of serenity. If they are of the right sort, there is still a change, I can hardly tell what change, one easy to feel, difficult to describe. We forget nature, imprimis. And then nature forgets us, covers her vast calm brow with a dim veil, conceals her face and withdraws the peaceful joy with which, if we had been content to worship her only, she would have filled our hearts. What does she give us instead? More elation and more anxiety, an excitement that steals the hours away fast, and a trouble that ruffles their course. Our power of being happy lies a good deal in ourselves, I believe, remarked Caroline sagely. I have gone to Nunwood with a large party, all the curates and some other gentry of these parts, together with sundry ladies, and I found the affair insufferably tedious and absurd. And I have gone quite alone, or accompanied but by Fanny, who sat in the woodman's hut and sewed or talked to the good wife, while I roamed about and made sketches or read, and I have enjoyed much happiness of a quiet kind all day long. But that was when I was young, 2 years ago. Did you ever go with your cousin, Robert Moore? Yes, once. What sort of a companion is he on these occasions? A cousin, you know, is different to a stranger. I am aware of that, but cousins, if they are stupid, are still more insupportable than strangers, because you cannot so easily keep them at a distance. But your cousin is not stupid? No, but— Well? If the company of fools irritates, as you say, the society of clever men leaves its own peculiar pain also. Where the goodness or talent of your friend is beyond and above all doubt, your own worthiness to be his associate often becomes a matter of question. Oh, there I cannot follow you. That crotchet is not one I should choose to entertain for an instant. I consider myself not unworthy to be the associate of the best of them, of gentlemen, I mean, though that is saying a great deal. Where they are good, they are very good, I believe. Your uncle, by the by, is not a bad specimen of the elderly gentleman. I am always glad to see his brown, keen, sensible old face, either in my own house or any other. Are you fond of him? Is he kind to you? Now speak the truth. He has brought me up from childhood, I doubt not, precisely as he would have brought up his own daughter if he had had one, and that is kindness. But I am not fond of him. I would rather be out of his presence than in it. Strange, when he has the art of making himself so agreeable. Yes, in company, but he is stern and silent at home. As he puts away his cane and shovel hat in the rectory hall, so he locks his liveliness in his bookcase and study desk, the knitted brow and brief word for the fireside, the smile, the jest, the witty sally for society. Is he tyrannical? Not in the least. He is neither tyrannical nor hypocritical. He is simply a man who is rather liberal than good-natured, rather brilliant than genial, rather scrupulously equitable than truly just, if you can understand such superfine distinctions. Oh yes, good nature implies indulgence, which he has not, geniality, warmth of heart, which he does not own, and genuine justice is the offspring of sympathy and considerateness, of which, I can well conceive, my bronzed old friend is quite innocent. I often wonder, Shirley, whether most men resemble my uncle in their domestic relations, whether it is necessary to be new and unfamiliar to them in order to seem agreeable or estimable in their eyes, and whether it is impossible to their natures to retain a constant interest and affection for those they see every day. I don't know. I can't clear up your doubts. I ponder over similar ones myself sometimes. But to tell you a secret, if I were convinced that they were necessarily and universally different from us, fickle, soon petrifying, unsympathizing, I would never marry. I should not like to find out that what I loved did not love me, that it was weary of me, and that whatever effort I might make to please would hereafter be worse than useless, since it was inevitably in its nature to change and become indifferent. That discovery once made, what should I long for? To go away, to remove from a presence where my society gave no pleasure. But you could not if you were married. No, I could not. There it is. I could never be my own mistress more. A terrible thought. It suffocates me. Nothing irks me like the idea of being a burden and a bore, an inevitable burden, a ceaseless bore. Now, when I feel my company superfluous, I can comfortably fold my independence round me like a mantle, and drop my pride like a veil, and withdraw to solitude. If married, that could not be. "I wonder we don't all make up our minds to remain single," said Caroline. "We should if we listened to the wisdom of experience. My uncle always speaks of marriage as a burden, and I believe whenever he hears of a man being married he invariably regards him as a fool, or at any rate as doing a foolish thing." "But, Caroline, men are not all like your uncle. Surely not. I hope not." She paused and mused. "I suppose we each find an exception in the one we love till we are married," suggested Caroline. "I suppose so. And this exception we believe to be of sterling materials. We fancy it like ourselves. We imagine a sense of harmony. We think his voice gives the softest, truest promise of a heart that will never harden against us. We read in his eyes that faithful feeling, affection. I don't think we should trust to what they call passion at all, Caroline. I believe it is a mere fire of dry sticks, blazing up and vanishing. But we watch him, and see him kind to animals, to little children, to poor people. He is kind to us likewise, good, considerate. He does not flatter women, but he is patient with them, and he seems to be easy in their presence, and to find their company genial. He likes them not only for vain and selfish reasons, but as we like him, because we like him. Then we observe that he is just, that he always speaks the truth, that he is conscientious. We feel joy and peace when he comes into a room. We feel sadness and trouble when he leaves it. We know that this man has been a kind son, that he is a kind brother. Will anyone dare to tell me that he will not be a kind husband? My uncle would affirm it unhesitatingly. He will be sick of you in a month, he would say. Mrs. Pryor would seriously intimate the same. Miss Yorke and Miss Mann would darkly suggest ditto. If they are true oracles, it is good never to fall in love. Very good if you can avoid it. I choose to doubt their truth. I am afraid that proves you are already caught. Not I, but if I were, do you know what soothsayers I would consult? Let me hear. Neither man nor woman, elderly nor young, the little Irish beggar that comes barefoot to my door, the mouse that steals out of the cranny in the wainscot, the bird that in frost and snow pecks at my window for a crumb, the dog that licks my hand and sits beside my knee. Did you ever see anyone who was kind to such things? Did you ever see anyone whom such things seemed instinctively to follow, like, rely on? We have a black cat and an old dog at the rectory. I know somebody to whose knee that black cat loves to climb, against whose shoulder and cheek it likes to purr. The old dog always comes out of his kennel and wags his tail, and whines affectionately when somebody passes. And what does that somebody do? He quietly strokes the cat and lets her sit while he conveniently can, and when he must disturb her by rising, he puts her softly down, and never flings her from him roughly. He always whistles to the dog, and gives him a caress. Does he? It is not Robert. But it is Robert. Handsome fellow, said Shirley with enthusiasm. Her eyes sparkled. Is he not handsome? Has he not fine eyes, and well-cut features, and a clear, princely forehead? He has all that, Caroline. Bless him, he is both graceful and good. I was sure you would see that he was. When I first looked at your face, I knew you would. I was well inclined to him before I saw him. I liked him when I did see him. I admire him now. There is charm in beauty for itself, Caroline. When it is blent with goodness, there is a powerful charm. When mind is added, Shirley? Who can resist it? Remember my uncle, Mesdames Pryor, Yorke, and Mann. Remember the croaking of the frogs of Egypt. He is a noble being. I tell you, when they are good, they are lords of the creation. They are the sons of God, moulded in their Maker's image. The minutest spark of his spirit lifts them almost above mortality. Indisputably, a great, good, handsome man is the first of created things. Above us? I would scorn to contend for empire with him. I would scorn it. Shall my left hand dispute for precedence with my right? Shall my heart quarrel with my pulse? Shall my veins be jealous of the blood which fills them? Men and women, husbands and wives, quarrel horribly, Shirley. Poor things! Poor fallen, degenerate things! God made them for another lot, for other feelings. But are we men's equals, or are we not? Nothing ever charms me more than when I meet my superior, one who makes me sincerely feel that he is my superior. Did you ever meet him? I should be glad to see him any day. The higher above me, so much the better. It degrades to stoop. It is glorious to look up. What frets me is, that when I try to esteem, I am baffled. When religiously inclined, there are but false gods to adore. I disdain to be a pagan. Miss Keeldar, will you come in? We are here at the rectory gates. Not to-day, but to-morrow I shall fetch you to spend the evening with me. Caroline Helstone, if you really are what at present to me you seem, you and I will suit. I have never in my whole life been able to talk to a young lady as I have talked to you this morning. Kiss me, and good-bye. End of Chapter 12, Part 1. Chapter 12, Part 2 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shirley by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 12. Shirley and Caroline, Part 2. Mrs. Pryor seemed as well disposed to cultivate Caroline's acquaintance as Shirley. She, who went nowhere else, called on an early day at the rectory. She came in the afternoon, when the rector happened to be out. It was rather a close day. The heat of the weather had flushed her, and she seemed fluttered, too, by the circumstance of entering a strange house, for it appeared her habits were most retiring and secluded. When Miss Helstone went to her in the dining-room, she found her seated on the sofa, trembling, fanning herself with her handkerchief, and seeming to contend with a nervous discomposure that threatened to become hysterical. Caroline marvelled somewhat at this unusual want of self-command in a lady of her years, and also at the lack of real strength in one who appeared almost robust, for Mrs. Pryor hastened to allege the fatigue of her walk, the heat of the sun, etc., as reasons for her temporary indisposition; and still as, with more hurry than coherence, she again and again enumerated these causes of exhaustion, Caroline gently sought to relieve her by opening her shawl and removing her bonnet. Attentions of this sort Mrs. Pryor would not have accepted from every one. In general, she recoiled from touch or close approach, with a mixture of embarrassment and coldness far from flattering to those who offered her aid. To Miss Helstone's little light hand, however, she yielded tractably, and seemed soothed by its contact. In a few minutes she ceased to tremble, and grew quiet and tranquil. Her usual manner being resumed, she proceeded to talk of ordinary topics. In a miscellaneous company, Mrs. Pryor rarely opened her lips, or, if obliged to speak, she spoke under restraint, and consequently not well. In dialogue she was a good converser. Her language, always a little formal, was well chosen. Her sentiments were just. Her information was varied and correct. Caroline felt it pleasant to listen to her, more pleasant than she could have anticipated. On the wall opposite the sofa where they sat hung 3 pictures, the centre one above the mantelpiece, that of a lady, the 2 others male portraits. "That is a beautiful face," said Mrs. Pryor, interrupting a brief pause which had followed half an hour's animated conversation. "The features may be termed perfect. No statuary's chisel could improve them. It is a portrait from the life, I presume?" "It is a portrait of Mrs. Helstone." "Of Mrs. Mathewson Helstone, of your uncle's wife?" "It is, and it is said to be a good likeness. Before her marriage she was accounted the beauty of the district." "I should say she merited the distinction. What accuracy in all the lineaments!" "It is, however, a passive face. The original could not have been what is generally termed a woman of spirit." "I believe she was a remarkably still, silent person." "One would scarcely have expected, my dear, that your uncle's choice should have fallen on a partner of that description. Is he not fond of being amused by lively chat?" "In company he is, but he always says he could never do with a talking wife. He must have quiet at home. You go out to gossip, he affirms. You come home to read and reflect." "Mrs. Mathewson lived but a few years after her marriage, I think I have heard." "About 5 years." "Well, my dear," pursued Mrs. Pryor, rising to go, "I trust it is understood that you will frequently come to Fieldhead. I hope you will. You must feel lonely here, having no female relative in the house. You must necessarily pass much of your time in solitude." "I am inured to it. I have grown up by myself. May I arrange your shawl for you?" Mrs. Pryor submitted to be assisted. "Should you chance to require help in your studies," she said, "you may command me." Caroline expressed her sense of such kindness. "I hope to have frequent conversations with you. I should wish to be of use to you." Again Miss Helstone returned thanks. She thought what a kind heart was hidden under her visitor's seeming chilliness. Observing that Mrs. Pryor again glanced with an air of interest towards the portraits as she walked down the room, Caroline casually explained, "The likeness that hangs near the window, you will see, is my uncle, taken 20 years ago. The other, to the left of the mantelpiece, is his brother James, my father." "They resemble each other in some measure," said Mrs. Pryor, "yet a difference of character may be traced in the different mould of the brow and mouth." "What difference?" inquired Caroline, accompanying her to the door. "James Helstone, that is my father, is generally considered the best looking of the two. Strangers, I remark, always exclaim, 'What a handsome man!' Do you think his picture handsome, Mrs. Pryor?" "It is much softer or finer featured than that of your uncle." "But where or what is the difference of character to which you alluded? Tell me. I wish to see if you guess right." "My dear, your uncle is a man of principle. His forehead and his lips are firm, and his eye is steady." "Well, and the other? Do not be afraid of offending me. I always like the truth." "Do you like the truth? It is well for you. Adhere to that preference. Never swerve thence. The other, my dear, if he had been living now, would probably have furnished little support to his daughter. It is, however, a graceful head, taken in youth, I should think. My dear," turning abruptly, "you acknowledge an inestimate value in principle?" "I am sure no character can have true worth without it." "You feel what you say? You have considered the subject?" "Often. Circumstances early forced it upon my attention." The lesson was not lost then, though it came so prematurely. "I suppose the soil is not light nor stony, otherwise seed falling in that season never would have borne fruit. My dear, do not stand in the air of the door, you will take cold. Good afternoon." Miss Helstone's new acquaintance soon became of value to her. Their society was acknowledged a privilege. She found she would have been in error indeed to have let slip this chance of relief, to have neglected to avail herself of this happy change. A turn was thereby given to her thoughts, a new channel was opened for them, which, diverting a few of them at least from the one direction in which all had hitherto tended, abated the impetuosity of their rush, and lessened the force of their pressure on one worn-down point. Soon she was content to spend whole days at Fieldhead, doing by turns whatever Shirley or Mrs. Pryor wished her to do, and now one would claim her, now the other. Nothing could be less demonstrative than the friendship of the elder lady, but also nothing could be more vigilant, assiduous, untiring. I have intimated that she was a peculiar personage, and in nothing was her peculiarity more shown than in the nature of the interest she evinced for Caroline. She watched all her movements. She seemed as if she would have guarded all her steps. It gave her pleasure to be applied to by Miss Helstone for advice and assistance. She yielded her aid, when asked, with such quiet yet obvious enjoyment that Caroline ere long took delight in depending on her. Shirley Keeldar's complete docility with Mrs. Pryor had at first surprised Miss Helstone, and not less the fact of the reserved ex-governess being so much at home and at ease in the residence of her young pupil, where she filled with such quiet independency a very dependent post. But she soon found that it needed but to know both ladies to comprehend fully the enigma. Every one, it seemed to her, must like, must love, must prize Mrs. Pryor when they knew her. No matter that she perseveringly wore old-fashioned gowns, that her speech was formal and her manner cool, that she had 20 little ways such as nobody else had. She was still such a stay, such a counsellor, so truthful, so kind in her way, that in Caroline's idea none, once accustomed to her presence, could easily afford to dispense with it. As to dependency or humiliation, Caroline did not feel it in her intercourse with Shirley, and why should Mrs. Pryor? The heiress was rich, very rich, compared with her new friend. One possessed a clear 1,000 a year, the other not a penny; and yet there was a safe sense of equality experienced in her society, never known in that of the ordinary Briarfield and Winbury gentry. The reason was, Shirley's head ran on other things than money and position. She was glad to be independent as to property. By fits she was even elated at the notion of being lady of the manor and having tenants and an estate. She was especially tickled with an agreeable complacency when reminded of all that property down in the hollow, comprising an excellent cloth mill, dye house, warehouse, together with the messuage gardens and outbuildings termed Hollow's Cottage. But her exultation, being quite undisguised, was singularly inoffensive, and, for her serious thoughts, they tended elsewhere. To admire the great, reverence the good, and be joyous with the genial, was very much the bent of Shirley's soul. She mused, therefore, on the means of following this bent far oftener than she pondered on her social superiority. In Caroline, Miss Keeldar had first taken an interest because she was quiet, retiring, looked delicate, and seemed as if she needed some one to take care of her. Her predilection increased greatly when she discovered that her own way of thinking and talking was understood and responded to by this new acquaintance. She had hardly expected it. Miss Helstone, she fancied, had too pretty a face, manners and voice too soft, to be anything out of the common way in mind and attainments; and she very much wondered to see the gentle features light up archly to the réveillé of a dry sally or two risked by herself, and more did she wonder to discover the self-won knowledge treasured, and the untaught speculations working, in that girlish curl-veiled head. Caroline's instinct of taste, too, was like her own. Such books as Miss Keeldar had read with the most pleasure were Miss Helstone's delight also. They held many aversions, too, in common, and could have the comfort of laughing together over works of false sentimentality and pompous pretension. Few, Shirley conceived, men or women, have the right taste in poetry, the right sense for discriminating between what is real and what is false. She had again and again heard very clever people pronounce this or that passage, in this or that versifier, altogether admirable, which, when she read, her soul refused to acknowledge as anything but cant, flourish, and tinsel, or, at the best, elaborate wordiness. Curious, clever, learned, perhaps, haply even tinged with the fascinating hues of fancy, but, God knows, as different from real poetry as the gorgeous and massy vase of mosaic is from the little cup of pure metal, or, to give the reader a choice of similes, as the milliner's artificial wreath is from the fresh-gathered lily of the field. Caroline, she found, felt the value of the true ore, and knew the deception of the flashy dross. The minds of the two girls, being toned in harmony, often chimed very sweetly together. One evening they chanced to be alone in the oak parlour. They had passed a long wet day together without ennui. It was now on the edge of dark. Candles were not yet brought in. Both, as twilight deepened, grew meditative and silent. A western wind roared high round the hall, driving wild clouds and stormy rain up from the far remote ocean. All was tempest outside the antique lattices, all deep peace within. Shirley sat at the window, watching the rack in heaven, the mist on earth, listening to certain notes of the gale that planed like restless spirits, notes which, had she not been so young, gay, and healthy, would have swept her trembling nerves like some omen, some anticipatory dirge. In this her prime of existence and bloom of beauty, they but subdued vivacity to pensiveness. Snatches of sweet ballads haunted her ear. Now and then she sang a stanza. Her accents obeyed the fitful impulse of the wind. They swelled as its gusts rushed on, and died as they wandered away. Caroline, withdrawn to the farthest and darkest end of the room, her figure just discernible by the ruby shine of the flameless fire, was pacing to and fro, murmuring to herself fragments of well-remembered poetry. She spoke very low, but Shirley heard her, and, while singing softly, she listened. This was the strain: Obscurest night involved the sky, the Atlantic billows roared, when such a destined wretch as I, washed headlong from on board, of friends, of hope, of all bereft, his floating home forever left. Here the fragment stopped, because Shirley's song, erewhile somewhat full and thrilling, had become delicately faint. "Go on," said she. "Then you go on too. I was only repeating the Castaway." "I know. If you can remember it all, say it all." And as it was nearly dark, and after all Miss Keeldar was no formidable auditor, Caroline went through it. She went through it as she should have gone through it. The wild sea, the drowning mariner, the reluctant ship swept on in the storm you heard were realized by her, and more vividly was realized the heart of the poet, who did not weep for the castaway, but who in an hour of tearless anguish traced a semblance to his own God-abandoned misery in the fate of that man-forsaken sailor, and cried from the depths where he struggled, "No voice divine the storm allayed, no light propitious shone, when, snatched from all effectual aid, we perished, each alone. But I beneath a rougher sea, and whelmed in deeper gulfs than he." "I hope William Cooper is safe and calm in heaven now," said Caroline. "Do you pity what he suffered on earth?" asked Miss Keeldar. "Pity him, Shirley? What can I do else? He was nearly broken-hearted when he wrote that poem, and it almost breaks one's heart to read it. But he found relief in writing it, I know he did, and that gift of poetry, the most divine bestowed on man, was, I believe, granted to allay emotions when their strength threatens harm. It seems to me, Shirley, that nobody should write poetry to exhibit intellect or attainment. Who cares for that sort of poetry? Who cares for learning? Who cares for fine words in poetry? And who does not care for feeling, real feeling, however simply, even rudely expressed? It seems you care for it, at all events. And certainly in hearing that poem one discovers that Cooper was under an impulse strong as that of the wind which drove the ship, an impulse which, while it would not suffer him to stop to add ornament to a single stanza, filled him with force to achieve the whole with consummate perfection. You managed to recite it with a steady voice, Caroline. I wonder thereat. Cooper's hand did not tremble in writing the lines. Why should my voice falter in repeating them? Depend on it, Shirley, no tear blistered the manuscript of the Castaway. I hear in it no sob of sorrow, only the cry of despair. But, that cry uttered, I believe the deadly spasm passed from his heart, that he wept abundantly, and was comforted. Shirley resumed her ballad minstrelsy. Stopping short, she remarked ere long, "One could have loved Cooper, if it were only for the sake of having the privilege of comforting him." "You never would have loved Cooper," rejoined Caroline promptly. "He was not made to be loved by woman." "What do you mean?" "What I say. I know there is a kind of natures in the world, and very noble, elated natures too, whom love never comes near. You might have sought Cooper with the intention of loving him, and you would have looked at him, pitied him, and left him, forced away by a sense of the impossible, the incongruous, as the crew were borne from their drowning comrade by the furious blast." "You may be right. Who told you this?" And what I say of Cooper I should say of Rousseau. Was Rousseau ever loved? He loved passionately, but was his passion ever returned? I am certain, never. And if there were any female Coopers and Rousseaus, I should assert the same of them. Who told you this, I ask? Did Moore? Why should anybody have told me? Have I not an instinct? Can I not divine by analogy? Moore never talked to me either about Cooper or Rousseau or love. The voice we hear in solitude told me all I know on these subjects. Do you like the characters of the Rousseau order, Caroline? Not at all, as a whole. I sympathize intensely with certain qualities they possess. Certain divine sparks in their nature dazzle my eyes and make my soul glow. Then again I scorn them. They are made of clay and gold. The refuse and the ore make a mass of weakness. Taken together I feel them unnatural, unhealthy, repulsive. I dare say I should be more tolerant of a Rousseau than you would, Carrie. Submissive and contemplative yourself, you like the stern and the practical. By the way, you must miss that cousin Robert of yours very much, now that you and he never meet. I do. And he must miss you? That he does not. I cannot imagine, pursued Shirley, who had lately got a habit of introducing Moore's name into the conversation, even when it seemed to have no business there, I cannot imagine but that he was fond of you, since he took so much notice of you, talked to you, and taught you so much. He never was fond of me. He never professed to be fond of me. He took pains to prove that he only just tolerated me. Caroline, determined not to err on the flattering side in estimating her cousin's regard for her, always now habitually thought of it and mentioned it in the most scanty measure. She had her own reasons for being less sanguine than ever in hopeful views of the future, less indulgent to pleasurable retrospections of the past. Of course, then, observed Miss Keeldar, you only just tolerated him in return? Shirley, men and women are so different. They are in such a different position. Women have so few things to think about, men so many. You may have a friendship for a man, while he is almost indifferent to you. Much of what cheers your life may be dependent on him, while not a feeling or interest of moment in his eyes may have reference to you. Robert used to be in the habit of going to London, sometimes for a week or a fortnight together. Well, while he was away, I found his absence a void. There was something wanting. Briarfield was duller. Of course I had my usual occupations. Still I missed him. As I sat by myself in the evenings, I used to feel a strange certainty of conviction I cannot describe, that if a magician or a genius had at that moment offered me Prince Ali's tube, you remember it in the Arabian Nights, and if, with its aid, I had been enabled to take a view of Robert, to see where he was, how occupied, I should have learned in a startling manner the width of the chasm which gaped between such as he and such as I. I knew that, however my thoughts might adhere to him, his were effectually sundered from me. Caroline, demanded Miss Keeldar abruptly, don't you wish you had a profession, a trade? I wish it 50 times a day. As it is, I often wonder what I came into the world for. I long to have something absorbing and compulsory to fill my head and hands, and to occupy my thoughts. Can labor alone make a human being happy? No, but it can give varieties of pain, and prevent us from breaking our hearts with a single tyrant master torture. Besides, successful labor has its recompense. A vacant, weary, lonely, hopeless life has none. But hard labor and learned professions, they say, make women masculine, coarse, unwomanly. And what does it signify whether unmarried and never to be married women are unattractive and inelegant or not? Provided only they are decent, decorous, and neat, it is enough. The utmost which ought to be required of old maids in the way of appearance is that they should not absolutely offend men's eyes as they pass them in the street. For the rest, they should be allowed, without too much scorn, to be as absorbed, grave, plain-looking, and plain-dressed as they please. You might be an old maid yourself, Caroline, you speak so earnestly. I shall be one. It is my destiny. I will never marry a Malone or a Sykes, and no one else will ever marry me." Here fell a long pause. Shirley broke it. Again the name by which she seemed bewitched was almost the first on her lips. "Lena. Did not Moore call you Lena sometimes?" "Yes, it is sometimes used as the abbreviation of Caroline in his native country. Well, Lena, do you remember my one day noticing an inequality in your hair, a curl wanting on that right side, and your telling me that it was Robert's fault, as he had once cut therefrom a long lock?" "Yes." "If he is, and always was, as indifferent to you as you say, why did he steal your hair?" "I don't know." "Yes, I do. It was my doing, not his. Everything of that sort always was my doing. He was going from home to London, as usual, and the night before he went I had found in his sister's work-box a lock of black hair, a short, round curl. Hortense told me it was her brother's, and a keepsake. He was sitting near the table. I looked at his head. He has plenty of hair. On the temples were many such round curls. I thought he could spare me one. I knew I should like to have it, and I asked for it. He said, on condition that he might have his choice of a tress from my head. So he got one of my long locks of hair, and I got one of his short ones. I keep his, but I dare say he has lost mine. It was my doing, and one of those silly deeds it distresses the heart and sets the face on fire to think of. One of those small but sharp recollections that return, lacerating your self-respect like tiny penknives, and forcing from your lips as you sit alone sudden, insane-sounding interjections. "Caroline!" "I do think myself a fool, Shirley, in some respects. I do despise myself. But I said I would not make you my confessor, for you cannot reciprocate foible for foible. You are not weak. How steadily you watch me now! Turn aside your clear, strong, she-eagle eye. It is an insult to fix it on me thus. What a study of character you are! Weak, certainly, but not in the sense you think. Come in." This was said in answer to a tap at the door. Miss Keeldar happened to be near it at the moment, Caroline at the other end of the room. She saw a note put into Shirley's hands, and heard the words, "From Mr. Moore, ma'am." "Bring candles," said Miss Keeldar. Caroline sat expectant. "A communication on business," said the heiress. But when candles were brought she neither opened nor read it. The rector's Fanny was presently announced, and the rector's niece went home. End of Chapter 12, Part 2.
Chapter 13, Part 1 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shirley by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 13, Part 1. Further communications on business. In Shirley's nature prevailed at times an easy indolence. There were periods when she took delight in perfect vacancy of hand and eye, moments when her thoughts, her simple existence, the fact of the world being around, and heaven above her, seemed to yield her such fullness of happiness that she did not need to lift a finger to increase the joy. Often, after an active morning, she would spend a sunny afternoon in lying stirless on the turf, at the foot of some tree of friendly umbrage. No society did she need but that of Caroline, and it sufficed, if she were within call. No spectacle did she ask but that of the deep blue sky, and such cloudlets as sailed afar and aloft across its span, no sound but that of the bee's hum, the leaf's whisper. Her sole book in such hours was the dim chronicle of memory, or the sibyl page of anticipation. From her young eyes fell on each volume a glorious light to read by. Round her lips at moments played a smile which revealed glimpses of the tale or prophecy. It was not sad, not dark. Fate had been benign to the blissful dreamer, and promised to favor her yet again. In her past were sweet passages, in her future rosy hopes. Yet one day, when Caroline drew near to rouse her, thinking she had lain long enough, behold, as she looked down, Shirley's cheek was wet as if with dew. Those fine eyes of hers shone humid and brimming. "Shirley, why do you cry?" asked Caroline, involuntarily laying stress on "you." Miss Keeldar smiled, and turned her picturesque head towards the questioner. "Because it pleases me mightily to cry," she said. "My heart is both sad and glad. But why, you good, patient child, why do you not bear me company? I only weep tears, delightful and soon wiped away. You might weep gall, if you choose." "Why should I weep gall?" "Mateless, solitary bird," was the only answer. "And are not you, too, mateless, Shirley?" "At heart, no." "Oh, who nestles there, Shirley?" But Shirley only laughed gaily at this question, and alertly started up. "I have dreamed," she said, "a mere daydream, certainly bright, probably baseless." Miss Helstone was by this time free enough from illusions. She took a sufficiently grave view of the future, and fancied she knew pretty well how her own destiny and that of some others were tending. Yet old associations retained their influence over her, and it was these, and the power of habit, which still frequently drew her, of an evening, to the field stile and the old thorn overlooking the hollow. One night, the night after the incident of the note, she had been at her usual post, watching for her beacon, watching vainly. That evening no lamp was lit. She waited till the rising of certain constellations warned her of lateness, and signed her away. In passing Fieldhead, on her return, its moonlight beauty attracted her glance, and stayed her step an instant. Tree and hall rose peaceful under the night sky and clear full orb. Pearly paleness gilded the building, mellow brown gloom bosomed it round. Shadows of deep green brooded above its oak-wreathed roof. The broad pavement in front shone pale also. It gleamed as if some spell had transformed the dark granite to glistening Parian. On the silvery space slept two sable shadows, thrown sharply defined from two human figures. These figures, when first seen, were motionless and mute. Presently they moved in harmonious step, and spoke in low harmonious key. Earnest was the gaze that scrutinized them as they emerged from behind the trunk of the cedar. "Is it Mrs. Pryor and Shirley?" "Certainly it is Shirley. Who else has a shape so lithe and proud and graceful? And her face, too, is visible, her countenance careless and pensive, and musing and mirthful, and mocking and tender. Not fearing the dew, she has not covered her head. Her curls are free, they veil her neck and caress her shoulder with their tendril rings. An ornament of gold gleams through the half-closed folds of the scarf she has wrapped across her bust, and a large bright gem glitters on the white hand which confines it. Yes, that is Shirley. Her companion, then, is of course Mrs. Pryor? Yes, if Mrs. Pryor owns 6 feet of stature, and if she has changed her decent widow's weeds for masculine disguise. The figure walking at Miss Keeldar's side is a man, a tall, young, stately man. It is her tenant, Robert Moore. The pair speak softly,
Their words are not distinguishable. To remain a moment to gaze is not to be an eavesdropper, and as the moon shines so clearly, and their countenances are so distinctly apparent, who can resist the attraction of such interest? Caroline, it seems, cannot, for she lingers. There was a time when, on summer nights, Moore had been wont to walk with his cousin, as he was now walking with the heiress. Often had she gone up the hollow with him after sunset, to scent the freshness of the earth, where a growth of fragrant herbage carpeted a certain narrow terrace, edging a deep ravine, from whose rifted gloom was heard a sound like the spirit of the lonely watercourse, moaning amongst its wet stones, and between its weedy banks, and under its dark bower of alders. "But I used to be closer to him," thought Caroline. "He felt no obligation to treat me with homage. I needed only kindness. He used to hold my hand. He does not touch hers. And yet Shirley is not proud where she loves. There is no haughtiness in her aspect now, only a little in her port. What is natural to and inseparable from her, what she retains in her most careless as in her most guarded moments. Robert must think as I think, that he is at this instant looking down on a fine face, and he must think it with a man's brain, not with mine. She has such generous yet soft fire in her eyes. She smiles. What makes her smile so sweet? I saw that Robert felt its beauty, and he must have felt it with his man's heart, not with my dim woman's perceptions. They look to me like two great happy spirits. Yonder silver pavement reminds me of that white shore we believe to be beyond the death flood. They have reached it. They walk there united. And what am I, standing here in shadow, shrinking into concealment, my mind darker than my hiding place? I am one of this world, no spirit, a poor doomed mortal, who asks in ignorance and hopelessness wherefore she was born, to what end she lives, whose mind forever runs on the question how she shall at last encounter, and by whom be sustained through death. This is the worst passage I have come to yet. Still I was quite prepared for it. I gave Robert up, and gave him up to Shirley, the first day I heard she was come. The first moment I saw her, rich, youthful, and lovely. She has him now. He is her lover. She is his darling. She will be far more his darling yet when they are married. The more Robert knows of Shirley, the more his soul will cleave to her. They will both be happy, and I do not grudge them their bliss. But I groan under my own misery. Some of my suffering is very acute. Truly I ought not to have been born. They should have smothered me at the first cry. Here, Shirley stepping aside to gather a dewy flower, she and her companion turned into a path that lay nearer the gate. Some of their conversation became audible. Caroline would not stay to listen. She passed away noiselessly, and the moonlight kissed the wall, which her shadow had dimmed. The reader is privileged to remain, and try what he can make of the discourse. I cannot conceive why nature did not give you a bulldog's head, where you have all a bulldog's tenacity, said Shirley. Not a flattering idea. Am I so ignoble? And something also you have of the same animal's silent ways of going about its work. You give no warning, you come noiselessly behind, seize fast, and hold on. This is guesswork. You have witnessed no such feat on my part. In your presence I have been no bulldog. Your very silence indicates your race. How little you talk in general, yet how deeply you scheme. You are far-seeing, you are calculating. I know the ways of these people. I have gathered information of their intentions. My note last night informed you that Barraclough's trial had ended in his conviction and sentence to transportation. His associates will plot vengeance. I shall lay my plans so as to counteract, or at least be prepared for theirs. That is all. Having now given you as clear an explanation as I can, am I to understand that for what I propose doing I have your approbation? I shall stand by you so long as you remain on the defensive. Yes. Good. Without any aid, even opposed or disapproved by you, I believe I should have acted precisely as I now intend to act, but in another spirit. I now feel satisfied. On the whole, I relish the position. I dare say you do. That is evident. You relish the work which lies before you still better than you would relish the execution of a government order for army cloth. I certainly feel it congenial. So would old Helstone. It is true, there is a shade of difference in your motives. Many shades, perhaps. Shall I speak to Mr. Helstone? I will, if you like. Act as you please. Your judgment, Miss Keeldar, will guide you accurately. I could rely on it myself, in a more difficult crisis, but I should inform you, Mr. Helstone is somewhat prejudiced against me at present. I am aware. I have heard all about your differences. Depend upon it they will melt away. He cannot resist the temptation of an alliance under present circumstances. I should be glad to have him. He is of true metal. I think so also. An old blade, and rusted somewhat, but the edge and temper still excellent. Well, you shall have him, Mr. Moore. That is, if I can win him. Whom can you not win? Perhaps not the rector, but I will make the effort. Effort? He will yield for a word, a smile. By no means. It will cost me several cups of tea, some toast and cake, and an ample measure of remonstrances, expostulations, and persuasions. It grows rather chill. I perceive you shiver. Am I acting wrongly to detain you here? Yet it is so calm. I even feel it warm, and society such as yours is a pleasure to me so rare. If you were wrapped in a thicker shawl, I might stay longer and forget how late it is, which would chagrin Mrs. Pryor. We keep early and regular hours at Fieldhead, Mr. Moore, and so, I am sure, does your sister at the cottage. Yes, but Hortense and I have an understanding the most convenient in the world, that we shall each do as we please. How do you please to do? 3 nights in the week I sleep in the mill, but I require little rest, and when it is moonlight and mild, I often hunt the hollow till daybreak. When I was a very little girl, Mr. Moore, my nurse used to tell me tales of fairies being seen in that hollow. That was before my father built the mill, when it was a perfectly solitary ravine. You will be falling under enchantment. I fear it is done, said Moore, in a low voice. But there are worse things than fairies to be guarded against, pursued Miss Keeldar. Things more perilous, he subjoined. Far more so. For instance, how would you like to meet Michael Hartley, that mad Calvinist, and Jacobin weaver? They say he is addicted to poaching, and often goes abroad at night with his gun. I have already had the luck to meet him. We held a long argument together one night. A strange little incident it was. I liked it. Liked it? I admire your taste. Michael is not sane. Where did you meet him? In the deepest, shadiest spot in the glen, where the water runs low, under brushwood. We sat down near the plank bridge. It was moonlight, but clouded, and very windy. We had a talk. On politics? And religion. I think the moon was at the full, and Michael was as near crazed as possible. He uttered strange blasphemy in his antinomian fashion. Excuse me, but I think you must have been nearly as mad as he to sit listening to him. There is a wild interest in his ravings. The man would be half a poet if he were not wholly a maniac, and perhaps a prophet if he were not a profligate. He solemnly informed me that hell was foreordained my inevitable portion, that he read the mark of the beast on my brow, that I had been an outcast from the beginning. God's vengeance, he said, was preparing for me, and affirmed in a vision of the night he had beheld the manner and instrument of my doom. I wanted to know further, but he left me with these words, "The end is not yet." Have you ever seen him since? About a month afterwards, in returning from market, I encountered him and Moses Barraclough, both in an advanced stage of inebriation. They were praying in a frantic sort at the roadside. They accosted me as Satan, bid me avaunt, and clamored to be delivered from temptation. Again, but a few days ago, Michael took the trouble of appearing at the counting-house door, hatless, in his shirt-sleeves. His coat and castor having been detained at the public-house in pledge, he delivered himself of the comfortable message that he could wish Mr. Moore to set his house in order, as his soul was likely shortly to be required of him. Do you make light of these things? The poor man had been drinking for weeks, and was in a state bordering on delirium tremens. What then? He is the more likely to attempt the fulfillment of his own prophecies. It would not do to permit incidents of this sort to affect one's nerves. Mr. Moore, go home. So soon? Pass straight down the fields, not round by the lane and plantations. It is early yet. It is late. For my part, I am going in. Will you promise me not to wander in the hollow tonight? If you wish it. I do wish it. May I ask whether you consider life valueless? By no means. On the contrary, of late, I regarded my life as invaluable. Of late? Existence is neither aimless nor hopeless to me now, and it was both 3 months ago. I was then drowning, and rather wished the operation over. All at once a hand was stretched to me, such a delicate hand, I scarcely dared trust it. Its strength, however, has rescued me from ruin. Are you really rescued? For the time, your assistance has given me another chance. Live to make the best of it. Don't offer yourself as a target to Michael Hartley. And good night. Miss Helstone was under a promise to spend the evening of the next day at Fieldhead. She kept her promise. Some gloomy hours had she spent in the interval. Most of the time had been passed shut up in her own apartment, only issuing from it, indeed, to join her uncle at meals, and anticipating inquiries from Fanny by telling her that she was busy altering a dress, and preferred sewing upstairs to avoid interruption. She did so. She plied her needle continuously, ceaselessly, but her brain worked faster than her fingers. Again, and more intensely than ever, she desired a fixed occupation, no matter how onerous, how irksome. Her uncle must be once more entreated, but first she would consult Mrs. Pryor. Her head labored to frame projects as diligently as her hands to plaint and stitch the thin texture of the muslin summer dress spread on the little white couch at the foot of which she sat. Now and then, while thus doubly occupied, a tear would fill her eyes and fall on her busy hands. But this sign of emotion was rare and quickly effaced. The sharp pang passed, the dimness cleared from her vision. She would rethread her needle, rearrange tuck and trimming, and work on. Late in the afternoon she dressed herself. She reached Fieldhead, and appeared in the oak parlor just as tea was brought in. Shirley asked her why she came so late. "Because I have been making my dress," said she. "These fine sunny days began to make me ashamed of my winter merino, so I have furbished up a lighter garment." "In which you look as I'd like to see you," said Shirley. "You are a ladylike little person, Caroline. Is she not, Mrs. Pryor?" Mrs. Pryor never paid compliments, and seldom indulged in remarks, favorable or otherwise, on personal appearance. On the present occasion, she only swept Caroline's curls from her cheek as she took a seat near her, caressed the oval outline, and observed, "You get somewhat thin, my love, and somewhat pale. Do you sleep well? Your eyes have a languid look," and she gazed at her anxiously. "I sometimes dream melancholy dreams," answered Caroline, "and if I lie awake for an hour or two in the night, I am continually thinking of the rectory as a dreary old place. You know it is very near the churchyard. The back part of the house is extremely ancient, and it is said that the out-kitchens there were once enclosed in the churchyard, and that there are graves under them. I rather long to leave the rectory." "My dear, you are surely not superstitious?" "No, Mrs. Pryor, but I think I grow what is called nervous. I see things under a darker aspect than I used to do. I have fears I never used to have, not of ghosts, but of omens and disastrous events, and I have an inexpressible weight on my mind which I would give the world to shake off, and I cannot do it." "Strange!" cried Shirley. "I never feel so." Mrs. Pryor said nothing. "Fine weather, pleasant days, pleasant scenes are powerless to give me pleasure," continued Caroline. "Calm evenings are not calm to me. Moonlight, which I used to think mild, now only looks mournful. Is this weakness of mind, Mrs. Pryor, or what is it? I cannot help it. I often struggle against it. I reason, but reason and effort make no difference." "You should take more exercise," said Mrs. Pryor. "Exercise? I exercise sufficiently. I exercise till I am ready to drop." "My dear, you should go from home." "Mrs. Pryor, I should like to go from home, but not on any purposeless excursion or visit. I wish to be a governess as you have been. It would oblige me greatly if you would speak to my uncle on the subject." "Nonsense!" broke in Shirley. "What an idea! Be a governess! Better be a slave at once! Where is the necessity of it? Why should you dream of such a painful step?" "My dear," said Mrs. Pryor, "you are very young to be a governess, and not sufficiently robust. The duties a governess undertakes are often severe." "And I believe I want severe duties to occupy me." "Occupy you!" cried Shirley. "When are you idle? I never saw a more industrious girl than you. You are always at work." "Come," she continued, "come and sit by my side and take some tea to refresh you. You don't care much for my friendship, then, that you wish to leave me?" "Indeed I do, Shirley, and I don't wish to leave you. I shall never find another friend so dear." At which words Miss Keeldar put her hand into Caroline's with an impulsively affectionate movement, which was well seconded by the expression of her face. "If you think so, you had better make much of me," she said, "and not run away from me. I hate to part with those to whom I am become attached. Mrs. Pryor there sometimes talks of leaving me, and says I might make a more advantageous connection than herself. I should as soon think of exchanging an old-fashioned mother for something modish and stylish. As for you, why, I began to flatter myself we were thoroughly friends, that you liked Shirley almost as well as Shirley likes you, and she does not stint her regard." "I do like Shirley. I like her more and more every day. But that does not make me strong or happy." "And would it make you strong or happy to go and live as a dependent amongst utter strangers? It would not, and the experiment must not be tried. I tell you it would fail. It is not in your nature to bear the desolate life governesses generally lead. You would fall ill. I won't hear of it." End of Section 23. Recording by Katie Riley. September 2009. Chapter 13, Part 2 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shirley by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 13, Part 2. And Miss Keeldar paused, having uttered this prohibition very decidedly. She soon recommenced, still looking somewhat corsée. "Why, it is my daily pleasure now to look out for the little cottage bonnet and the silk scarf glancing through the trees in the lane, and to know that my quiet, shrewd, thoughtful companion and monitress is coming back to me, that I shall have her sitting in the room to look at, to talk to, or to let alone, as she and I please. This may be a selfish sort of language, I know it is, but it is the language which naturally rises to my lips. Therefore I utter it. I would write to you, Shirley. And what are letters? Only a sort of pis-aller. Drink some tea, Caroline. Eat something. You eat nothing. Laugh and be cheerful. And stay at home. Miss Helstone shook her head and sighed. She felt what difficulty she would have to persuade anyone to assist or sanction her in making that change in her life which she believed desirable. Might she only follow her own judgment, she thought she could be able to find, perhaps a harsh, but an effectual cure for her sufferings. But this judgment, founded on circumstances she could fully explain to none, least of all to Shirley, seemed, in all eyes but her own, incomprehensible and fantastic, and was accordingly opposed. There really was no present pecuniary need for her to leave a comfortable home and take a situation, and there was every probability that her uncle might in some way permanently provide for her. So her friends thought, and as far as their lights enabled them to see, they reasoned correctly. But of Caroline's strange sufferings, which she desired so eagerly to overcome or escape, they had no idea. Of her racked nights and dismal days, no suspicion. It was at once impossible and hopeless to explain. To wait and endure was her only plan. Many that want food and clothing have cheerier lives and brighter prospects than she had. Many, harassed by poverty, are in a strait less afflictive. "Now, is your mind quieted?" inquired Shirley. "Will you consent to stay at home?" "I shall not leave it against the approbation of my friends," was the reply. "But I think in time they will be obliged to think as I do." During this conversation Mrs. Pryor looked far from easy. Her extreme habitual reserve would rarely permit her to talk freely, or to interrogate others closely. She could think a multitude of questions she never ventured to put, give advice in her mind which her tongue never delivered. Had she been alone with Caroline, she might possibly have said something to the point. Miss Kilner's presence, accustomed as she was to it, sealed her lips. Now, as on 1,000 other occasions, inexplicable nervous scruples kept her back from interfering. She merely showed her concern for Miss Helstone in an indirect way, by asking her if the fire made her too warm, placing a screen between her chair and the hearth, closing a window whence she imagined a draught proceeded, and often and relentlessly glancing at her. Shirley resumed. "Having destroyed your plan," she said, "which I hope I have done, I shall construct a new one of my own. Every summer I make an excursion. This season I propose spending 2 months either at the Scotch lochs or the English lakes. That is, I shall go there, provided you consent to accompany me. If you refuse, I shall not stir a foot." "You are very good, Shirley." "I would be very good if you would let me. I have every disposition to be good. It is my misfortune and habit, I know, to think of myself paramount to anybody else, but who is not like me in that respect? However, when Captain Kilder is made comfortable, accommodated with all he wants, including a sensible genial comrade, it gives him a thorough pleasure to devote his spare efforts to making that comrade happy. And should we not be happy, Caroline, in the Highlands? We will go to the Highlands. We will, if you can bear a sea voyage, go to the Isles, the Hebrides, the Shetlands, the Orkney Islands. Would you not like that? I see you would. Mrs. Pryor, I call you to witness. Her face is all sunshine at the bare mention of it." "I should like it much," returned Caroline, to whom, indeed, the notion of such a tour was not only pleasant, but gloriously reviving. Shirley rubbed her hands. "Come, I can bestow a benefit!" she exclaimed. "I can do a good deed with my cash. My 1,000 a year is not merely a matter of dirty banknotes and jaundiced guineas. Let me speak respectfully of both, though, for I adore them. But it may be, health to the drooping, strength to the weak, consolation to the sad. I was determined to make something of it, better than a fine old house to live in, than satin gowns to wear, better than deference from acquaintance, and homage from the poor. Here is to begin. This summer, Caroline, Mrs. Pryor, and I go out into the North Atlantic, beyond the Shetland, perhaps to the Faroe Isles. We will see seals in Suderow, and doubtless mermaids in Stromö. Caroline is laughing, Mrs. Pryor. I made her laugh. I have done her good. I shall like to go, Shirley, again said Miss Helstone. I long to hear the sound of waves, ocean waves, and to see them as I have imagined them in dreams, like tossing banks of green light, strewed with vanishing and reappearing wreaths of foam, whiter than lilies. I shall delight to pass the shores of those lone rock islets, where the sea-birds live and breed unmolested. We shall be on the track of the old Scandinavians, of the Norsemen. We shall almost see the shores of Norway. This is a very vague delight that I feel, communicated by your proposal, but it is a delight. Will you think of Fitful Head, now, when you lie awake at night, of gulls shrieking round it, and waves tumbling in upon it, rather than of graves under the rectory hat-kitchen? I will try, and instead of musing about remnants of shrouds, and fragments of coffins, and human bones and moulds, I will fancy seals lying in the sunshine on solitary shores, where neither fisherman nor hunter ever come, of rock crevices full of pearly eggs bedded in seaweed, of unscared birds covering white sands in happy flocks. And what will become of that inexpressible weight you said you had on your mind? I will try to forget it in speculation on the sway of the whole great deep above a herd of whales rushing through the livid and liquid thunder down from the frozen zone. 100 of them, perhaps, wallowing, flashing, rolling in the wake of a patriarch bull, huge enough to have been spawned before the flood, such a creature as poor Smart had in his mind when he said, "Strong against tides, the enormous whale emerges as he goes." I hope our bark will meet with no such shoal or herd as you term it, Caroline. I suppose you fancy the sea mammoths pasturing about the bases of the everlasting hills, devouring strange provender in the vast valleys, through and above which the sea billows roll. I should not like to be capsized by the patriarch bull. I suppose you expect to see mermaids, Shirley? One of them, at any rate. I do not bargain for less, and she is to appear in some such fashion as this. I am to be walking by myself, on deck, rather late of an August evening, watching and being watched by a full harvest moon. Something is to rise white on the surface of the sea, over which that moon mounts silent, and hangs glorious. The object glitters and sinks. It rises again. I think I hear it cry, with an articulate voice. I call you up from the cabin. I show you an image, fair as alabaster, emerging from the dim wave. We both see the long hair, the lifted and foam-white arm, the oval mirror, brilliant as a star. It glides nearer. A human face is plainly visible, a face in the style of yours, whose straight, pure, excuse the word, it is not appropriate, whose straight, pure lineaments paleness does not disfigure. It looks at us, but not with your eyes. I see a preternatural lure in its wily glance. It beckons. Were we men, we should spring at the sign. The cold billow would be dared for the sake of the colder enchantress. Being women, we stand safe, though not dreadless. She comprehends our unmoved gaze. She feels herself powerless. Anger crosses her front. She cannot charm, but she will appall us. She rises high, and glides all revealed on the dark wave-ridge. Temptress terror! Monstrous likeness of ourselves! Are you not glad, Caroline, when at last, and with a wild shriek, she dives? But surely she is not like us. We are neither temptresses, nor terrors, nor monsters. Some of our kind, it is said, are all three. There are men who ascribe to woman in general such attributes. My dears, here interrupted Mrs. Pryor, Does it not strike you that your conversation for the last 10 minutes has been rather fanciful?" "But there is no harm in our fancies, is there, ma'am?" "We are aware that mermaids do not exist. Why speak of them as if they did? How can you find interest in speaking of a nonentity?" "I don't know," said Shirley. "My dear, I think there is an arrival. I heard a step in the lane while you were talking. And is not that the garden gate which creaks?" Shirley stepped to the window. "Yes, there is someone," said she, turning quietly away, and as she resumed her seat, a sensitive flush animated her face, while a trembling ray at once kindled and softened her eye. She raised her hand to her chin, cast her gaze down, and seemed to think as she waited. The servant announced Mr. Moore, and Shirley turned round when Mr. Moore appeared at the door. His figure seemed very tall as he entered, and stood in contrast with the 3 ladies, none of whom could boast a stature much beyond the average. He was looking well, better than he had been known to look for the past 12 months. A sort of renewed youth glowed in his eye and color, and an invigorated hope and settled purpose sustained his bearing. Firmness in his countenance still indicated, but not austerity. It looked as cheerful as it was earnest. "I am just returned from Stillborough," he said to Miss Keeldar, as he greeted her, "and I thought I would call to impart to you the result of my mission." "You did right not to keep me in suspense," she said, "and your visit is well timed. Sit down. We have not finished tea." "Are you English enough to relish tea, or do you faithfully adhere to coffee?" Moore accepted tea. "I am learning to be a naturalized Englishman," said he. "My foreign habits are leaving me one by one." And now he paid his respects to Mrs. Pryor, and paid them well, with a grave modesty that became his age, compared with hers. Then he looked at Caroline, not, however, for the first time. His glance had fallen upon her before. He bent towards her as she sat, gave her his hand, and asked her how she was. The light from the window did not fall upon Miss Helstone. Her back was turned towards it. A quiet though rather low reply, a still demeanor, and the friendly protection of early twilight kept out of view each traitorous symptom. None could affirm that she had trembled or blushed, that her heart had quaked, or her nerves thrilled. None could prove emotion. A greeting showing less effusion was never interchanged. Moore took the empty chair near her, opposite Miss Keeldar. He had placed himself well. His neighbor, screened by the very closeness of this vicinage from his scrutiny, and sheltered further by the dusk which deepened each moment, soon regained not merely seeming but real mastery of the feelings which had started into insurrection at the first announcement of his name. He addressed his conversation to Miss Keeldar. "I went to the barracks," he said, "and had an interview with Colonel Ryde. He approved my plans, and promised the aid I wanted. Indeed, he offered a more numerous force than I require. 6 will suffice. I don't intend to be swamped by redcoats. They are needed for appearance rather than anything else. My main reliance is on my own civilians." "And on their captain," interposed Shirley. "What, Captain Keeldar?" inquired Moore, slightly smiling and not lifting his eyes. The tone of raillery in which he said this was very respectful and suppressed. "No," returned Shirley, answering the smile. "Captain Gerard Moore, who trusts much to the prowess of his own right arm, I believe." "Furnished with his counting-house ruler," added Moore. Resuming his usual gravity, he went on. "I received by this evening's post a note from the Home Secretary in answer to mine. It appears they are uneasy at the state of matters here in the North. They especially condemn the supineness and pusillanimity of the mill owners. They say, as I have always said, that inaction, under present circumstances, is criminal, and that cowardice is cruelty, since both can only encourage disorder and lead finally to sanguinary outbreaks. There is the note. I brought it for your perusal. And there is a batch of newspapers, containing further accounts of proceedings in Nottingham, Manchester, and elsewhere. He produced letters and journals, and laid them before Miss Keeldar. While she perused them, he took his tea quietly, but, though his tongue was still, his observant faculties seemed by no means off duty. Mrs. Pryor, sitting in the background, did not come within the range of his glance, but the two younger ladies had the full benefit thereof. Miss Keeldar, placed directly opposite, was seen without effort. She was the object his eyes, when lifted, naturally met first, and, as what remained of daylight, the gilding of the west, was upon her, her shape rose in relief from the dark panelling behind. Shirley's clear cheek was tinted yet with the color which had risen into it a few minutes since. The dark lashes of her eyes looking down as she read, the dusk yet delicate line of her eyebrows, the almost sable gloss of her curls, made her heightened complexion look fine as the bloom of a red wild flower by contrast. There was natural grace in her attitude, and there was artistic effort in the ample and shining folds of her silk dress, an attire simply fashioned, but almost splendid from the shifting brightness of its dye, warp, and woof, being of tints deep and changing as the hue on a pheasant's neck. A glancing bracelet on her arm produced the contrast of gold and ivory. There was something brilliant in the whole picture. It is to be supposed that Moore thought so, as his eyes dwelt long on it, but he seldom permitted his feelings, or his opinions, to exhibit themselves in his face. His temperament boasted a certain amount of phlegm, and he preferred an undemonstrative, not ungentle, but serious aspect to any other. He could not, by looking straight before him, see Caroline, as she was close at his side. It was necessary, therefore, to maneuver a little to get her well within the range of his observation. He leaned back in his chair and looked down on her. In Miss Helstone, neither he nor anyone else could discover brilliancy. Sitting in the shade, without flowers or ornaments, her attire the modest muslin dress, colorless, but for its narrow stripe of pale azure, her complexion unflushed, unexcited, the very brownness of her hair and eyes invisible by this faint light, she was, compared with the heiress, as a graceful pencil sketch compared with a vivid painting. Since Robert had seen her last, a great change had been wrought in her. Whether he perceived it might not be ascertained. He said nothing to that effect. "How is Hortense?" asked Caroline softly. "Very well, but she complains of being unemployed. She misses you." "Tell her that I miss her, and that I write and read a portion of French every day." "She will ask if you sent your love. She is always particular on that point. You know she likes attention." "My best, love, my very best. And say to her that whenever she has time to write me a little note, I shall be glad to hear from her." "What if I forget? I am not the surest messenger of compliments." "No, don't forget, Robert. It is no compliment. It is in good earnest." "And must therefore be delivered punctually." "If you please." Hortense will be ready to shed tears. She is tender-hearted on the subject of her pupil. Yet she reproaches you sometimes for obeying your uncle's injunctions too literally. Affection, like love, will be unjust now and then. And Caroline made no answer to this observation, for indeed her heart was troubled, and to her eyes she would have raised her handkerchief. If she had dared to, she would have declared how the very flowers in the garden of Hollow's Cottage were dear to her, how the little parlor of that house was her earthly paradise, how she longed to return to it as much, almost, as the first woman, in her exile, must have longed to revisit Eden. Not daring, however, to say these things, she held her peace. She sat quietly at Robert's side, waiting for him to say something more. It was long since this proximity had been hers, long since his voice had addressed her. Could she, with any show of probability, even of possibility, have imagined that the meeting gave him pleasure, to her it would have given deep bliss. Yet, even in doubt that it pleased, in dread that it might annoy him, she received the boon of the meeting as an imprisoned bird would the admission of sunshine to its cage. It is of no use arguing, contending against the sense of present happiness. To be near Robert was to be revived. End of section 24. Recording by Katie Riley, September 2009. Chapter 13, Part 3 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shirley by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 13, Part 3. Miss Keeldar laid down the papers. "And are you glad or sad for all these menacing tidings?" she inquired of her tenant. "Not precisely either, but I certainly am instructed. I see that our only plan is to be firm. I see that efficient preparation and a resolute attitude are the best means of averting bloodshed." He then inquired if she had observed some particular paragraph, to which she replied in the negative, and he rose to show it to her. He continued the conversation, standing before her. From the tenor of what he said, it appeared evident that they both apprehended disturbances in the neighborhood of Briarfield, though in what form they expected them to break out was not specified. Neither Caroline nor Mrs. Pryor asked questions. The subject did not appear to be regarded as one ripe for free discussion. Therefore, the lady and her tenant were suffered to keep details to themselves, unimportuned by the curiosity of their listeners. Miss Keeldar, in speaking to Mr. Moore, took a tone at once animated and dignified, confidential and self-respecting. When, however, the candles were brought in, and the fire was stirred up, and the fullness of light thus produced rendered the expression of her countenance legible, you could see that she was all interest, life, and earnestness. There was nothing coquettish in her demeanor. Whatever she felt for Moore, she felt it seriously. And serious, too, were his feelings, and settled were his views, apparently, for he had made no petty effort to attract, dazzle, or impress. He contrived, notwithstanding, to command a little, because the deeper voice, however mildly modulated, the somewhat harder mind, now and then, though involuntarily and unintentionally, bore down by some peremptory phrase or tone the mellow accents and susceptible, if high, nature of Shirley. Miss Keeldar looked happy in conversing with him, and her joy seemed twofold, a joy of the past and present, of memory and of hope. What I have just said are Caroline's ideas of the pair. She felt what has just been described. In thus feeling, she tried not to suffer, but suffered sharply, nevertheless. She suffered, indeed, miserably. A few minutes before, her famished heart had tasted a drop and crumb of nourishment, that, if freely given, would have brought back abundance of life where life was failing. But the generous feast was snatched from her, spread before another, and she remains but a bystander at the banquet. The clock struck 9. It was Caroline's time for going home. She gathered up her work, put the embroidery, the scissors, the thimble into her bag. She bade Mrs. Pryor a quiet good night. Receiving from that lady a warmer pressure of the hand than usual, she stepped up to Miss Keeldar. "Good night, Shirley." Shirley started up. "What? So soon? Are you going already?" "It is past 9. I never heard the clock. You will come again tomorrow, and you will be happy tonight, will you not? Remember our plans." "Yes," said Caroline. "I have not forgotten." Her mind misgave her that neither those plans nor any other could permanently restore her mental tranquillity. She turned to Robert, who stood close behind her. As he looked up, the light of the candles on the mantelpiece fell full on her face. All its paleness, all its change, all its forlorn meaning were clearly revealed. Robert had good eyes, and might have seen it, if he would. Whether he did see it, nothing indicated. "Good night," she said, shaking like a leaf, offering her thin hand hastily, anxious to part from him quickly. "You are going home?" he asked, not touching her hand. "Yes." Is Fanny come for you?" "Yes." "I may as well accompany you a step of the way. Not up to the rectory, though, lest my old friend Helstone should shoot me from the window." He laughed and took his hat. Caroline spoke of unnecessary trouble. He told her to put on her bonnet and shawl. She was quickly ready, and they were soon both in the open air. Moore drew her hand under his arm, just in his old manner, that manner which he ever felt to be so kind. "You may run on, Fanny," he said to the housemaid. "We shall overtake you." And when the girl had got a little in advance, he enclosed Caroline's hand in his, and said he was glad to find she was a familiar guest at Fieldhead. He hoped her intimacy with Miss Keeldar would continue. Such society would be both pleasant and improving. Caroline replied that she liked Shirley. "And there is no doubt the liking is mutual," said Moore. "If she professes friendship, be certain she is sincere. She cannot feign, she scorns hypocrisy. And, Caroline, are we never to see you at Hollow's Cottage again?" "I suppose not, unless my uncle should change his mind." "Are you much alone now?" "Yes, a good deal. I have little pleasure in any society but Miss Keeldar's." "Have you been quite well lately?" "Quite." "You must take care of yourself. Be sure not to neglect exercise. Do you know, I fancied you somewhat altered, a little fallen away and pale. Is your uncle kind to you?" "Yes, he is just as he always is." "Not too tender, that is to say, not too protective and attentive. And what ails you then? Tell me, Lena." "Nothing, Robert." But her voice faltered. "That is to say, nothing that you will tell me. I am not to be taken into confidence. Separation is then quite to estrange us, is it?" "I do not know. Sometimes I almost fear it is." "But it ought not to have that effect. Should auld acquaintance be forgot, and days o' auld lang syne?" "Robert, I don't forget." "It is 2 months, I should think, Caroline, since you were at the cottage." "Since I was within it, yes." "Have you ever passed that way in your walk?" "I have come to the top of the field sometimes of an evening, and looked down. Once I saw Hortense in the garden watering her flowers, and I know at what time you light your lamp in the counting-house. I have waited for it to shine out now and then, and I have seen you bend between it and the window. I knew it was you. I could almost trace the outline of your form." "I wonder I never encountered you. I occasionally walk to the top of the Hollows field after sunset." "I know you do. I had almost spoken to you one night, you passed so near me." "Did I? I passed near you, and did not see you. Was I alone?" "I saw you twice, and neither time were you alone." "Who was my companion? Probably nothing but Joe Scott, or my own shadow by moonlight." "No, neither Joe Scott nor your shadow, Robert. The first time you were with Mr. York, and the second time what you call your shadow was a shape with a white forehead and dark curls, and a sparkling necklace round its neck. But I only got a glimpse of you and that fairy shadow. I did not wait to hear you converse." "It appears you walk invisible. I noticed a ring on your hand this evening. Can it be the ring of Gyges? Henceforth, when sitting in the counting-house by myself, perhaps at dead of night, I shall permit myself to imagine that Caroline may be leaning over my shoulder, reading with me from the same book, or sitting at my side, engaged in her own particular task, and now and then raising her unseen eyes to my face to read there my thoughts. You need fear no such infliction. I do not come near you. I only stand afar off, watching what may become of you. When I walk out along the hedgerows in the evening, after the mill is shut, or at night when I take the watchman's place, I shall fancy the flutter of every little bird over its nest, the rustle of every leaf, a movement made by you. Tree shadows will take your shape. In the white sprays of hawthorn, I shall imagine glimpses of you. Lena, you will haunt me. I will never be where you would not wish me to be, nor see nor hear what you would wish unseen and unheard. I shall see you in my very mill in broad daylight. Indeed, I have seen you there once. But a week ago I was standing at the top of one of my long rooms. Girls were working at the other end, and amongst half a dozen of them, moving to and fro, I seemed to see a figure resembling yours. It was some effect of doubtful light or shade, or of dazzling sunbeam. I walked up to this group. What I sought had glided away. I found myself between two buxom lasses in pinafores. I shall not follow you into your mill, Robert, unless you call me there. Nor is that the only occasion on which imagination has played me a trick. One night, when I came home late from market, I walked into the cottage parlor thinking to find Hortense, but instead of finding her, I thought I found you. There was no candle in the room. My sister had taken the light upstairs with her. The window blind was not drawn, and broad moonbeams poured through the panes. You were there, Lina, at the casement, shrinking a little to one side in an attitude not unusual with you. You were dressed in white, as I have seen you dressed at an evening party. For half a second, your fresh, living face seemed turned towards me, looking at me. For half a second, my idea was to go and take your hand, to chide you for your long absence, and welcome your present visit. 2 steps forward broke the spell. The drapery of the dress changed the outline. The tints of the complexion dissolved, and were formless. Positively, as I reached the spot, there was nothing left but the sweep of a white muslin curtain, and a balsam plant in a flower pot, covered with a flush of bloom, sic transit, etc. It was not my wraith, then? I almost thought it was. No, only gauze, crockery, and pink blossom, a sample of earthly illusions. I wonder you have time for such illusions, occupied as your mind must be. So do I, but I find in myself, Lina, 2 natures, one for the world and business, and one for home and leisure. Gerard Moore is a hard dog, brought up to mill and market. The person you call your cousin Robert is sometimes a dreamer, who lives elsewhere than in Cloth Hall and Counting House. Your 2 natures agree with you. I think you are looking in good spirits and health. You have quite lost the harassed air which it often pained one to see in your face a few months ago. Do you observe that? Certainly I am disentangled of some difficulties. I have got clear of some shoals, and have more sea-room. And with a fair wind you may now hope to make a prosperous voyage. I may hope it, yes, but hope is deceptive. There is no controlling wind or wave. Gusts and swells perpetually trouble the mariner's course. He dare not dismiss from his mind the expectation of tempest. But you are ready for a breeze. You are a good seaman, an able commander. You are a skilful pilot. Robert, you will weather the storm. My kinswoman always thinks the best of me, but I will take her words for a propitious omen. I will consider that in meeting her tonight I have met with one of those birds whose appearance is to the sailor a harbinger of good luck. A poor harbinger of good luck is she who can do nothing, who has no power. I feel my incapacity. It is of no use saying I have the will to serve you, when I cannot prove it. Yet I have the will. I wish you success. I wish you high fortune and true happiness. When did you ever wish me anything else? What is Fanny waiting for? I told her to walk on. Oh, we have reached the churchyard. Then we are to part here, I suppose. We might have sat a few minutes in the church porch, if the girl had not been with us. It is so fine a night, so summer mild and still. I have no particular wish to return yet to the Hollow. But we cannot sit in the porch now, Robert. Caroline said this because Moore was turning her round towards it. Perhaps not, but tell Fanny to go in. Say we are coming. A few minutes will make no difference. The church clock struck 10. My uncle will be coming out to take his usual sentinel round, and he always surveys the church and churchyard. And if he does? If it were not for Fanny, who knows we are here? I should find pleasure in dodging and eluding him. We could be under the east window when he is at the porch. As he came round to the north side, we could wheel off to the south. We might, at a pinch, hide behind some of the monuments. That tall erection of the Winnes would screen us completely. Robert, What good spirits you have! Go, go," added Caroline hastily. "I hear the front door." "I don't want to go. On the contrary, I want to stay." "You know my uncle will be terribly angry. He forbade me to see you because you are a Jacobin." "A queer Jacobin!" "Go, Robert, he is coming. I hear him cough." "Diable! It is strange. What a pertinacious wish I feel to stay!" "You remember what he did to Fanny's—" began Caroline, and stopped abruptly short. Sweetheart was the word that ought to have followed, but she could not utter it. It seemed calculated to suggest ideas she had no intention to suggest, ideas delusive and disturbing. Moore was less scrupulous. "Fanny's sweetheart," he said at once. "He gave him a shower bath under the pump, did he not? He'd do as much for me, I dare say, with pleasure. I should like to provoke the old Turk. Not, however, against you. But he would make a distinction between a cousin and a lover, would he not?" "Oh, he would not think of you in that way. Of course not. His quarrel with you is entirely political. Yet I should not like the breach to be widened, and he is so testy. Here he is at the garden gate. For your own sake and mine, Robert, go." The beseeching words were aided by a beseeching gesture and a more beseeching look. Moore covered her clasped hands an instant with his, answered her upward by a downward gaze, said "Good night," and went. Caroline was in a moment at the kitchen door behind Fanny. The shadow of her shovel hat at that very instant fell on a moonlit tomb. The rector emerged erect as a cane from his garden and proceeded in slow march, his hands behind him, down the cemetery. Moore was almost caught. He had to dodge, after all, to coast round the church, and finally to bend his tall form behind the witness's ambitious monument. There he was forced to hide full 10 minutes, kneeling with one knee on the turf, his hat off, his curls bare to the dew, his dark eyes shining, and his lips parted with inward laughter at his position. For the rector meantime stood coolly star-gazing and taking snuff within 3 feet of him. It happened, however, that Mr. Helstone had no suspicion whatever on his mind, for being usually but vaguely informed of his niece's movements, not thinking it worth while to follow them closely, he was not aware that she had been out at all that day, and imagined her then occupied with book or work in her chamber, where, indeed, she was by this time, though not absorbed in the tranquil employment he ascribed to her, but standing at her window with fast-throbbing heart, peeping anxiously from behind the blind, watching for her uncle to re-enter and her cousin to escape, and at last she was gratified. She heard Mr. Helstone come in, she saw Robert stride the tombs and vault the wall. She then went down to prayers. When she returned to her chamber, it was to meet the memory of Robert. Slumber's visitation was long averted, long she sat at her lattice, long gazed down the old garden and older church, on the tombs laid out all grey and calm and clear in the moonlight. She followed the steps of the night, on its pathway of stars, far into the wee sma' hours ayont the twa. She was with Moore in spirit the whole time. She was at his side. She heard his voice. She gave her hand into his hands. It rested warm in his fingers. When the church clock struck, when any other sound stirred, when a little mouse, familiar to her chamber, an intruder for which she would never permit Fanny to lay a trap, came rattling amongst the links of her locket chain, her one ring and another trinket or two on the toilet table, to nibble a bit of biscuit laid ready for it, she looked up, recalled momentarily to the real. Then she said half aloud, as if deprecating the accusation of some unseen and unheard monitor, "I am not cherishing love dreams. I am only thinking because I cannot sleep. Of course, I know he will marry Shirley." With returning silence, with the lull of the chime, and the retreat of her small untamed and unknown protege, she still resumed the dream, nestling to the vision's side, listening to, conversing with it. It paled at last. As dawn approached, the setting stars and breaking day dimmed the creation of fancy. The wakened song of birds hushed her whispers. The tale full of fire, quick with interest, borne away by the morning wind, became a vague murmur. The shape that, seen in a moonbeam, lived, had a pulse, had movement, wore health's glow and youth's freshness, turned cold and ghostly gray, confronted with the red of sunrise. It wasted. She was left solitary at last. She crept to her couch, chill and dejected. End of Section 25. Recording by Katie Riley. September 2009.